How he brought order into his lands. The next thing did was to dismiss Nicholas of the guards. At the same time, he made it known that Basil of was to succeed him. Thus he did away with almost all opposition, for Basil was an easygoing, generous fellow liked by his peers and respected. Nicholas did not take this dismissal quietly. As soon as he was out of hearing, he fell to shouting his grievance over the estate, vowing that he would pay no heed to the new, upstart lord, but would hold his place and his men in his very teeth. In this he had little support, for the guards were weary of his hectoring and blustering. They listened to him in silence, but when he had gone they conferred amongst themselves, and for the most part agreed that they would be well rid of him. Yet for very fear of him, and because they did not know their lord's temper, they remained obedient to Nicholas until they should see which way the wind would blow. Some few declared openly that they would stand by Nicholas, but these were his friends and their number was small. Nicholas went roaring to the men-at-arms with intent to stir up rebellion. Was no friend of his, but among the men he counted some 6 or 7 allies. He found them murmurous and ill at ease, for they had a new captain in Walter of who was busily employed in disciplining them. Nicholas knew better than to approach him. Will stand my friend," said he loudly. "If is dismissed, he will be at one with me. He and I will smash this fellow." "It is that of his marshal in Edmund's room," one of his friends said uneasily. Nicholas laughed gustily. "A likely tale. Why, he hath sworn how he will meet this lord, and hath cursed his name. I warrant ye I shall find a friend in him." He swaggered across the courtyard, and came most opportunely upon who emerged from a door leading into the castle. "Ha, good!" Nicholas cried, past enmity forgotten. "Come hither, man. There is somewhat I would say to thee." Paused a moment and waited till Nicholas came up to him. "I have orders to see ye leave this place within the space of 7 hours," he said coldly. "Look to it that ye are gone." Nicholas lost a little of his, but he strove to laugh as at a joke. "Why, this is pretty hearing, beshrew me. From whom do ye take your orders of?" Looked him steadily between the eyes. "From my lord of Sira." "Ho, ho! Do you tell me that, master? But yesterday ye did speak brave words against him." "Much hath happened since yesterday, Nicholas, and for what I have said against my lord am I heartily ashamed. Ye will leave this land today." He strode on, and as he passed him Nicholas noticed the chain about his neck that bespoke his marshal's office. Back he went to the guardroom to find Basil of in his place. Then his rage knew no bounds, but he had little support now that the men saw that my lord's word was not idly spoken. The end of it was that Nicholas departed from in an hour, calling down curses on's head. In the week that followed, strange and strenuous changes were wrought in. Malefactors were brought to judgment, and's hand was heavy upon them. When they sought to rebel, the men found that his yoke was securely round their necks, and his new officers implicitly obedient to him. The week passed in grumbling and petty mutinies, but at the end of the week men knew for master. Regulations were formed, irksome at first, but sound as the wiser fellows, was found to be ruthlessly just, and if his rule was stern, at least he was not above knowing his men individually. He had ever a nod and a curt word of greeting for all who crossed his path, and he mingled freely amongst them, saying little, but making himself familiar to them. The peasants were set to work again, and with a will, because work meant fair wages. Walter of had orders to drill his men, and although they groaned under it, they submitted and very soon put some life into there, for no one knew when would appear upon the scene, watching closely from under his jutting brows, chary of praise, but giving it where it was due. Disgust was felt when he ordained that archery was to be, and some of the peasants who were compelled to enter into this sport grumbled loudly, and declared that worked them to a shred. But when he came himself with his great bow, and shot with them, they ceased their lamentations to admire his skill. And when he declared that to the man who could shoot an arrow farther than his own, he would award a prize of a grant of land, competition became keen, and day after day saw the serfs fitting arrows to bow till they could almost rival the archers themselves. Within the castle all was quiet. Master had departed, wailing, and the new steward slipped into his place. There was plenty of work and plenty of good food, a fair dole of ale or sack, and sports to occupy spare hours. In a surprisingly short time, the men have settled down under the new regime and were content. It was not until the end of the month that rode over to see. He came without warning one day and appeared before the castle just before 10, accompanied by his son and his cousin. Was shooting with his men, so who received the guests dispatched his page to fetch him. Sped out across the country, clad in the new green and russet livery. He came upon, among the archers, in the act of loosing an arrow from his bow. Watched the arrow's flight, and without turning his head, spoke to his page. Well, this was an uncanny trick he had, and which greatly bewildered and discomposed his men. No matter how softly one might creep up to him, he always knew of the approach, and needed not to see who it was who drew near. Was accustomed to the trick, so he showed no surprise. "My lord, there are guests at the castle. My lord of Sir Alan and my lord of. Master sent me to fetch you." Rose from his knee. "I will come," he said. He stayed but to speak with a moment, and followed to the castle. Would have taken his bow, but shook his head, smiling. "How far wouldst thou bear it, child?" Drew himself up till he stood half as high as the bow. "I could carry it, my lord, indeed." "I doubt not thy good will," said, but he would not relinquish the bow. Walked demurely behind him then. It was a curious turn of character in that he liked children. His pages fell over one another to serve him, and were perfectly happy if he but nodded to them, while the littlest one of all's pride when lifted him over a broad ditch one day knew no bounds. He was son, a dark, curly-headed boy of 8 named, who owed his office to his own impertinence. When he found that his father would not speak for him too, he determined to speak for himself. So up he went to the castle, a chubby little fellow with merry eyes, and waylaid on his way out. Remembering his own coming to of, was amused. He made page with consent, and the child seemed to walk straight into his rather dormant heart. He was the one person in all who would openly defy, and once when he burst into tears of rage at being thwarted, his father and the secretary were struck dumb by the sight of him seated on his knee in the great hall. He it was who now entertains visitors with engaging and solemn conversation. "And who art thou, young hop o' my thumb?" asked him. Answered importantly, "I am my lord's page. I made him take me." Burst into a roar of laughter. "Oh, tit for tat," he cried. "How didst thou make him, prithee?" "I said that I would be his page." "And I am." "He calls me the little one." Alan smiled, drawing the small person to him. "That sounds not like," he remarked. "Dost thou like thy lord?" "I love him dearly. As much as my father." Paused to give weight to his next statement. "I have sat upon his knee," he announced with due solemnity. "Holy Virgin," said, "what comes to our—" Entered at this moment, and wriggling free of Alan's hold, skipped towards him. "My lord, I received these guests with my father, and I gave them chairs, but I have not done your bidding." He chuckled mischievously and danced before. Gave him his arrows. "Put these away then, little miscreant, and see thou dost not play with them." He added as trotted off. He came forward and grasped hand. "My lords, ye are more than welcome, and you, lord of." "Well, Alan, never saw I so great a change in any land." Assured him, "We came to pry upon thee, and to see how thou wert progressing, and behold, the place is as orderly as a monastery. As we passed we saw on all sides good work on hand, while as for thy household, it is as quiet as the grave. What hast done, lion cub?" "It was very easy," answered. "I struck at the heads of the disorder." "How fares?" "We miss thy strict hand," grimaced. "But Alan doth what he can." God's my life, when I think that scarce a month ago this land was peopled by drunken rogues, and the crops going to ruin for want of care, and look at it now, I can scarce believe mine eyes. I am not surprised, remarked. From what I had seen of thee, I had thought to see thee conquer within the month. Who was yon chubby page? Smiled a little. That is my marshal's son. Who sits upon thy knee, Allen teased. Looked up. Did he say that? 'Twas but once, when he cried because that I chid him for some fault. Interrupted, I demand that ye loose thy tongue, and tell me all that thou hast performed here. Well, sir, if ye must have the full tale, will ye come out whiles my varlets lay dinner? That will we, nodded and rose. Allen would stay with thee, if tea permit him. Allen locked his arm in affectionately. I shall stay whether thou it or no. Why, of course thou canst stay, said, and led them forth into the sunlight. They returned presently to dinner, when presented his marshal, his captain, and all his other officers. It was nearly 3 hours later when they came away from the table, and took aside. Lad, thou art now come to manhood, he began by way of preamble. There is a proposition I would set before thee. My lord tapped him on the shoulder. Look ye, boy, thy land should have a mistress and an heir. Now it is in my mind to give thee my daughter, though I had intended her for John of Son. What dost thou say to that? Compressed his lips. Why, sir, I say that albeit I do thank thee for the ye would do me, yet were it best that ye should give the lady to Robert of. None of her. Was incredulous. Bethink you, silly boy, she is comely and gentle and fair dowered. Sir, but she loves not me, and I love not her. Was inclined to be offended. Mayhap thou dost look higher for thy bride. Nay, I look nowhere for a bride. I have no love for women, and I think to remain a bachelor. But that is folly, lad. Cried a little appeased. A docile wife is a great thing to have. Is it, sir? Said, methinks I admire not gentleness nor docility. But thou dost love children. Do I? Consider the point. Nay, I think not. Thou dost, lad. What of thy little page? Oh, yes, I do care for him, yet I want him not for mine own. Thou, since I have been in, I have seen more pages than thou canst possibly have need of. What made thee take them children that they are? They are useful to me, answered rather lamely. They run mine errands. How many hast thou? Demanded sternly. 6, said gruffly. And what does one man want with 6 pages? Persisted. I find employment for them. Tush, said, thou dost like to have them follow thee about. Nay, I send them from me when they plague me. Thou canst not deceive me, told him. Thou hast a love for children, and breed thine own. Flushed a little. Nay, and I say, my lord, it is to no avail that ye seek to persuade me. I will take no woman to wife. Grunted, but he knew too well to argue any further. Well, please thyself. But one day ye will know that I was right, and a man must take a wife unto himself. I will tell you when that day comes, promised. Allen remained at a week, and was rather glad of his companionship. He had chased for Allen's amusement, and hired mummers from a neighboring town. But Allen was quite content to dispense with these forms of entertainment, and to please, he went with him to archery. When he came away from this tedious sport, he shot a sidelong glance. Was aware of it without seeing it. Well, how hast thou contrived to endear these men to thee? Have I? Some of them like me not. But most do like thee. What is it they do find to love in thee? What do any of us find? Thou art stern and cold, and hast no love for any man. Allen, if thou dost wish to prate of love, go do so to thy lady-love. I know nothing of it. Why do thy men love thee? Alan insisted. I know not. Perchance because I bend them to my will. That may be so, Alan mused. But why do the children so dote on thee? Because I pay but little heed to them. Nay, that cannot be so. In truth, long as I have known thee, I still know thee not. Something there is thy coldness of which I wot not. There is hunger, said, thereby closing the conversation. When Alan had returned to, set about reforming his men-at-arms and archers with so much success that within the space of 6 months he had a very fair army at his beck and call, composed of peasants' sons and some wandering soldiers. Walter of proved himself an admirable captain, so that relaxed some of his vigilance, and turned his attention to the cultivation of his land. In he had full confidence, and would have worked himself to death to please his lord. And so the year rolled placidly by, and the new year came. Then, when had begun to look about him in search of fresh emprises, came of his father one damp morning to visit him. When word was brought of his coming, went swiftly out to meet him, and knelt to receive his guest. My lord, ye do me great, he said gravely. Raised him. I hardly dared come to thee, but now I have an excuse for this visit which perhaps thou dost think importunate. Led him to his private room. Nay, sir, I am. Glanced around. Well, thou hast estates, after all. Of thine own. As I did say I would have them, answered, and sent a page to bring ale. What is your will of me, sir? I am the bearer of a letter to thee from thy half-brother, answered. Will ye write it? From, that will I, and gladly. Will ye not be seated, sir? Chose a chair by the window, and watched break the seals of letter. To Lord of, dear and entirely well-beloved, I greet thee well, and send messages of joy and congratulation on thy new good fortune. I do know thy land and like it well. May thou prosper exceedingly as thou. My brother, I do write to urge thee that thou come hither with what force thou mayst muster to join again with the prince in quelling that most naughty rebel, Owen, whose followers are rife in this ill-fated land. Despite the fair promises of his Majesty's council, made in August, saying that he should have men and provisions enough to march boldly out against the rebels, naught hath been forthcoming, and at this date at which I write our force numbers little over 50 men-at-arms and 12 archers. Now thou art thine own master wilt, thou come not again to fight at my side as thou didst promise. Matters grow serious here in Wales, for thou must know that in December of last year fell Cardiff, and our most cherished fortresses. The rebel Owen hath not been so great before, and indeed, if we are to conquer him we must set out against him, and that as soon as spring shall have come. And with the spring come thou, my brother, and I will promise thee as goodly a battle as that of which thou didst so much enjoy. I send thee my love and greetings. Of written at, folded the parchment slowly. Wilt thou go? Asked abruptly. Seemed to consider. His eyes wandered to the window and stared out across the quiet fields. He brought them back to his father and smiled. It seems likely, my lord, he said. He rode next day to take counsel of. To my lord's surprise, Alan sprang up, vehement. If thou dost go, then so will I. He exclaimed. Too long have I rested at home. I will lead our men to Wales, and I too will taste the joys of battle. When he had recovered from his amazement, scoffed. Little joy wilt thou find in battle. Alan turned sharply. If thou dost say me nay, my lord, then will I go and strain. Alone? No need for such heat, grunted. Thou shalt go if thou dost wish it. When dost thou think to depart? Next month, my lord, towards the end, so that I shall come to Wales in March. And leave thy land masterless. Nay, of shall rule in my stead. As he ruled when died. Inquired with heavy sarcasm. I am not, said. Xi, how he won his gilded. March saw him in Wales at his brother's side, engaged in hard fighting and hard generalship. April brought him back to unscathed, but May saw him marching south too, one of the prince's trusted officers and the prince's friend. And at where they fought the rebels 1,500 strong, he engaged with son Griffith, and fought him in single combat till he had him worsted from sheer fatigue. Then took he Griffith prisoner, and surrendered him to the prince. Henry was enthusiastic over his prize, and smote on the back. "Ah, would that I had thee ever by my side. What wilt thou of thy prisoner?" His sir answered, "His ransom, if ransomed he be, is yours. But if it pleases your highness, I would have his gilded." "That is a strange wish." Henry said, "Wherefore? Dost like the golden tint so much? And the workmanship, sir?" "Thou shalt have it then," Henry promised. "Of the gilded." He laughed, linking his arm in. "Verily, I do believe it is a new title thou. Already have I heard tell of the lynx eyes, the lion, the soft-footed, and I know not what beside. Whence come these names, lad?" "From foolish men's tongues, my lord," answered. "Then shall I be foolish," Henry said, "for I shall call thee the Silent." The middle of July saw home again, with an Allen riding one on either side of him. Between these two enmity was dead, for when had clasped hands on his coming to Wales, Allen had stood aloof and ill at ease, seeing which had gone to him with his charming smile. "Our sires dispute, Sir Allen, but what shall we do? For my part, I would we might agree." Allen had answered instantly and grasped hand. When rode into, he found all quiet and in good order, and a glint of satisfaction came to his eyes. At the castle door his household stood to welcome him. But one there was who forgot decorum and ran forward, arms outstretched. My lord, lift me, oh, lift me," cried, almost sobbing with excitement, and heedless of his father's shocked protest. Then the bent in his saddle and hoisted his page up with one strong hand, and held him against his shoulder. One little arm encircled his neck, the other plump hand gripped his doublet tightly, gave a wriggle of content, and buried his face on his shoulder. Looked down at the curly head with a curious smile on his lips. "Thou hast missed me." The arm tightened about his neck, nodded. "Mesought have forgot thy lord." Up came the dark head, indignant. "I am not a babe to forget thee so soon," exclaimed, coming forward. "Thou must not speak so to my lord. To say thee thus pertly." "I will," announced stoutly. "My lord cares not. My lord forgive his rudeness," said in concern. "Indeed, I can do naught with him since ye are gone. He minds me not. I doubt I am too soft with him, but I have no other son, and in perchance I spoil him with indulgence." "Let be," said shortly. "Loose thy grip, little one, I would dismount." He handed to, and swung lightly down from the saddle. He had a word of greeting for all who stood there, and many were the inquiries after his welfare. He answered each man in kind and passed into the castle, dancing at his side and his other pages following him like a troop of puppies, so that when he stopped to speak with his secretary, he stood in the midst of a small band of green undrusset-clad boys, towering above them, while they swarmed about him, relieving him of first this, and then that, and squabbling amongst themselves for the supreme of bearing his sword away. One flew to unbuckle it, 3 others laid hold of the scabbard, glaring at one another belligerently, and 2 more knelt to unfasten spurs. He seemed quite unaware of these somewhat noisy ministrations, but talked calmly over the pages' heads to his amused secretary. Being smaller by far than the rest, found himself with naught to carry away. Not to be outdone, he climbed upon a chair and removed his cap from his head. He also tried to remove the surcoat from his shoulders, and his fat little fingers tugged busily at the clasps until became aware of his efforts. Then he put them all from him. Have done, have done. Would ye have me quite unrobed? Go put my cap away. Roger, take my sword from that babe, he will fall over it. Edmund, fight not over my spurs. Tease, scratch thyself. Take heed. And be ye all gone till I send for you, turbulent brats. He nodded to. I will speak with thee after supper, and thee also, Bernard. He strode away to the staircase and went swiftly up to his chamber, followed only by Malcolm, his squire. Walter cast a laughing glance at. "This place will soon be overrun with pages," he remarked. "Surely I did see 3 more than when we left," replied. My lord had given orders they were to be enrolled. One falls over them at every step, but it is my lord's pleasure. And since my lord did strike of Kildare senseless for beating little Edmund 2 days before he set out on his travels, never have children been more indulged in this land. As for mine own son, he is grown so defiant and mischievous that only my lord can check him. Things have come to a pretty pass, the steward sighed, for he was weak with children and they plagued him unmercifully. Pretty indeed, Bernard said softly. Methinks it is a sweet thing to see the Iron Lord with these babes about him, like flies around a honey jar. They are very importunate, Roger complained. They cluster about my lord, so that there is naught for us poor squires to do. And he will not say them nay. And when I did push so that he fell, I meant not that he should, but I was angered he would not have me near him for 3 whole days. So that Malcolm waited upon him. At the thought of this past injury his eyes flashed, and he to dwell upon it darkly. After supper, came to his room to render an account of his stewardship. Listened intently to all that he said, and read over the accounts. Spoke hesitantly, anxious lest he should have failed to satisfy his lord. Just at the end of his recital he looked at almost shyly. There is one other matter, my lord, in which you may perhaps think I have exceeded my duty. In your absence I did what seemed best to me. He paused, unaccountably nervous before this man who was full 15 years his junior. Said nothing, so continued, squaring his shoulders. I did discover 3 lewd fellows, sir, among your guard who were friends of Nicholas. They were set upon stirring the men to rebellion in your absence, the which Basil reported to me. So I did summon them to judgment, sir, and of Palmer, whom I saw to be the leader, I banished in your name. The other 2 I did punish, and they are quiet now. He looked up again, diffident, and in his eyes was a look of fidelity such as is seen in the eyes of a dog. Thou hast done well, said. In all things thou hast acted, as I should have acted had I been here. At the sound of that cool voice, sat in his chair, and 1 or 2 worried lines upon his brow were smoothed away. If I have pleased you, sir, I can be easier in mine own mind. I am pleased, but it is no less than I expected. My lord, I have but one ambition in life, and that is to merit your trust, so that I may in time wipe out the black memory of what I sought to do to you. Brought his fist down upon the table between them. A year ago I said 3 words to thee, I have forgotten. Ye have not yet said, I have forgiven, my lord, answered low. Then I say it now. I have forgiven. Though why thou want forgiveness from any man, I know not. The past is dead. My lord, I thank you. And for all that you have done for me, upholding mine authority, and permitting my son to tease you, I thank you. Thank me not for pleasing myself, answered. He rose, and with him, and as would have left the room, he spoke again more lightly. Thou wilt think me careless. Before I went to supper, I walked out to cast a look on my lands, and followed me. He ran a sharp thorn into his hands, and it bled grievously before he showed me what had happened. Then, as looked rather anxious, I pulled the thorn out and bound his hand. I think it will be well tomorrow. Sir, it is kind indeed of you to take such pains with. I will go look to him. His hand was on the latch of the door when spoke again. I could not but hurt him, but he shed not 1 tear. He rode to a week later, and was royally entertained by his father. When he had gone again, turned to his son, who still remained at home. I do love that boy, he said abruptly. And I, sir, spoke bitterly. I shall never be more to him than a friend. Said nothing to that, and there fell a silence. Then he looked across at his father, smiling. Thou wouldst have liked to see him when he took Owen's son prisoner, sir. On my word, he was there, and everywhere, vying with the prince himself in spurring our men onward. Then he came upon Griffith in one part of the field, and engaged him to single combat. Methought they never would have done, for Griffith is no weakling, sir, and he tilted and hacked at until my heart was in my mouth. But is untiring, and at last Griffith's arm sank, and he yielded himself prisoner. Haled him to the prince, and demanded naught from him but his, a curious set, gilded over, and so delicately fashioned that when on it hath scarcely any weight at all. And when next we fought, he wore that so that he was a mark for all eyes. Seeing him so much to the fore, his men did press onward to join him, inspiring the others. That victory the prince vows is due to us alone. Henry hath a great liking for him, sir, and would have kept him at his side had willed it so. Nodded slowly. He will be great one day if he wills it so. And if no woman comes into his life to divert his thoughts, said. There is no woman as yet. Laughed. Holy Virgin, sir, if thou couldst but see with a maid. He pays no heed to them, nor seems to notice their presence. I tell him he will fall one day, and Alan tells him too, but in truth, sir, I think he never will. I wonder, said. Or if he doth, 'twill be before some timid, pale-faced wench, who will make of herself a carpet for his disdainful feet. I wonder, said again. How he came to Normandy. He stood upon a hill by, looking out over France, and the wind blew his fair hair all about his face, and whipped his surcoat round his mailed form. He was past 30 now, and 10 years had gone by since he became lord of. Behind him, sprawling on the soft grass, was his squire, a handsome youth with black curls and merry eyes. They were thoughtful now and admiring, for they rested on, pondering him. Stood motionless, half turned away. He had not moved or spoken for some minutes, but was frowning over the fair land stretched at his feet. His squire watched the grim profile respectfully, glancing from the massive, projecting brow with the deep-set eyes shining from beneath it, to the strong jawbone outlined clearly in the bronzed, lean cheek. One of his hands hung listless at his side and presently clenched a little. The spurred feet were well apart and firmly planted. The squire reflected idly that the pose stood for all the strength and purpose that were. He rolled over onto his side, supporting his head on one slim hand, still watching. This was not the first time that had set foot on French soil. Twice before had he marched into this land, once under the king's brother, Thomas, Duke of Clarence, and again under Henry himself when they had fought at. He was famous now for his generalship. His name was linked with that of Clarence, he was spoken of as the 5th Henry's friend and the Iron Lord. Of some he was beloved, of others hated, but no man ignored him or thought him of little count. He had become great, and this by his own wit and strength. He had no equal save the king himself in generalship. No commander was so instantly obeyed, and no commander was so greatly respected by his men. He had power and wealth, a splendid body fit for any hardship or endurance, a not unpleasing countenance, and a quick, cool brain. Yet something he seemed to lack, for with all his assets and attainments, he was cold as stone, almost as though some humanizing part of him had been left out in his fashioning. There were those who said that a softer side of love and passion was not in him, but Henry the King, wiser than these, would point to some frolicking page in the green and russet when he heard this criticism. What? Do ye think hath no tenderness within him? Fool, what of the children? The critics were silenced then, for love of children was well known. It sleeps, Henry said once to his half-brother. It will awaken one day. Turned his head. Of what speak you, sir? Henry's eyes were upon the distant. Of the passion that lies in. There is none, sire. Once I thought as you think, but I have known him for 15 years, and never once have I seen him melt or lose one jot of his coldness. Save with the children. Save with the children. By that sign, I do know that there is that in him that will spring to life one day. There is icy rage, sir, answered, smiling. What manner of woman will it be before whom will fall? How many fair maids hath he passed by? And now he is past 30. He is not like to love. It is too late. Henry smiled, laying his hand on his arm. Sometimes thou art a fool. Alan is wiser. Alan is very wise in all matters of the heart, sir, retorted. He cast a laughing glance to where sat the young, chin in hand and soft eyes dreaming. Henry followed his look, echoed his laugh. What a trio have I about me, he said. My soldier, my knight, and my poet. And as such they were known, close friends all three, and each one unlike the other. Clarence once named them Iron, Flame, and Silver, and at their friendship, but the king's name for them was more apt. Was all a soldier, dauntless and cool, born to rule and to lead. The knight had a hot courage, a courtier's tongue, and an impetuous spirit. Alan the poet was a dreamer, unfit for wars, yet partaking in them much as some of 100 years before, born to love, perhaps not greatly, but often and sweetly. He followed where led, but would sometimes leap ahead with characteristic blindness, only to be dragged back by his inflexible will. They had been together now, this ill-assorted trio, for many years. And Alan had watched his gradual conquest of his lands with amused yet admiring eyes. They saw him rise to fame without feeling a spark of jealousy stir within them. They looked on his master, but they thought him a child in everything that had to do with the heart. Time and again had they watched him with some fair lady, breathlessly waiting to observe a change in him. Each time disappointment came, for although he had met the greatest and most lovely ladies of the time, not one of them had ever stirred the sleeping passion within him. He was not, as some strong men, timid of the gentler sex. In a maiden's presence his tongue did not stumble, nor did his tanned cheeks flush. It was simply that he had no room for women in his life, and no liking for them in his heart. The squire plucked a blade of grass and began to suck it meditatively. His eyes were upon his broad shoulders, and he was wondering if his would ever match them in breadth or straightness. He sighed a little, for he was a slim youth, not square-set as was his lord, and without the iron muscle that had been long before he had attained age. His eyes traveled down his tapering flanks to the arched, spurred feet, and then up again to that stern, rugged face. He had not been told why they had tramped out of this afternoon, and he knew better than to ask, privileged though he was. He had followed to this hill, silent all the way, for was deep in thought. Guessed that he was puzzling over some weighty problem, by the frown on his brow and the grimness about his mouth. They had been stationary upon this hill for a long time now, and rather wished that his lord would say or do something to relieve the tedium, instead of gazing far away at the distant horizon. Then spoke in his deep, grave voice, without turning his head. Canst find naught better to do than stare at thy lord, child? Accustomed as he was to unexpected ways, was startled. He had thought that had forgotten his presence, nor been aware of the fixed scrutiny behind him. Nay, my lord, I think not. Smiled a little. I am so pleasing to thine eye. Yes, sir, answered simply. Moved at last and looked down at his sprawling squire. There was a note of feeling in his voice now. Thou lazy pup, he said, still smiling. Take that grass out of thy mouth. Ejected it, laughing up at. He made no effort to rise, for well he knew that he was privileged in his lord's eyes. Other pages had come and gone, but for none had cherished the same affection that he felt for of, who, long years ago, had forced himself upon his notice. Lord, when do we move from? He asked presently. Are we to remain here for aye? When the time comes ye will know, answered curtly. Was in no way abashed. He sat up, hugging his knees. It is soon, I think, he said shrewdly, and cast a glance upward at his impassive countenance. I wonder, do we march with the king or with the duke? He paused a moment, or alone. He added softly, vouchsafed no reply, but jerked his head, as a sign that they were going. He set off with striding steps towards the town, trotting along beside him. Within the gates they came upon Sir Alan, whereupon fell discreetly to the rear. Alan slipped his arm in, looking up at him with the subservient affection that not all the years had tempered. He was very little changed from the youth, had met without the castle of. His face had retained its girlish curves, his figure its slender grace. He was attired in silks and velvets, for he scorned a soldier's garb save when it was necessary. He said in an undertone, "Whence comes this talk of sending thee to?" "From idle men's tongues belike," answered shortly. "It is not true." "True enough, but prate not of it, Allen. Thou art indeed to pit thy strength against the lady of. Where hath failed thou art to conquer? Shalt thou take the town? God willing. Allen chuckled softly, whistling below his breath. "I too shall come, of course," he remarked dreamily. "I have a mind to see this lady." Then smiled. "There will be no love-making while thou art with me, Allen." "Will there not? Thou bear the lady off thyself, lad. That indeed would be a conquest." Grunted. "A spitfire to wife. I thank thee." They were nearing the king's quarters, and passed several knights who waved a greeting or asked a question of. "I came in search of thee," Allen said. "The king would speak with thee." "Where hast been?" "Over yonder, upon this hill." "Wherefore?" "To think and to breathe. The town chokes me." "Dost thou come with me to the king?" "Is there, and swears he will go with thee too. So we fare forth together once more." They entered the house and made their way up the staircase to the king's apartments. Henry was there with of and Gilbert of. He looked up as entered and smiled. "Hither, my soldier." "I did send for Gilbert." Came forward to Grip's hand. "Unlike me, te be like unto Caesar," he said. "To wilt thou go, and where I saw, thou wilt also conquer." "Thou wouldst have conquered but for the short space of time accorded thee," answered slowly. Henry laughed, signing a sheet of parchment that was spread out before him. "Hark to my soldier. He blames me for defeat." "Nay, sire," interposed swiftly. "He is not so ungallant." "He is not gallant at all," responded Henry. He pushed the parchment from him and turned to look at. "He is honest. Tell me, was it my fault that we took not?" "Sir," replied imperturbably, "ye did underrate the enemy. The task had been too easy before." "That is so," nodded the king. "And now a woman's meat. So I send her the—" Laughed out. "Nay, nay, your generals feel no love for her, sir. She is a very Amazon. Is it not so, Gilbert?" "So I believe. I have not seen her nor any of my men. They say she is garbed in and fights at the head of her men." "Whether that be true or not, her men are wildcats," Gilbert said ruefully. "I met them but once when a body marched out upon us by night. Thou wilt do well to have a care. The town is so strongly fortified that take thee months to batter down the walls. Provisions they seem to have in plenty. By the gleam in his eyes, I know it to be a task after his heart's desire," Henry said quizzically. Gave his short laugh. Sir, I will hand you the keys of." "And I will write to music on it," Allen said. "Save that our king be not with us, it will be another." "What dost thou go with, my poet?" Henry asked. "Who then will charm mine ears with song?" Allen blushed, shaking back his curls. "So please your majesty, I must e'en stay by lest he lose his heart to the Amazon," he bowed. "Nay, the woman will wed must be some puling lass with a timid tongue," Henry retorted. "It is always thus." "Be to mate an eagle with a dove, sir," Gilbert said. "Will return to you an enslaved creature, having prostrated himself at the Amazon's proud feet." "Well, she is a fair maid, so I hear," Henry said. "Dost thou covet her?" "Nay, sire. Her lands, rather. Allen shall charm her into submission." Henry laughed. "Is that thy reason for taking my poet from me?" "What else, sir?" Answered smiling. "A soldier he is not, nor a leader." "And what shall do?" "Oh, there is work enough for," said tranquilly. Whither do ye go, sir, when ye quit this town? Henry looked up at him gravely. Back to my soldier. Nodded. Take that town, sir. It is worthy of the. So if the king take, shall take, Gilbert remarked. Who shall say which task be the harder? I shall say. Alan had seated himself by the window apart from them, but now he turned his head, smiling sweetly upon Sir Gilbert of. Speak, sage, Henry invited. Alan crossed his legs. Is the harder task, sire, saving your presence? Frowned. Wherefore, Alan? Because the sire rules and the lady rules. Shook his head. What dost thou mean? Propound me this riddle, Henry said. 'Tis very simple, sir. A man holds and a woman. I would sooner fight a man than a woman. This woman, Gilbert corrected. Alan is right. When a woman guards her own, she is more dangerous than a man. Yet this lady knows not. And knows not her, Alan answered gently. Aye, aye. How he encamped before. Midway through October in that year of grace, 1417, appeared before the town of with an army of 1,500 strong, of leading the van, John Holland, Earl of the left wing, and himself the right, Alan of with him, acting master of's horse. 2 squires came in's train, of and Edmund. In the rear, with the ordnance and provisions, were the surgeons, the priest, and one John with his officers as master of works. Stood upon a slight incline, with its castle frowning down upon this force, and its walls sullen and forbidding. God's my life! I like not this place, murmured Alan at's side. Looked out from under his heavy brows, surveying the town, and Alan saw him smile. It was his tiger snarl, and shivered a little, pitying. Turned, glancing along his halted army. He spoke over his shoulder to his squires. Fetch me John of. Alan bid march on to cover the western side. He knows. Within an hour the army was at work, under's direction. His men were set to build wooden huts, for anticipated a prolonged siege, and winter was drawing on. Trenches were dug and palisades erected for the protection of the army, and until these were finished, some 10 days later, the camp was hard at work, both officers and men. Sent a herald to the town, bidding them surrender, but the lady returned a hot answer, that he should enter over her dead body. Had no taste for heroics, and he received this answer indifferently. And so he began his blockade, hearing occasionally some tidings from the king. He had learned the art of war under Henry, and he followed his precepts strictly, with the result that he lost no men, save by sickness, during all that weary siege. Nor did he once lose patience, although of was nigh to weeping from boredom and inactivity. Art thou grown timorous? He cried one night, standing by without his tent. Nay, answered placidly. Nor am I of a sudden foolhardy. Jerked his shoulder in impatience. Shall we sit down before this town forever? He demanded. To what avail your bombardment? The walls of seem made of granite. They laugh at thy guns. I tell thee this is waste of time. Deigned no answer, nor looked at his half-brother. To what avail? Asked peevishly. So that I may weaken their fortifications, and by hunger weaken the soldiers. And thy minds. Dost thou hope to enter the town underground? Maybe, answered. Were I in thy place, I would storm it now in full force. Exclaimed. A little smile flitted across his face. That I know. Yet I am wiser than thou. Laughed at that and slipped his arm in. I know. How much longer? Thou shalt feast at Christmas within those walls, said, pointing. I pledge thee my word. A month hence. Nay, 3 weeks only. Fret not. I do indeed know my strength. Oh, I doubt it not. Heaved a sharp sigh. My men grow troublesome and murmur. Check their murmuring then. To more avail than this whining in mine ear. flushed, and I have not thy power over them. I can lead them into fight, but I cannot hold them in leash. But thou canst, none better. Spoke slowly, not looking at. Quell thine own complaining, and thou mayst then rebuke thy men. Even as thou dost now rebuke me. Even as I do now rebuke thee. There fell a silence upon them until spoke again. Thou art right. I will mend my ways. Thy pardon. Turned hand outstretched. Some of the severity went out of his face. What is this fiery blood that runs in thy veins? He asked and grips fingers till the bones cracked. Is it blood? Nay, for it is not in thee. Give ye good night, I'll school myself. Even as Allen, he added, as the young came towards them. What dost thou, pretty poet, out of thy bed at this hour? Allen came to his side and laid a hand on his shoulder, leaning on it. His head was bare, and he was wrapped about in a great velvet coat, unlike the other two who wore there. His dark eyes shone in the light of the fire at their feet, and he spoke softly. The night was so still, he said. Your voices woke me. What is toward? Naught answered. Pants to scale yonder walls. Must always fight, Allen nodded. I think I would we might remain here forever. There is peace in the air and an ode in my head. There is frost in the air, shivered. If we'll not march in, I could find it in my heart to wish they would march out upon us, so we might have action at last. Hath pledged me his word we shall feast in on Christmas Day, Allen. He must always be boasting, Allen replied. I pray God we may enter together and whole. That will not be if thou dost forget thine, said. His deep voice cut through the stillness like a knife. A sentry, hearing it, peered through the darkness to see where stood his lord. I wonder, do they starve within? Allen said, looking towards the black shadow that reared itself before them, and was. No help came to them. When drew off to they the town, belike, said. The new year should see their skins stretched across fleshless bones, Allen insisted. In the winter starvation and sickness comes swiftly. Thou couldst hold the siege and waste no lives. I will not. Allen looked up at him under his lashes. What is thy motive? In an assault ye must lose men, in a blockade 'tis but the enemy who dies. Gripped his arm above the wrist and held it so as in a vice. Fool! Were I to hold this town till starvation came, I should enter it over children's bodies. I war not with babes. Allen was silent, abashed. From's other side spoke. It is for this, then, that T risk an assault. But I risk not. I strike not until the proper time. Go thou to bed, it is past midnight. Stretched himself. I am weary, he sighed. Thy great mind reaches almost to the walls now. It must reach farther, said grimly, and laughed to himself. Allen and strolled away together. What doth he propose? Allen wondered. Some plan he hath, I'll swear. But he says naught. Mayhap we are to enter through this mine he digs so hard. What? And be caught like rats in a trap. That is naught's way. Who knows? When the time comes, he will tell us his will. If I read him aright, he is as yet undecided. One thing I know. Allen ye fond. And I that I must sleep or die. What is thy knowledge? That we enter by. What says he means? He speaks not until he is sure, Allen said. If he told me he would march into hell by Christmas and enslave the devil, I would follow him. Crossed himself. So would we all. Will be hell enough, God wots. And the lady, the devil, Allen chuckled. Aye. How he took. He struck a week before the promised date, and the manner of his striking was typical of his policy throughout his career. His mind ran from the camp beneath the town walls to a corner of waste ground within the town. He had made his calculations exactly, a rough plan of as his guide. 2 hours' work would make an outlet from this subterranean passage. Called a council of his captains on the day before his attack, and laid his last commands upon them. Holland was there, a youngster, unskilled in wars, but brave as a lion and eager, dark and tall, peerless in attack, and Alan, dreamy and nonchalant, yet ready to obey any order, blessed with the dash and verve whenever necessity called. They gathered together in his tent, unwontedly grave. Was clad in leather, his laid by, and sat upon a rude bench, leaning forward the better to keep his eyes on. Stood before the table, fully equipped, but Alan had drawn a stool near to the entrance of the tent, and was dressed in soft cloth and silks. He rested his head in his hand, and his eyes were upon, wide open, and shining with a childlike innocence. Himself sat at the table, plans before him, in such a way that he might look easily from one to the other of his captains. His hands were loosely clasped upon the rough wood. He frowned, but his voice was passionless and even. You, at the sounding of the horn at 7 in the morning, shall fall upon the western gate with all your force, using your 3 towers of archers and your breaching tower. The wall hath crumbled your cannon. Ye should breach it easily now, and ye must set about the task with much to-do and noise, so that the garrison may think I seek to enter there in full force. Thus ye draw their fire. It will be easy enough, for it is at the western gate that they are most vigilant. There they expect assault. 12 men will creep along my mine at 5 o'clock to break away within the town. When the signal is heard and the townsfolk are thrown into a turmoil by sudden attack, those 12 will run swiftly to the southern gates which I now front and open them. You with shall charge then and enter. There will be fighting enough to satisfy ye all, but the greater part of the garrison will have flown to defeat Holland. Your task then is to ride westward through the town to Holland's assistance. We'll press forward to the center where stands the castle. I shall be with you by then. He paused and shot a keen glance round. Ye do understand. Nodded. Well enough, Alan sighed. But one thing, said. His eyes were upon him. And that, I do understand mine own part, for 'tis child's play. What part do you play, sir? I lead those who enter the town by the mine. I am the 12th man, answered quietly. On the word there was an outcry. You have assigned to yourself the most difficult task. Exclaimed. Nay, it is not fitting, Alan said softly. At least ye will take me with you. Cried. Nay. The word fell heavily, enforcing silence. It shall be as I have said. But, threw out his hands impulsively. What comes to us if ye fall? Then shall ye be commander in my room. I fall not. Smote his nay. Take my place and let me take thine. And died indeed. Silence, Holland. What I have said, I have said. Alan rose, stretching himself like a cat. His eyes seemed more childlike than before, his pose more indolent. For the love that lies betwixt us two assign thy task to me. Came to his feet and laid his hands on Alan's shoulders. Thou lovesick child. Then were we indeed lost. Be content to do my bidding. Alan clasped his hands on his arm. I beg of thee. And I clanked forward and smote upon the shoulder. Lad, there is too much danger in thy task. We need thee for other things, and if thou art slain we fall to pieces. Shook his head indomitably. Thou wilt meet me within the gates of. My hand on it. Wrung his hand. If so be they slay thee before thou hast flung open the gates, shall have no quarter. That I swear. A gleam came into the curious eyes. Dies not with his task unaccomplished. Now listen to me and cease thy planings. Lie safe and still behind yonder palisade until the gates swing back and the bridge is down. Then charge swiftly over. Let no movement be seen in my camp that thou canst avoid. Thyself lead the van and let Alan follow. And come quickly, for it may be that I shall need thy help. By God, swore if I come not at once, may I be damned eternally. Nodded briefly and turned to address them all. And further, let this my command be given out. If any man strike down a woman or child in the fight, or offer injury where none is courted, his life will I take, and that right speedily. I will have no burning or pillaging, but order and chivalry. Ye do understand. Then that is all. Fare ye well. I shall not fail you. The young earl gripped his hand for a moment, smiling. We meet within. God be with you and keep you in his care. And you watched him swing out of the tent and turn to his two friends. There was a little warmth in his voice now, and his eyes rested kindly upon them. If this be my last fight, my lands go to the king, by this my will. He picked up a sealed parchment. My wealth I have divided equally between you, saving only that which I have left to my marshal, of, and mine other men. I leave this packet with Bernard of. One of you will care for, and Edmund for my sake. I will, Alan answered and turned away, lifting one flap of the tent and gazing out. But put his hand on's shoulder. Ye have never spoken thus before. Not in all our fights. What ill omen dost thou feel, my brother? None. Smiled into the anxious eyes. Yet this will be a stern fight, and I would leave all in order. If thou be slain, began and broke off. Well, thou dost know. If thou be slain, Alan said slowly, then shall the vixen die. Nay, that is folly. I die not. But if any of us be missing tomorrow, when all is done, those that are left will have lost the most faithful and the dearest friend. Go now and sleep whilst thou may. Lingered still. And thou? I have to see my captain, Walter of, and I must attend to some other matters. Remember, if I fall tomorrow, thou art in command. Subdue and invest it under. Then repair at once to the king. I can tell thee no more. If thou dost fall before thou canst open the gates. Smiled grimly. That may not be. Fare thee well, my brother. He watched walk to the entrance. Tell thy men to follow the gilded. I shall wear it. Nodded. He paused by Alan and spoke to him. Thou wilt be ready, Alan. I will come to thee when goes to hear thine orders. Nodded again and went out. Secretary entered from the inner tent, and Alan waited until had finished with him. Bernard went softly out to summon Walter of. It grows late, Alan remarked. 6 of the clock. Thou wilt rest. Presently. Who goes with thee into the town? Mine own people. 11 men. Well, they would die for thee, Alan said, as though he found therein some grain of comfort. Also, nay, he is too young. Take the boy with thee, Alan, for he will not be left behind. He is enraged already that I will not take him with me. Have a care to him. I will. I'll see thee again, lad, when thou art ready. Alan smiled over his shoulder and sauntered out to his own quarters. The night was very still and calm, the silence broken only within the camp where men moved stealthily about in preparation. The palisade had been undermined so that it would fall as soon as the supports were withdrawn. Away to the left was moving, with less stealth and more noise. Stood at the entrance to his mine, tall and square, girt in his gilded, which glinted in the light of the fires. His great sword hung at his side, but his lance and shield he had discarded to be brought to him in charge. He was wrapped about in a great cloak, as was each of his men, and he carried his green-plumed helm beneath his arm. Alan stood by his side, while he called the names of each of his followers. Every man answered promptly but softly. Dimly they were outlined against the black sky. Cast a quick glance over them and turned to bid Alan farewell. He wasted no time, but held Alan's hand a moment in his mailed clasp. God be with thee, Alan. Follow the gilded, remember, and have a care to thyself. Give me the torch. It was handed to him and he bent, entering the mine, sword in hand. One by one his men crept in behind him, and presently were hidden from Alan's sight in the gloomy tunnel. Even the glow of the torchlight faded. It was as though the earth had swallowed one and all. Treading softly and bent almost double, the line of men went steadily along the dank, earth-smelling passage, following the torch and trusting implicitly to their leader. And so at length they came to the end of the mine, where they could stand upright. For a moment they stood listening, and then, quietly, gave the order to begin to break upwards. Concealing cloaks were laid aside and arms bared. Each man was furnished with either a pick or a spade, and with these they set to work, digging upwards as steeply as was possible. Himself flung down his cloak and helm, and hampered as he was by his, fell to hacking away the earth, his torch stuck in a niche in the earthen wall. There was no word spoken for a long time, but when turned to pick up a spade his eyes fell on the 11th man, shoveling the earth away with a will. A curly black head met his eye, and a young, strained face down which the sweat rolled in great beads. The boy raised his head at that moment, and saw a stern glance upon him. He paused in his work to send his lord a look of piteous apology, not unmixed with triumph. "You and I shall have a reckoning to settle for this," said softly. Nodded, flushing. "My lord, that I know. I could not let ye come without me. If aught befall us, you will have forgiven." His hard mouth twitched. "It would seem so. Go to now." Threw him a grateful smile, and returned to his digging with renewed. Not another word was spoken. The work was done as silently as possible, and no man shirked his full share of this arduous task, although the tunnel was dank and airless, and the roof seemed to close down upon them. These picked men would cheerfully have died sooner than fail their lord, or grumble at his strictness in a time of stress. At last the foremost, one Malcolm Clayton, glanced back over his shoulder and spoke in a hushed voice. "Lord, my pick went through. Scrambled up the crumbling slope of loose earth. Then silence now, as you value your lives. Stand back, the others." He was observed instantly. The panting, sweating men rested on their tools, watching and Malcolm break through the thin crust. It was slowly done, and carefully, but at length a wave of frosty air came down to them, and they drank it in gladly. Still worked, making a hole just large enough to admit a man. Then he set down his pick, and raising himself on Malcolm's shoulders, peered cautiously above the opening. Down he came again, springing lightly, and nodded. "Bank the earth to form a step. You, John, and Peter. The dawn is upon us." Again they set to work, and soon had fulfilled his behest. A pale light filtered down into the tunnel, but overhead the sky seemed still dark and frowning. Gave the order to stack the tools. Wine had been brought in small leathern bottles. They drank deeply of it before they donned their helms and cloaks. Picked up the golden helm and shook its waving plumes free of the dirt. He buckled it on to his neckplate and clasped the long green surcoat upon his shoulders. Then wrapped the dark cloak over all and picked up his great sword. It gleamed wickedly in the torchlight, and the golden helm seemed to glow with an inward fire. Beneath its peak's eyes looked calmly forth, and the green of his plumes seemed to steal into them, so that he appeared as some huge knight all gold and green. His men were nervous through anticipation, but his measured voice quieted them. "Extinguish the torch." It was done, and the golden figure faded to a black silhouette against the faint light. Each man stood very still and breathed rather fast. Again the cool voice spoke. "Silence now until I speak. The time should be soon. Follow me close, but keep your swords hidden and show no fight until you see me draw. Stay by me throughout." A low murmur of assent came, and then all was eerily silent. Yet through the chilling darkness and the tense period of waiting's magnetic personality seemed to spread over his men, so that their jagged nerves were soothed. Not one amongst them but placed his whole trust in, believing implicitly that he would lead them to victory. Time crept by on leaden feet, and bit by bit the light grew stronger. Above, all was quiet as the grave, so that the very silence seemed to din in the waiting men's ears. Presently one fidgeted unconsciously and drew a deep, sobbing breath. Against the light they saw raise his hand, and once more there was quiet. Then, as from a long way off, a horn sounded, wailing across the land. Thrice came the call, and something like a gasp of relief broke from 11 tense throats. Away in the camp, Of had given the signal for attack. Still moved not, but stood, waiting. Faintly came the noise of a great shout. Holland had obeyed the signal. 11 men fixed their eyes upon their lord, muscles taut, to move at his least command. He stood immobile, his head slightly tilted, listening. Gradually the noise grew, though it came muffled into the mine. An explosion rent the air. Holland had trained his one cannon on to the western wall the better to attract attention. Nearer at hand turmoil sounded, subdued at first, but increasing in volume. The town was awake and plunged into sudden and desperate activity. At last moved and spoke one word. "Follow." He mounted the rude step and scrambled through the hole with surprising agility. Quickly his men followed and found themselves on a patch of waste ground behind some rude houses, amidst rubbish and garbage. They closed up behind and strode after him across the uneven ground. "Remember, ye are soldiers of," he reminded them. "Spread a little, but follow me." On they went and broke into a trot as they emerged upon a narrow street. It was thronged with hurrying men, and from the windows and doors of the houses women called, some hysterical, others calm. Soldiers were running towards the western ramparts, buckling on their swords or mailed gloves. His little band separated quickly and ran after him, to the south, pushing and jostling the excited townsfolk. From behind came the roar of Holland's attack, but they not to listen. On they sped out into the main street and down it towards the gates, always keeping the green plumes in sight and gradually drawing near to again. Through the rapidly filling street the gates loomed large ahead, and from them came part of the garrison, mounted and galloping to save the western walls, heedless of the scattered humanity flying from before the plunging hoofs. They were upon the gates now, and his voice rang out, clarion-like above the din. "To me, and do what I do." Full upon the startled sentries he rushed and cried, "The seneschal! The seneschal!" They fell back instantly, thinking he came from the marshal, and he swept on, his men at his heels, to the gate tower. There again they were accosted, but this time the sentry but asked for news. "They are through on the western side." Shouted and thundered up the stairs, sword drawn. At the top some 15 men were fretting, trying to hear or see what was toward. They fell upon, "What news? What news? Are they through? Bring ye commands." Before they had he was a stranger, he had struck, and with a quick movement, he had flung his cloak about the foremost, muffling and blinding him. The room was suddenly full of armed men, and they hacked down the tiny garrison with deadly precision. Swords were wrenched from scabbards, daggers drawn, all was confusion in that desperate fight. Then again's voice rang out, and they saw him wrench at the lever which let down the bridge. "John Malcolm Frank, guard me this." He called and was lost again amid the scuffling fight. A cry went up for help, someone reached the great bell rope and set the iron bell clanging a wild alarm. Dead and wounded lay upon the floor, but 11 men were whole, 3 of them guarding the drawbridge lever as he had commanded. Plunged forward to the door, waving a huge key. "The rest follow me," he cried, and was gone down the winding stairs. Out they raced pell-mell to the barred gate. The bell had stirred the garrison station nearby to action. From a little way off came shouts from the oncoming soldiers. "Guard my backs!" Gasped and struck down a man who sought to stand against him. He leapt over the body and fumbled with the key. Was at his side, behind them, his men were engaging with the startled enemy. Slowly, slowly the bolts were pushed back and the iron bars removed. The gates swung back. Swerved round on his heel to meet the attackers. Some dozen men-at-arms were striving desperately to reach the gate, but's men had the advantage of them and could hold them in check till came. Hacked a way through for himself and intent on reaching the gate tower before the soldiers, who were even now in sight, some mounted and charging down the narrow street. He was just in time, for a small body of men rushed to the tower to draw up the bridge before it should be too late. They came upon a great knight in golden, who stood within the doorway and met their charge like a rock. His sword slashed and thrust mercilessly, his brow was lowering. Then a welcome sound fell upon his ears, a roar and the thunder of hoofs on the wooden bridge. He heaved a short sigh of relief, for the men who guarded the gate for him were hard-pressed and could hold out no longer. His voice rang out above the medley of sound. "Stand aside! Stand aside! Let finish!" Even as he shouted to them, they had sprung away from the gateway, pressing back against the walls to let through. Plunging into came the English, at their head, unmistakable by his black plumes and surcoat. He held his lance in one hand, his shield in the other, with the bridle of his own horse and that of his huge black charger. Behind him came his own men, and such was the force of their charge that they bore the French backwards into the town, so that they broke and fled in confusion. In that brief respite wheeled about and came back to the gate. He saw at the entrance of the tower and charged down upon his assailants, scattering them. "All safe," he cried, caught his horse's bridle and the shield from the saddle. "I wait to see all in. Ride to the western ramparts now." Turned again and galloped back into the open street. An order was shouted, and the vanguard closed in behind him, horse and foot, orderly in an instant, the archers with their crossbows held ready. The cavalcade streamed down a side street, making for the western gate. Again the bridge shook, this time beneath the weight of Allen's onslaught. In he came, red plumes waving, and his brilliant surcoat stretched out behind him by the wind. Close behind him, riding three abreast, were his horse archers, skilled warriors every one, mounted on trained chargers. As Allen rode past, shouted to him above the clatter of hoofs on the cobblestones. "On to the marketplace. I join thee there. Where men from the right." Allen glanced quickly over his shoulder, and waved his sword gaily in token that he had heard. Then he was gone down the main street to where the French had gathered, ready to defend their own. In silence watched his soldiers come running through the gateway, pikes leveled, and every foot striking the ground as one. His eyes glinted as he observed their shining and their disciplined appearance. There was no semblance of riot in their attack. They came swiftly and orderly, fine men all of them, and well equipped. At last came Walter of in green andrusset, riding at the head of the rearguard, some 1.5 men-at-arms mounted. They halted within the town, and spread quickly to guard the bridge at a sharp command from. 11 of them rode on to where stood, and saluted, dismounting, and holding their steeds in readiness for the men who had entered the town with. It was all done as if by machinery, without fluster. Then at last moved. He turned and called up the stairs of the gate tower. "All in. Down now to me." Down the stairs clattered the 3 men he had left aloft, wounded everyone but dauntless. 6 of his men went up to hold the tower in their place, and the 3 tired warriors mounted their waiting chargers, for they were to form his bodyguard. 1 man of the 11 was too badly wounded to move, but the others swung themselves into their saddles. "Look them over." It was well done, he said, and from him that was praise enough to set them blushing. He glanced towards the one who was wounded, and raised his hand to his helm in stiff salute. "God be with you, Malcolm." "And with you, Lord." Malcolm gasped and fell back into the arms of the surgeon who had come with. Mounted his coal-black horse, and watched fling himself into the nearest horse's saddle. "Onward," he said, and spurred forward down the street in Allen's wake. The English had pressed on to the wide marketplace, but there the French were gathered, soldiers and townspeople, and there they made a determined stand. "Way for it!" roared and pressed through to the fore. 100 voices took up the cry. A wave of relief seemed to sweep through the English ranks. "Way for it! Follow the gilded! The lion, the lion! Follow the gilded!" The marketplace was a medley of fighting men, a blaze of with here and there the red and gold of showing, fighting shoulder to shoulder with the black. Green and russet men were scattered all over, and away to the right the king's men hacked and hewed with Allen at their head. Pressed on towards one of his captains, rapped out a sharp command and rode to the left. The captain wheeled about to the right, shouting his order as he went. In a moment it seemed the English fell into two divisions, and the left flank charged after the great golden figure ahead, bearing down upon the enemy like a battering ram. Back and back fell the French till the marketplace was left behind, and the mad fight swept on into the narrow streets beyond. Women shrieked from doors and windows, hysterical at the sight of blood, and the sound of steel on steel and the roar of voices. Children who had slipped out into the road fled hither and thither, terrified at this sudden invasion of fighting men. One babe ran right out into the road, almost beneath the plunging hoofs of his horse. He wrenched the animal back upon its haunches and swung it deftly to one side, stooping to hoist the child up by its mud-spattered skirts. And sobbing scream came from the side of the road, where the mother had flattened herself against the wall. Cut his way towards her, the babe held safe behind his shield, its face buried in the folds of his surcoat. He handed it down to the woman. "Get ye within doors," he told her sternly, and was gone again into the melee. From the other end of the street enemy reinforcements came running, and the French retreat was checked and the English fell back a little. Rose in his stirrups, his voice blared forth, and at the sound of it his men round him again and put new zest into their blows. "For George and the King!" cried, and someone behind him started to roar out the song of. A score of voices took it up, and again the English pressed forward. A burly fellow at side smote down one Frenchman who would have hamstrung his horse, and as he did so he sang jovially. "Our king went forth to Normandy, have it ye now, with grace and might of chivalry so. That for thy pains, the God for him would ye. Where's Lord? Where Rotto, brave, my lord? On. Wherefore England, hey, John Peter, take it up, may call and cry. Oh, came the roar from all around, and on the words the English swept the French backwards, pressing on and on down the street. For fully an hour the fight lasted, all over the town, but at length first in one place, and then in another the French cried for quarter. In a little while the truce was called, and comparative silence fell, the battle yells dying away. Quarter was granted everywhere, and soon the sheriff sent to, who had pushed his way back to the marketplace, surrendering the keys of the town. Dead and wounded lay upon the ground, but already the women and the non-combatants were out, tending the wounded, whether they were French or English. Found one of his captains in the crowd, and delivered his orders. Most of the French soldiery, it seemed, had fled north to the castle, which still held firm and wherein lay the lady. Across the square came, his dented and battered, his surcoat torn. "God be thanked, thou art alive," he cried, and reined in beside. "Is in long since. Where is Allen? I have not seen him. To the right, I think, down the street. Holland hath his men in hand. They tend the wounded, some of them. We hold each gate. I'll go seek Allen." He turned and picked his way across the square. When he came back it was full half an hour later, and the marketplace was almost cleared. Cried and turned sharply, waiting for it to come up to him. "Allen is taken by that she-devil and carried into her stronghold." "What?" glared into his haggard face. For a moment he was silent, and then his upper lip curled back, showing his teeth in that famous tiger snarl. "If I have not Allen by nightfall, may my soul wither in hell." He said softly, "IV," how he saw the lady. By noon he had brought some semblance of order into, and had held a long parley with the sheriff. The usual proclamations were posted up, in the king's name, promising fair treatment and protection to all who would swear allegiance to Henry. For the most part the townsfolk availed themselves of this clemency, for they were tired of the long siege and anxious to the town. His men were stationed round the town and in it, and at length he had leisure to consider Allen's predicament. It was that was first wounded, and then overcome by the lady's men-at-arms. "To rescue him," said anxiously. They were in the justice house, which had made his temporary headquarters. I answered, she will look to hold him as hostage, but I have her in a vice. I hold her uncle prisoner. Her uncle. He fought this morning. He is her marshal. The sire took him. Bernard, bring thy quill and parchment. The secretary collected them and sat waiting for further orders. Write, said slowly, to the lady of, in the name of his most gracious majesty, King Henry V of England and France, I of command that ye surrender the keys of the castle of within the hour, swearing fealty to his majesty King Henry, and delivering the knight Sir Alan of into my hands. Thou hast that, my lord. Dispatch it by my herald at once, then, and bid him await the lady's answer. What folly is this? Asked when had withdrawn. She will laugh at thy message. Perchance, it is my formal command. If she laughs now, she will weep later. The herald returned within the hour, and knelt to give the lady's packet. Broke the seals and spread the crackling parchment sheets before him. Over his shoulder read, To of, if ye depart not from this my city within the space of 12 hours, surrendering the keys unto Ferdinand, my sheriff, the knight Sir Alan of swings from the ramparts in thy sight. Written at my castle of this 21st day of December. Let fly a great oath, and clapped his hand to his sword hilt. Thou wilt storm the place. Smiled. Nay, that would surely bring death to Alan, thou hothead. Write again, Bernard. If my commands be not obeyed, I do swear by the rood and by all the blessed saints that the Marshal, Jean, dies before the castle of with the other prisoners in my hold, and every third breadwinner of this town. And further, if any harm be done unto the knight Sir Alan of, I do swear by God that I will raze this city to the ground, slaying all who dwelled therein, and sparing neither woman nor child. And that ye may see that I swear it not idly, 6 of the children will I slay before the castle, if ye surrender not at once. I laughed, with thine own hand, belike. It will not come to that, answered. He waited until Bernard had sealed the parchment and given it to him. He handed it to the herald. If the lady should speak with thee, asking what manner of man I may be, thou wilt tell her that what I say I will do, I do. Thou didst deliver mine other message into her hands. My lord, she spake not. Nay, sir. She with her and was closely veiled. Nodded. Go then. When the herald returned again, it was with a verbal message. Tell my lord of, he recited, that the lady Countess of will treat with him within her castle of if he comes alone and under the laws of truce. T not go alone into that trap. Exclaimed. No trap is it, said. What? Thou wilt trust to a woman's. Nay. Smiled unpleasantly. She dare not harm me or detain me. If I return not within the hour, lead out the sire, and slay him before the castle. Then if I still make no sign, thou mayst sack the town, to show that I lied not, and storm the castle, for I shall be dead. What dost thou propose? Asked curiously. Once within her stronghold thou art lost. Laughed. Am I so? Once within the castle, and I may crush the she-devil at will. He rose. Thou art lord in mine absence, but look to it that ye obey mine orders. He went out to his own quarters, where he found resting on his pallet, relating his glorious adventures to Edmund, who listened curiously, drinking in every word. When came in, they both started up. Looked over kindly. Thou wert wounded. It is not, sir, blushed. His arm lay in a sling. The surgeon hath seen to it. The boy fidgeted. Nay, my lord. I asked him not, for he was busy with others, and indeed my wound is trifling. Went to him and unbound his arm. An ugly flesh wound met his eye, which still bled sluggishly. Fetch me water and clean linen, ordered briefly, and Edmund ran out. He came back with the water and watched his lord wash his wound quickly and deftly. Bound it up again and his teeth slowly unclenched. He was rather pale, for his methods were rough and ready. "Get thee to bed," said, "and stay there. Edmund, bring mines. Ye have climbed it. My lord, fetch it then and get thee ready. I go to the castle." Who had retired to his pallet, raised himself on one elbow. "My lord." The hard eyes looked down upon him coldly. "Well, take me. Edmund goes with me. Lie thou still." "But, sir—" "It shall be thy punishment for defying me today," said inexorably. "Oh, my lord, no. I cannot let ye go to the castle without." Let, what is this talk? Thou wilt be silent, and ye desire not my displeasure." His eyes filled with tears. "My lord, punish me how you will, but take me with you now. If aught should befall you, what help could ye give me?" Said scathingly, plucked at his blanket with trembling fingers. I should at least be with you. If ye should be slain, ye will have learned a lesson. I am not lightly." The boy turned his face to the wall without another word. Not until was fully clad in his shining did he speak again, and then it was to Edmund, who stood preening himself in his green andrusset dress. "If harm comes to my lord, I will beat thee senseless." He whispered savagely, strode out an amused glint in his eyes. He rode through the town with Edmund close behind him and came quickly to the castle. The bridge was let down for them, and they went across at a walk pace. In the courtyard dismounted and gave his horse into Edmund's charge. Unattended, he followed the steward into the castle. The great hall was empty, and the steward led across it to the countess's audience chamber. He swung back the curtain and sonorously announced, "My lord of." Entered, stepping firmly, yet panther-like. Within the room he paused, hand upon his sword hilt, and sent a swift glance round. Upon a dais, seated on a throne-like chair, was the lady like a pillar of ice. Her regal head crowned by a cloud of black locks and a great horned headdress, from which hung a veil of gold net, pearl-embroidered, was held high. Not a muscle in her long white throat quivered. Her face was mask-like, oval and pale, with thin, disdainful lips and black eyes that shone between lowered lids. The lashes, long and curling, seemed to cast a shadow on the perfect skin beneath them. Her nose was short and straight, the nostrils finely carved and slightly pinched. She was clad in a gown of wine-red silk, which itself to her superb form, showing the swell of her breasts and the long line to her hips. It fell about her feet in a great train, hiding them, and clung close to her rounded arms till it widened at the wrists in huge sleeves which brushed the ground as she walked. Her white hands lay along the arms of her chair, the nervous fingers gripping the carved wood tensely. On her bosom a great ruby glowed, the only living thing about her. Beside her stood a dark gentleman, foppishly clad, who regarded with a faint sneer upon his full lips. He twirled a rose between his fingers, and raised it to his nose now and again. Others were scattered about the room, all in court dress, and all watching curiously. Behind the countess stood 3 of her ladies, still as was their mistress. Walked forward deliberately. He seemed to tower above the men present, an incongruous figure in the midst of this elegant assembly, Saxon fair and all in gold save for his waving plumes and long green surcoat. Before the dais he halted, and glanced calmly at the countess from beneath his helm. "Madame," he said in blunt French, "I am here to receive your submission." The haughty lips curved in a pitying smile. The countess made a gesture with her right hand, and the foppish gentleman stepped forward. He answered in lisping English, "You are a brusque, is it not so? Madame, my cousin desires to make terms with you." "My terms are these," said, addressing her. "If you do surrender unto me the keys of this castle, and do swear fealty to my master, King Henry," he raised his hand to his helm a moment, "I can offer you his gracious protection and clemency." A pulse on her temple throbbed angrily. "My cousin," she said, also in English, tell him that it is for me to make terms." Her voice was clear and cold. She did not look at. The dapper gentleman seemed to deprecate this harshness. You will agree that Madame La is in a more fit position to treat than are you." His mouth was grim. "Nay, sir, I cannot agree. I hold Madame and you all in a vice." The Frenchman smiled. He raised the rose gracefully. "One man against, shall we say, 50. Shot him that rapier glance, and despite his effrontery, the Frenchman involuntarily stepped back. "I came under the laws of truce," said harshly. The Chevalier recovered himself. He raised his shoulders nonchalantly. "In times of stress, You walked in so without guile, is it not so? And if I walk not out within the hour, the sire dies before your gates." The Chevalier paled a little, but still he smiled. "So you think to take this castle single-handed?" "Within the hour. Est possible." The Chevalier laughed gently. "My father, the sire, is old. Death comes easily to the old. And to the young." The words fell heavily, and again the Countess stirred in her chair. "That foolish threat." The Chevalier shook with supercilious merriment. "We are not fools. If ye surrender not this castle and Sir Alanov, then will ye indeed be fools," said calmly. "You will see my soldiers burned to the ground, and slay all those who dwell therein." "I threaten not." The Chevalier smelt his rose delicately. Over it his eyes never left his face. "But if you are dead, to what avail? I have heard such threats before." Smiled. "Ye know not me, sir, if ye think my captains obey not my word, whether I am quick or dead." "Yes, but ye grow discourteous. Be sure the desire's not your life. Her terms are that if you will withdraw your men from, swearing never to return, she will deliver Sir Alan of into your care as soon as ye have left the town." "I thank Madame La." His voice grated. "But she is overproud, methinks. In a word, you refuse." "I ignore." The clear voice from the throne spoke again. "Tell him, my cousin, to consider well. If he refuse my terms, then will I send to dispatch Sir Alan of right speedily, and will send him the same road." Stood silent, and a gleam of triumph came into the Chevalier's eyes. "That gives food for thought." Heeded him not, but looked at the lady. "That is your last word, madame." "My last word," she answered. Then moved. In a flash he had torn his sword from the scabbard and was upon the dais, holding the weapon shortened, the point touching the Countess's white breast. There was a horrified cry. The men sprang forward, but stopped short as drew his arm back to thrust. His left hand gripped the Countess's wrist. He looked over his shoulder at the room. "One step more and your mistress dies," he said softly. "The truce is at an end." The Countess sat rigid, braving with her dark eyes. The Chevalier had dropped his rose. He spoke uncertainly, ashen-cheeked. "One does not offer violence to a lady. But a she-devil one burns," barked, "as I will burn this Amazon if I find not Sir Alan alive and unhurt." A shudder went through the Chevalier. One of the ladies-in-waiting started to sob wildly. Look down into the proud face that hymns so bravely. "Those 6 children, madame, my captain holds in safe custody," he said. "Ye shall see them die." Her eyelids flickered uncontrollably, and he saw the muscles of her throat contract. "You would not dare." Laughed. "And ye fail to order your men to submit, madame. You will see how much I dare." "Cur." She spat the word at him, breathing short and fast. "Ye would kill babes. Cur that ye are." "Nay, 'tis you who will kill them, madame." Her fingers clenched together. "I will first kill Sir Alan of." She flashed and turned her head. "Go, slay me this English Alan." "Go," said, and brought his sword to her breast. Under its point a tiny red speck appeared, but the Countess flinched not. Only she stamped her foot. Go, I say. One man stepped forward a pace. Madame, I dare not, he said humbly. Craven, will not one of you do my bidding? Call me not mistress again if ye defy me now. The Chevalier raised one shaking hand. Let no man stir. This is between men. Release my cousin. His hold on the lady's wrist tightened till she bit her lip with the pain of it. Bid thy men swear before God to submit themselves, he said. Her teeth were tightly clenched. Thou shalt slay me first. And grew his hold on her arm. And thy people the children of. For a long minute she glared up into his strange eyes, but try as she might she could not read his mind. Ye seek to force me to yield through pity. God wot, not I. Hast thou any, thou breaker of truces? Again she spoke to the men who stood rooted to the ground before her. Ye are 10 to his 1. Think ye he would dare to slay me? On to him I command. A little deeper pressed the sword, and the red speck grew. Smiled grimly down upon his foes. The Chevalier's eyes shifted from face to face. All the smiling insolence had gone out of them. They came at last to his cousin. His mouth worked a little. Cousin, thou must yield. I implore thee, be not foolhardy. You would be wise to listen to your cousin, said. I will give ye 1 minute, and then I will strike home. Thus you seal your own doom. She cried, Once I am sped, there are 10 men ready to fall upon thee. It matters not, said. If I die, no Frenchman will live in this town by sunrise tomorrow. The minute passes, madame. Think well. Cousin, thou art distraught. I stand as regent during thy madness. Is there a man here will refuse to me as lord? A low murmur of approval went up. Then I submit in the name of the Countess. The Countess lashed round in her chair. Ah, never! She cried and would have flung herself upon sword had he not drawn it swiftly back. He bowed slightly to the Chevalier. Ye do swear before God to offer no violence nor obstruction either now or later. The Chevalier was biting his nails, seeking feverishly for some outlet. He sent a look of hatred. I swear before God to offer no violence nor obstruction now or later. And for thy men's, and for my men's. Good, jerked the Countess to her feet. You will lead me now, madame, to Sir Alanov. These will go before. The Chevalier was livid with rage. Is that necessary? Unhand my cousin. You have mine oaths. I would sooner have thy cousin, for thus shall I also have thine oath, answered. The Chevalier quivered with outraged dignity. It seems ye trust us not, sir. The green-blue eyes narrowed. Fair sir, were I a fool, then should I trust to your word. I am not a fool. The Chevalier's hand flew to his sword hilt. Ye shall answer to me for that insult. He choked, spoke sternly. When I entered this place, sir, I entered it alone, as the Countess desired under the laws of truce. Those were her words. But once within these portals it pleased the Countess, and ye all, to forget the laws of truce. Ye did threaten me with violence, who had come to treat. I fight clean, sir, when I may, but I choose my foe's weapons, and when the foe seeks to fight me foully, why then the time for chivalry is past. Lead on, Sir Chevalier. The Chevalier went blindly to the door, and the courtiers followed him, one by one. Last of all came, holding the Countess a little before him. She struggled once, striking up at his face with her free hand, but forced her onward. She went proudly then, her head held high, carrying herself with queenly dignity, her skirts sweeping behind her. Out into the great hall they went, past startled menials to the narrow stairway. The Countess went forward, for 2 could not walk abreast, and had released her. Up they went to a room in the tower. There took her wrist in his hold again, and as she winced, loosened his clasp a little. Alan lay upon a couch beneath the narrow window. He was resting on his elbow, and his head was supported in his hand. A bandage crossed his forehead, and one arm was in a sling. He glanced up as the cavalcade came in, and his lips set firmly. "So my lord of would not yield," he said faintly. "You were all so certain." He laughed, and with all his weakness, there was a ring of pride in his voice. "Is made of sterner stuff, and well he knows that life to me, under thy conditions, is disgrace." Then clanked in, and Alan gave a great start. A look of horror came into his wan face. "Ah, no, not thou. Death were easier. Didst thou think that I would leave thee to die?" Asked him gently. "I hold this castle alone." Alan sank back against his pillows. A laugh shook him. "O thou indomitable one!" He chuckled. "I doubted thee not until this moment. Is safe. Oh, I came but to see that thou wert alive and well tended. I go now, and the lady goes with me, as hostage for thy safety." "Ah no, by gods!" The Chevalier exploded. "Would ye put my cousin to this shame? Oh, brave to war on women!" The Countess snapped. "Do with me as ye will, but take heed lest I strike thee one day when thou art grown careless. Thou shalt pay in full, I swear. Whither go ye's, lad?" Alan asked. If I return not, he will sack the town. I shall come again with my men, never fear. Thou art safe, for if harm befall thee, the lady dies by my sword." The Countess drew herself up. Her bosom rose and fell quickly. Full into his eyes she looked, her own blazing with anger. "I will not rest until I have avenged myself," she said very quietly. "Thou English beast!" How he brought the lady to the justice house. Through the streets of past staring townsfolk and saluting men-at-arms, rode a veiled and cloaked lady on a white palfrey beside him, sitting very upright in her saddle. Behind came Edmund with another lady, veiled also, and speaking never a word. To the justice house they went, walking sedately, and there dismounted. Out came clad but bareheaded, his dark eyes eager. "God be thanked," he said fervently. Then he saw the tall woman beside and stepped back a pace. "What's to do now, lad?" Did not answer him, for the guardmen were eyeing him cautiously. He bowed stiffly to his charge. "Enter, madame." Marveling and all perplexed, stood aside to let the lady pass. She swept by him into the lofty hall where transacted all his affairs, and where sat Bernard of, busily writing. Bernard stood up, astonished at the sudden entrance of two ladies in the company of his lord. With a quick, impatient movement, the lady flung back her veil. Caught his breath at the sight of her proud beauty. Her companion also unveiled. She was a little lady with brown curls and big blue eyes. Just now those eyes were exceedingly haughty, but at the back of them thought he discerned a twinkle. "My captain, madame," said. "Sir of..." The Countess started and threw an amazed glance. But in a moment he had hidden his surprise and pulled forward a chair. "Pray, madame, will you not be seated?" He bowed, all his courtier instincts to the fore. The Countess hesitated a moment, looking at. Then she sat down, allowing her cloak to fall away from her gleaming shoulders. Her foot tapped the ground imperiously. "Well, sir, what now?" The little lady went to her and stood behind her chair. She smiled upon graciously, as if to thank him for his consideration. Clanked to the table behind which Bernard stood, spellbound. "Go prepare me 2 rooms above," he said. "Let Walter of set a guard of mine own men upon them, so that not a mouse may creep out unseen." "Hasten." Bernard stammered something unintelligible and hurried out. Turned to his prisoner. "Madame, rest assured that I shall look well to your housing, that ye may suffer no discomfort during your sojourn here." "Alan is safe." Nodded. He clapped his hands vigorously, and when a lackey appeared, ordered wine to be brought. This he offered to the countess on one knee. "I need not," she said coldly. Her companion rustled forward, taking the horn from his hand. "Nay, madame, but taste a little." She coaxed and whispered something in the countess's ear. The lady smiled faintly and took the horn, made haste to fill another for her lady, and was rewarded by a smile and a curtsy. "I thank you, Ems." "My lord of," said the countess coldly, "for how long do ye seek to detain me?" "Ye shall be within your castle by noon tomorrow, madame," answered shortly. The smoldering eyes challenged him. "As mistress or prisoner, sir?" "The decision rests with you, madame." "Mistress shall ye be if ye will swear allegiance to King Henry." "I bend not so easily," she sneered. His lips tightened. "Maybe ye will break then, madame." She laughed at him, but her little teeth were clenched. "Ye know not of, sir." "I think it is you who know not of," said, with the glimmering of a smile. Bernard came back into the room. "It is done, my lord." "Was here." The countess rose, drawing her cloak about her. She addressed softly, "Let there be an understanding between us, sir. I desire naught better, lady. Then mark well what I say. I give no parole, I swear no allegiance. It is war between us to the death, for I am not vanquished yet, nor will be. You would do well to beware my vengeance, lord of." "I thank ye for that warning," retorted. He held back a curtain at the end of the hall. "Go before me, madame." When he returned to the hall, it was some time later, and he had shed his for a long green tunic which fell below his knees and was slit at the sides to give him greater freedom in walking. Heavy spurred boots were upon his feet, but his head was bare, the light hair still clubbed at neck and brow, brushed and smooth. He was frowning, but when he met's quizzical glance, the shadows went out of his eyes and they twinkled responsively. "Oh's thou dog! Teased him! What have ye done?" The corners of his mouth turned down ruefully. "I have brought a wildcat into our midst," he answered. "Is not wholly mine yet, though I hold the town and the castle." Seized him by the shoulders, pushing him backwards to a chair. "Sit, thou squire of dames, and tell me what passed within the castle." "Little enough." "I entered alone and was led to my lady's audience chamber, where she sat amidst her court, with her cousin beside her." "Cousin?" "Him I expected, for his father, the sire, spoke of him. A puny creature with a rose." "Fawn." "So soon as I had set eyes on him, I knew what manner of man I had to treat with. They had thought to frighten me with threats, deeming me a fool to walk thus coolly into their trap. Said I not that it was a trap? Nay, but I knew the workings of it. They would have taken me prisoner, mayhap slain me. I know not what started up, but it was truth. So I thought. Yet I suspected treachery, so was I not taken unawares. There was some parley at first. My lady was proud enough and high in her talk. Then they flung veiled threats at me, and I made an end. Thou art like an oyster. How made ye this end? I drew my sword upon the lady, and thus held her men at bay. Ye, oh, chevalier! Broke into a long laugh. They would not think that, the Frenchman. Nay, not that dainty court. After that it was simple. They led me to Alan, who lay in a fair chamber in the tower. He is wounded, but I think not badly. Then came I here with my lady as hostage. The chevalier hath sworn an oath of submission, but I trust him not. Now I will invest the castle. It shall be my quarters and thine. The town is quiet. The people are amazed at thy clemency. All France thinks King Hal an ogre. Rose, I must see. Where is he? By the southern gate. His men bring the baggage into the town. Where wilt thou quarter thy men? Some here. I make provision for the others this day. Summon a score of thine own men at arms, and a score of the men of. I will have thee ride into the castle, and make all ready. They will not offer ye resistance, for fear lest I should slay the countess. Picked up his cap. Not ride in thyself. Nay, there is work for me here. Take what arms ye find, and keep the court under close surveillance. I would confine the chevalier, but that he submitted. Watch him. I will come later. Take master for Allen, he added. I trust not their French leech. Lounged out, yawning. Hey ho! When shall we be quit of this troublesome town, I wonder? At the door he paused and looked back at. She is lovely, lad, but I like not that termagant beauty. Drew the inkhorn towards him. Lovely. Oh, thou hadst not remarked it. An impish smile danced across his mouth. Take heed lest she slight thee for Allen. His hand traveled slowly across the paper. He laughed. Holy Virgin! She would kill Allen with but a look. She will kill me, and I watch her not. And dost thou admire the tigress, my brother? Not I, he paused in his writing. She is very brave, he added reflectively. She would have slain thee foully, said solemnly. She is a woman. Get thee gone, and summon thy men. Oh, I go, I go. I leave thee to dream of thine Amazon. Smiled. You leave me to quarter my men, he said. Vi. How the lady could not stab him. The lady sat on a raised dais, looking out of the window on to the bleak gardens of her castle. A fire burned at the far end of the chamber, and by it were gathered some 4 or 5 of her ladies, chattering together and stitching at a length of canvas. The lady sat with head averted and resting on her slender hand. She was dressed all in dull yellow, and her black hair lay over her shoulders in 2 great braids. A gold net covered her head and hung down to below her knees. Presently she sighed and turned impatiently. Get ye gone, get ye gone. She commanded petulantly. Your silly chattering goes through my head. Stay with me. The ladies departed softly, taking their work with them. The little lady who had smiled upon that day in the justice house seated herself by the table and looked up at her mistress gravely. Plucked nervously at her gown with fingers that quivered. Her delicate nostrils were a little dilated, and the long black eyes were troubled. Thou art calm, she said suddenly, and turned fiercely upon her companion. Tell me how I may detest this English bully. Folded her hands. A smile hovered about her mouth as she answered. Why, Margot, it seems that he is a man. What mind you? A man, and an uncouth boor. But still a man, nodded. He hath thy measure, Margot. Ye think he will vanquish me. Ye think that. Why, I know not. Perchance. For till now thou hast known no man. Sprang up and came down from the dais. Oh, thou art at one with this bully. Of hath bewitched thee. Went a rosy red. Nay, madame. The countess laughed angrily. Think ye I have no eyes? An Englishman. Thou, he is very courtly, Margot pleaded. Very courtly. To march into my domain, disarming my servants, wassailing in my hall at. Oh, he charms thine ears with compliments, I make no doubt. Soon ye will desert me entirely. Madame rose trembling, ran to her and caught her in her arms. Nay, I meant it not. I am distraught with trouble. I did not say it. It was not me. Thrust her gently into a chair, bending over her and stroking her hands. Poor Margot. Poor Margot. She crooned and drew the proud head to rest on her shoulder. Clung to her, sobbing for a space, but soon she disengaged herself and dashed her hand across her eyes. Cry. I I have seldom done that. Thou art too warlike, chided her, and knelt by the chair. Marget, Marget, make thy submission. To what avail this tilting against Lord? He hath the advantage of the inn that he is a man, and holds thy lands beyond recall. Be wise, be wise. If I could but escape. Fretted, if I could but reach. Why, it is 10 leagues distant. What matter? If I could reach it, would aid me. Aid me to throw this out of my land. Yes, Marget, yes, but thou canst not escape, and thou canst not journey 10 leagues alone. Up went the dark head. But that could I. Why, hast forgotten my strength? But thou art a woman, said gently. An Amazon. Came to her feet, eyes flashing. He calls me that, the English tyrant. Well, I will show him what an Amazon can do. Sat back on her heels, staring meditatively into the fire. He is a strange man, this lord of, she remarked. His men do worship him, yet he is stern and silent. And he is tender with the children. Tender with the children. He would have slain them. Sir told me no. He is half-brother to Lord, and he says that if any man maltreat a child, Lord's hand is heavy upon that man. Lies, lies. He is cruel, I tell thee. Cruel? Nay, he hath treated thee fairly, Marget. The Countess swung round to face her, bosom heaving. Thou dost think that. What of this scar I bear upon my breast? Thou didst see him press his sword into my flesh. What of this bruise on my wrist? It is 3 weeks now since he gripped my arm, but still I bear the marks of his fingers. Looked up at her mistress. I think that scar will always remain, she said pensively. And so shall I always remember. I will not rest until I have avenged myself. Have ye forgotten how he used me, under the eyes of mine own people? Have ye forgotten how he put me to shame in the open street? Nay, none knew they, and he said naught. Up and down the room paced my lady, lashing herself into fury. Would that I had slain his Allen. Thus should I have hurt him. To the quick. Ah, why did I seek to treat with him? Ye could not have slain Sir Allen. Ye do know that, Marget. That could I. It was his threat that persuaded me. An empty threat, thou say'st. I would I had laughed at it. He would have found another way, said slowly. He is not easily worsted, Marget. We will say. The black eyes narrowed. She devil, he called me. A soft knock fell on the door. Rose to admit the Chevalier. Instantly's passion left her. The died out of her cheeks, and her mouth took on its haughty curve. The Chevalier came bowling into the room. Sweet cousin, thou art well. Well enough. What want ye's, Victor? Always so cold. He languished. He watched withdraw to the window, and came closer to his cousin. The English bear grows careless, methinks. He sits writing in the hall with none to guard his back. For once his faithful squire is absent. She was indifferent, moving away from him. I brought thee this, Marget, the Chevalier said softly. Into her hand he slid a dagger with a hilt. Her lip curled. What would ye have me do with it? She tossed it on to the table. Make thyself mistress yet again, he answered, watching her. Stab him in the back. Pa. The Chevalier shrugged, spreading out his hands. A woman gainst a man. What matter? She drew herself up, looking scorn upon him. Ye grow noisome, Victor. Stab him thyself if thou wilt. Oh, I have submitted. The Chevalier said nonchalantly. Else would I surely stab him and rid this land of his tyranny. He paused and shot her a sidelong look. Thou wert not always so nice, sweet Marget. Perchance thou durst not essay this venture. That stung her. Durst not. Do ye think I fear of? He is very ruthless, the Chevalier answered. But a quick stroke from behind. Ah, you sicken me, she cried. If I slay him, 'twill not be from behind. Get thee gone from my room. The Chevalier walked mincingly to the door. He paused by the table as if to pick up the dagger. Leave it, said sharply. When he had gone, she swept to the table and hid the dagger in the bottom of her dress. I would be alone. Rose and without a word left the room. The door closed behind her, and once again the lady fell to pacing the floor. At length she stopped and drew the dagger from its hiding place. Then, gathering her skirts close about her, so that they made no sound, she went to the door and opened it. Before her the stone stairs led down to the great hall. Tiptoeing she approached them and slowly descended. In the middle of the hall sat, his back turned towards her, writing. The scratching of his quill on the parchment was the only sound to be heard. He wore no, and his back was fair mark for an assassin's dagger. The lady paused on the bottom step, hardly daring to breathe. Cautiously she stepped down, her little soft-slippered foot making no sound on the stone floor. Inch by inch she went forward, never taking her eyes from that fair head, her dagger held ready. She meant to creep up to him, and to strike him above the heart before he could save himself. Her lips were slightly parted, but her hand was steady, despite the wild beating of her heart. Nearer and nearer she approached, until she was but 3 paces from him. His hand traveled to and fro across the parchment. He did not lift his head. The silence seemed to grow, and still the lady crept on. Then spoke, his voice deep and calm. Strike where the neck joins the shoulder, my lady, he said, and went on writing. The lady started back, letting fall her skirts. Her hand flew to her cheek, and now it was trembling. Her face went white, and her eyes dilated. Of a sudden she had grown cold, and her knees threatened to give way. Signed his name elaborately, and sprinkled sand over the parchment. Then and then only did he rise and face the Countess. Well, why do ye not strike? He asked her. I wear no shirt of mail, and I have told ye how to stab. Art thou afraid? Then, as she did not answer, nor move, he strode forward under her petrified gaze and folded his arms. Strike of. With a great effort she pulled herself together, setting her teeth. She lifted her dagger, her eyes riveted on his, but still she did not strike. Thy hand trembles, jibed. He stretched out his arm and closed his fingers round her wrist. Here, he said, and brought her hand to his neck, so that the dagger pricked his tunic. Push home, my lady. Loose me, she whispered. Loose me. Laughed, releasing her hand. Quickly she stepped back, stumbling over her train. The dagger tinkled to the ground. Oh, one day I will do it. Thou wilt never do it now, lady. The time is past, and thy courage forsook thee. No. What then? Oh, ye are a devil. A devil? How heard ye mine approach? Again he laughed. I heard ye not. She stared, hands clasped at her breast. Looked her over. Think ye I would sit alone and unguarded in this place, had I not the sense that warns me of danger? I have tested thine before, madame, and I take no risks. She winced. Mine? What of thine own, of? What hast thou who will threaten a woman? No threat, madame. The scar on thy breast shows whether I lie or not. I will pay ye for that tenfold. She cried. Ye hold me captive, but ye shall see of what stuff of is made. Dearly shall ye rue the day ye sought to pit your strength gainst mine. Stirred the dagger with his foot. The means lies there, madame. Take up that plaything and sate your vengeance. Nay, I will meet thee on equal terms, at the head of mine army. I have heard that ye laid your men into battle. Ye were better occupied in your stitchery, madame. She laughed then and came a step nearer to him. Were I so, my lord? Yet I did defeat and would have defeated you, had you not taken by a trick. It was thy wits against mine, madame, and my wits won the day. A coward's trick. A ruse, madame, and one that beat you. I could have starved you into submission, but I chose the quickest road as always. She flung back her head. Not yet have I submitted, lord of. Thou wilt submit. Ye know me not. Ye may do what ye will with me, but ye will kill me before I bend to you. We shall see, madame. There are many things I can do to you, but I think ye are not worth it. Flew into her cheeks. Thou insolent. Out of my way. She caught up her train and would have gone up the stairway had not Alan blocked her path, coming slowly down. His arm still lay in a sling, but the bandage had been removed from his head. He wore his hair long to conceal the scar upon his temple. Your pardon, madame. He came down into the hall and bowed to her. Her eyes rested on his wounded arm for a moment, and traveled from there to his forehead. My men strike hard, Sir Alan, is it not so? They leave their marks. A little deeper, and that scar that mars thy beauty would have dispatched thee. A swift tread sounded behind her. His hand descended on her shoulder, pulling her round to face him. By the rood, madame, I am minded to have thine arrogance whipped out of thee. Get thee gone to thine apartment, and let me see you no more today. Alan remonstrated. Laughed at him. The gentle knight would protect me from the English boor's wrath. I need no protection, Sir Alan. Had I that dagger now ye were dead a minute since, lord of. Take thy hand from my shoulder. I go when I will, and how I will, I'll have you know. Ye go now, said grimly. Away with you, or I call my men to carry you to your apartments. Oh, you. Struck him furiously on his stern mouth. Then she broke free and ran quickly up the winding stairway to her chamber. Alan drew a deep breath, looking at the termagant. What will you do with her? Conquer her, answered, and led him to a chair. Sit, lad. The vixen to taunt thee so. Alan smiled. I would not be alone with her for untold gold. Yesterday she braved so that he was trembling when he came to me, with anger and fear. He said she would have killed him had she a weapon to hand. She is like a tigress in her fierceness. She hath never met her master until now. But I will school her. Alan looked at him through half-closed eyes. He said nothing, but his smile grew. Upstairs had cast herself into his arms in a fit of wild weeping. I could not slay him. I could not slay him. Oh, he is a devil, a devil. He knew that I was there, yet he heard me not. Oh, that I had had the strength to strike home. His fingers on my wrist, was ever a woman so beset. I knew thou couldst not slay him, said calmly. I saw thee creep down the stairway, but I feared not. Sprang away. Wait. I will do it yet, I swear. I will escape. She stopped. Ah, no. Thou wilt tell, sir. I had forgot. Oh, my dear, cried and flung her arms about her. Would I betray thee? Not for 100, sir. He deems me a creature of no account. Said tensely. He scorns me because I am a woman. I will show him what a woman can do. VII. How he found and on the terrace. On the broad terrace sat sewing, a fur cloak about her plump form, for although the sun was shining it was but a wintry sun, and the day was frosty. To her came, bedight in crimson velvet and gold lacing. Mademoiselle looked up, surveying him. Oh, fie! She murmured and turned her head to gaze pensively at a robin. The soldier turned popinjay, faith. He shames the sun. She picked up her needle again. This is cruelty, said mournfully, and sat down upon the parapet facing her. Doubtless he will take a chill, Mademoiselle sighed. Such cold stone. She sent a fleeting glance towards the damp parapet. I wonder, will she be sorry? Asked the sky. He dreams of his English love, Mademoiselle nodded sagely. In truth, she is unkind today, said. She doth not look at me. Oh, she hath no mind to be blinded. Yet every time I do look into her eyes, I am blinded, and so bemused that I can see naught else forever after. She must be very beautiful, Mademoiselle said. This English maid. Not English yet, answered. Please God, I will make her so ere long. Mademoiselle bit her thread. The gentleman is courageous indeed, she said, and bent again over her work. For a time there was silence. I said plaintively. Mademoiselle started. Oh, are ye here still? She asked in innocent surprise. Came to her side and knelt. He stole one arm about her trim waist. Nay, he will certainly be pricked, said, plying her needle faster still. His right hand imprisoned hers. Sweet, thou shalt not torment me. Listen, and I will tell thee of my lady-love. Mademoiselle gazed blankly before her. A provocative smile lingered about her lips. I might call for help, she mused. Nay, I need none, answered promptly. This lady sweet is little and lovely. So little that I might hide her in my pocket and forget that she was there. This is English gallantry, sighed. Poor lady. Not poor, for she hath all a man's heart. Which is so little, quoth she, that she slipped it into her bag and forgot that it was there. Holiday. But even though she forgot being cruel, it still remained, braving her coldness and her tauntings, and waiting very humbly till she should grow kind. A craven, cringing heart wasting its life. Nay, for although it was humble, it kept a close watch on the lady. And even though she scorned and flouted it, it made solemn oath unto itself that it would devote its whole life to guarding her welfare and her happiness. Why, then, it was a busy heart, for doubtless it had sworn that oath many a time before. Not so, for before it was asleep. Oh, was this its calf-love then? All its love, lady. It knew none before it beheld the little lady with the big blue eyes and the pretty dimples. A French maid with brown curls and a cruel tongue. A spitfire, forsooth. Just a maid. And French. Nodded dreamily. An enemy. Indeed, I am sorry for this heart. His arm tightened about her. The heart is happy enough, but what of its owner? It left him to serve the lady, and now he hath none. It was so little that he would scarce notice its absence, said. But he does indeed notice it, and though he would not have it returned to him, he would fain have the lady's heart in its place. Oh, it would freeze him, sir. He might warm it, sweet. Nay, for he is English and the lady's foe. And mayhap the lady's heart has been given elsewhere. Rose, now I know why she is cold, he said. Her heart was gone already, so that she had none to give this Englishman. So he left her with his heart. Inspected her stitchery. Perhaps, after all, it was still a virgin heart, she said softly. The ladies, I mean, came back. And might it be one? He asked. She bent lower still over her work, and the long lashes veiled her eyes. By an English foe, sir. By an English lover. She poised her needle, looking at it intently. Nay, it could not be one's. Never, never. You see, sir, it was a cold, cruel heart, and it repulsed all its suitors. And it was a shy heart, but true. So one day it left the lady very secretly, so that at first she did not know that it had gone, and then slipped into a man's pocket. And when the lady tried to recall it, it would not come, but nestled down in its hiding place. But it was such a timid little heart, that the man, he was a great, stupid Englishman, never knew that it was in his pocket, but besought the lady to give it to him. He was so blinded, you see, and just an English conqueror. An English slave, said, and knelt again, his arms about her. A suppliant at the little lady's feet. But he was very strong and masterful withal, murmured, and let her stitchery fall. And clad in crimson velvet, which he knew became him well. A conceited popinjay, sir, drew her to rest against his shoulder. Nay, for he doffed his workaday clothes, and donned the crimson velvet only to do his lady. A peacock preening himself to dazzle the hen, replied, and smoothed her russet gown. She was such a pretty hen that he decked himself in velvet, so as not to show himself a drab fellow beside her loveliness. Oh, I do not think he was ever drab, said into his ear. In his steel with the black plumes in his helm, and the black surcoat floating from his shoulders, and his great sword in hand, he was a fine figure. When saw ye me thus? From the tower window, sir. And I hated you. You and your letter, the icy lord of. And Alan. Oh well, he was my lady's prisoner, and one does not hate a helpless man. And indeed, he makes pretty love to a maid. Unseen, she smiled. Doth he so? Turned her face up, a hand beneath her chin. I will speak with Master Allen. Is his love-making so pretty as mine? He kissed her red lips. Prettier by far, retorted when she could. For he did not squeeze me brutally, nor take advantage of my loneliness. Why, he is but half a man then, answered, and kissed her again. Her bosom rose and fell quickly. She returned his kisses for a while, then struggled to be free of him, her neck and cheeks a rosy red. Oh, but we are traitors both, she cried, and set her hands on his breast, thrusting him away. Traitors, sweet. Why, thou to the lord, I to the lady. While these two stay at enmity, I must cleave to the one, and thou to the other. The lady will make her submission, said. Ah, you do not know her. She hath never bent the knee yet. I have been with her since childhood, and I know how strong is her will. 15 years have I known, answered, and I have yet to see him beaten. But now he is pitted gainst a woman, and therefore is defenseless, for what weapons can he use? I tell thee, ever since my lady's father died, she hath ruled supreme. She will never bend, least of all before an Englishman. In truth, the lady is an Amazon, said ruefully. I mislike these tigress women. That is not true, cried hotly. She is the sweetest, dearest lady. She shows herself tigerish to you because you seek to conquer her. Not I, grimaced. I do not willingly cross her path. She is brave and proud. But to her own people she is, oh, so kind and just. Beshrew me, I am glad that I am not of her people. Sir, said coldly, loose me. Kissed her averted cheek. Nay, I meant not to anger thee, my dear. The lady is what you will. I care not. No woman is aught to me save one. Pushed him away. A loose me. Here comes thy lord. Oh, rise, thou great stupid. Along the terrace was coming, and glanced from his face to. In truth ye are much alike, she said. But the one is Beau, and the other is Mal. Oh, we are half-brothers, told her. He turns to greet. Hast need of me, lad? Bowed awkwardly to Mademoiselle. Nay, I thought Alan was here. I ask your pardon for my intrusion. In the depths of his strange eyes saw a twinkle. She blushed, sewing quicker than ever. I have seen not Alan. What's amiss? He bears the title Master of the Horse, said with heavy sarcasm. I would have him attend to his affairs. Spoke demurely. Methinks Sir Alan is in the western hall. Chuckled, for the ladies often sat there. Who is the charmer, my? He asked. A frown reproved him. I believe it is Mademoiselle, answered. Wilt fetch him for me? Said, ye will find me here. Smiled. Do ye fear to enter the lady's bower? I would not rob you of that sweet delight, answered. Go, I will bear Mademoiselle company. Thank you, bowed ironically and sauntered away down the terrace. Found her heart beating rather fast. She had been present when had captured her mistress, and she had accompanied to the English camp. Both of these experiences left her very nervous of. Now he sat down upon the parapet, looking at her. So ye have captured my captain's heart, mademoiselle, he said slowly. Looked at him. He was smiling down at her pleasantly, and she plucked up her courage. No, sir. He gave it to me. It is all one. I take it you and he will walk to the altar soon. Shook her head. It cannot be. Ah, I serve the countess. I see, said. Yet when I have quelled this turbulent lady, what then? You will not do it, she said confidently. Shall I not? I might ask thine aid. She paused in her stitching and looked him steadily between the eyes. Ye would be ill-advised, sir. Oh, he raised his brows. Like mistress, like maid, is it? Sir, not all pleadings will make thee change thy mind. Sir would be the last to have me turn traitor. I but ask thy persuasion, lady. You ask in vain, sir. So, then let me tell thee, mademoiselle, that if the lady cannot be persuaded, she may yet be coerced. Oh, brave! Exclaimed scornfully. It is in my power, said imperturbably, to execute the countess. Hast thou thought of that, I wonder? You would have all about your ears like hornets, she answered. It would not worry me. If I have not the lady's submission soon, I shall be forced to take stronger measures. Let her take heed, for I mean what I say. I doubt it not. Eyed him for a moment. Yet would ye not slay the countess, for ye are English, and I have heard that their justice is great. As ye shall see, answered grimly. And induce ye war on women. Ask me, if need be. It is very sad, she sighed. VIII. How the lady plotted. The lady sat with some of her ladies in her audience chamber. A dark-eyed page was at her feet, playing on a small harp, and sat beside her. Lay back at her ease, a splendid figure against the fur-skin that covered her chair. At the far end of the room some stood, conversing together. The chevalier leaned over the back of his cousin's chair, whispering occasionally in her ear. She paid little heed to his sallies, but now and then jerked her shoulder impatiently and frowned. Art cold today, sweet cousin, the chevalier whispered. I have not changed, Victor, she answered curtly. You weary me. But one day, fairest, you will change. Shall I never find the way to thy heart? At a distance I might like you better, she said. Cruel, cruel. Ah, Margaret, if you would but smile upon me, what might not we do to oust this English boor? Her lip curled. I need no help from you, Victor. His voice sank lower. No, ma belle. Yet thou didst not slay him when I gave thee the chance. She flushed, tapping her foot on the floor. I told you that I would not. And thou didst not essay it. He purred. How then came my dagger upon the floor in the great hall? Oh, go, go, she said quickly. I would not kill him because I will find a way. He drew himself upright, still smiling. Is it indeed so, Margaret? Now I had thought, ah, well. Sighing, he strolled out, and the countess gave a little shiver. Slowly the died from her cheeks. She turned to her page, laying a caressing hand on his shoulder. Thy song is joyous today. He looked up at her, eyes a-sparkle. Yes, madame. I am gay because the English lord hath granted me a pass out of the castle. I go to see my father without the town. The long fingers on his shoulder gripped suddenly. Surprised, he looked up again into the beautiful face bent over him, and saw it pale, lips slightly parted and eyes shining. Is no pass needed to leave the town? asked softly. Nay, madame, for the town hath submitted. He heard the quick intake of her breath and wondered. When wilt thou go? Tomorrow, madame, if it please you. And where is thy pass? He patted his tunic. Safe here, madame. My lord signed it today. Spoke in a whisper, thou dost love me, is it not so? But yes, madame. I would die. Then come to my room presently with thy pass. And say naught. Say naught. Yes, madame, he answered obediently, but his eyes searched her face in mystification. She leaned back and in a moment had called one of the courtiers to her side, laughing gaily and chattering with him, so that glanced at her shrewdly more than once. Presently she rose, brushing her hand across her eyes. Ah, now I am tired and have the migraine. Come with me. She went out slowly, leaning on his arm. Never a word spake mademoiselle until the door of my lady's chamber was closed behind them. Then she turned to, taking her hand. Margaret, what dost thou purpose? She asked anxiously. Ten's fingers clutched at her wrists. You swear to stand my friend. But, can you ask? This jealous, suspicious eyes glared into hers. You would not betray me to him. You would not. Never. Margaret, what ails thee? Tell me, please. What said you to? I trust thee. And so thou mayst. Then listen. Dragged her to a seat. Hath a pass. To go from the castle tomorrow. You say. Tell me now, am I not a little like him? With a quick movement she was at her looking-glass, gazing close upon herself. Black eyes the nose well know. Mine is more straight. Lips, too haughty, Margaret dear. No matter. Let us essay a glad smile. It will suffice. Enough for this. A cap pulled low over my brow. Height. She drew herself up. I will measure me gainst. She swept about, clasping her hands, eyes abrim with triumphant laughter. Shall I not make a pretty page? Started up. Margaret, what wouldst thou be at? I would go too. Nay, but listen. A page boy excites no suspicion. 10 legs. I might find a horse. It shall be given out here that I am sick abed. Even an I walk to, I can reach it within 3 days. Yes, I can. Oh, shake not thy head. Thou art distraught. Bethink ye, it is all too perilous an emprise for a maid. I could not let thee try it. Ah, I could not. Thou shalt come with me then. As my sister. Smile, it means escape and help. But the danger. Fun, have I not my daggers? If thou art afraid, I'll not take thee, but go alone. Thou hast sworn to stand my friend. Margaret, thou canst not do it. Cried, would you don boy's raiment? Margaret, that would I. Laughed the countess and drew back her skirts to show her tapering foot. Smiling, she regarded first it and then her lady. Too small, you think, but long, and a shapely leg. Margaret almost wailed, thou art mad. I was never more sane there is. Opened child, crept to the door and admitted the handsome page. Ah, the good, gave him her hand to kiss. Thou wilt help me. Yes, madame, of course. But I do not understand. Am I not about to tell thee? Swear not to divulge what I shall say to any living soul. Not even my cousin. Swear. I swear, madame. Thou sweet boy. I want thy pass. Quick, let me see it. He gave it to her, staring. The countess spread it out. The secretary writes plain, she remarked. This by mine order. What a flourish! I want this pass. I escape from the castle tomorrow. Thou art in my plot now. But, madame, you cannot. And a suit of thine apparel. Hose, tunic, oh, I'll spare thy blushes. Bring me them sacredly tonight. Ah, thou wilt do it. I ask thy help. He bowed. Madame, I must obey. But indeed, indeed. She covered her ears. I will not listen. Keep close tomorrow, so that they shall not wonder at thy presence here. And see ye choose me a plain, dark dress, with a cap to set on my head. Go now and fetch it, dear boy. I'll reward thee for thy pains. Oh, and thou shalt have another pass when I return. No need of it then, perhaps. The astonished page retreated, sank down on to a chair. Margit, she began weakly and stopped. Oh, Margit. The Countess picked up a quill and dipped it in the ink. See, there is room to add, and sister. Think you I can copy this fist? Give me parchment. Brought it and watched her mistress writing on it. At length wrote upon the pass and sat back surveying her handiwork. Taise, let it dry, my sister. Aha, Yves, how now? We are not yet escaped, said. But we shall escape very early. Look out thine oldest dress, petite, and wear a hood and cloak. Oh, I should have written brother, and we could have been boys together. Heaven forbid. Shuddered. The black eyes sparkled. Conceives face of horror. Oh, la la. In truth, thou art too small for the part, and all a woman. Now she glanced down herself. I am a thin creature, well, thin enough and tall. I shall make a comely lad. Enter. Enter. Back into the room came the page. Blushing, he laid a neat bundle on the table. I think I have forgot naught, he stammered. Thou dear boy. Kissed him on both cheeks. There. Keep my secret well, and thank you, thank you, thank you. No sooner had he left the room than she untied the bundle, holding up each garment in turn. Oh, the brave hose. See, a cap, the tunic, the trunks. She went off into a peal of laughter and let them fall. Go away into my closet. And come when I call. Crawled away into the outer chamber. There followed a long pause, punctuated by gurgles of merriment from within my lady's chamber. At last called to her, and she went back into the room. Before the looking-glass stood a slim stripling in a short brown tunic, a dagger in his belt, and a cap crammed down over his eyes. Long shapely legs were cased in brown hose and set well apart. Swaggered forward. Am I not brave? Sister, I salute thee. These clothes make me smaller, but 'tis no matter. Look not so horrified. Margit, for God's sake. Implored. Thy legs. Inspected them and cut a caper. Said I not that they were shapely? See what a fine calf I have. I must stuff the shoes a little to make them fit, but otherwise it is perfect. The high collar hides my throat too, which is well. Would it be well to cut my hair, think ye? No, gasped. 1,000 times no. Pulled off her cap, revealing the dark braids bound round and round her shapely little head. It might be safer, she reflected. I cannot wear my cap always, and perhaps it might give rise to suspicion. What was it my father said? See, thou dost always set about thine affairs thoroughly, and do not the half only of a thing. Give me the scissors. Margit, I implore thee, do not. Thy lovely hair. I will not countenance it. The Countess stood irresolute. It is very nice hair, she said undecidedly. I doubt it would grow but slowly. Half thy beauty goes with it. Said vehemently. Looked at her seriously. Thou dost indeed think that? Yes, yes. Marget, it would be wicked to cut it off. It is to my knees almost. Well, perhaps I will leave it. On went the cap again. Wouldst thou know me? Spake truly. Scarcely. Walked round her, inspecting. Thou art suddenly so little. I had thought thee tall. So am I, but this raiment dwarfs me. The face. Stepped back, looking into the Countess's face with narrowed eyes. I should know thee, of course. But mayhap I should need to look twice. Would of know me. They call him the lynx-eyed, said dubiously. And yet without thy horned headdress, or thy long braids and veil, yes, thou art different. Summon, commanded my lady. I can trust her, and we will see if she knows me at once. Departed, presently returning with Mademoiselle. Was standing before the fire, arms akimbo, and the long point of her cap drawn down over her shoulder, so that it hid the right side of her face a little. Mademoiselle cast her a fleeting glance, and on encountering a wicked wink, blushed hotly and turned her back. Where is Madame? She asked. What does the page here? Walked forward, striding nobly, and put her arm about Mademoiselle's waist. The girl recoiled. Sirrah, speak me fair, adjured her. Madame. Mademoiselle fell back a pace, hands clasped at her breast. Madame, swept her a bow. Am I not a pretty page, sweet chuck? She smiled. Moan, gasped, but wherefore? Told her, and the lady-in-waiting's eyes grew rounder and rounder. Before she could exclaim or expostulate, however, a knock fell on the door of the adjoining closet. Who? That is not my cousin's knock, but a go. Slipped softly away, closing the door behind her. Tiptoed to it, listening. There came the sound of voices, one deep and forceful. Oh. Slid away from the door. What can he want? Back came and whispered. I have told him that you are abed. Get thee between sheets, madame, quickly. But what doth he want? Naught, I think. He hath not seen you this day. Pulled her hair down and skipped into bed, drawing the clothes up under her chin. Tell him I am. Why should he wish to see me? I wonder. Said who had her suspicions. She went out again to. Madame will see you if it is necessary, but she bids me say that she is. I am sorry to trouble Madame, answered, but there is that I would say to her. Abe shrugged daintily and allowed him to pass into the Countess's chamber. From the great bed regarded him haughtily. Am I to have no privacy, sir? She inquired. Strangely ill at ease in these unaccustomed surroundings, bowed and answered awkwardly. I cry your pardon, madame, but I may not see ye tomorrow. I go out to Saldilac, where I shall rest 3 days. I am come now to say that during mine absence ye will please to keep your rooms. Ye will pardon my discourtesy, but a guard will be set upon these rooms from noon tomorrow when I depart. The lady's eyes flashed dangerously. Your insolence passes all bounds, sir. Smiled. Mayhap, madame. Your ladies may come to you, but you may not go out. A prisoner in mine own castle. Get thee hence, lord of. But when had gone, she sprang up, flushed and excited. It could not be better. It could not be better. Will command in his absence, and he would not dare to force himself upon me. None will notice mine escape, and all but hear, and or Isabel must think that I am sick. Oh, it is. We will leave this place at 4 a.m, thou and I. God pity me. Sighed and turned her eyes away from the lady's attire with a shudder. The Georgette. How he came to of. He came walking from Bedford into Cambridge one May morning, when the sun was still young and the dew scarce gone from the grass. His worldly possessions he carried on his back in an old knapsack. His short jerkin was stained and torn, and there were holes in his long hose. On his square head and drawn over his brow he wore a frayed cap set jauntily, with a heron's feather pointing skywards. He carried a quarterstaff and stepped out right manfully, scanning the flat fenland from beneath his thick brows, his young mouth dogged, his somber eyes coldly calculating. Of years he numbered 14, but his shoulders had a breadth beyond his age, and his thighs a thickness of muscle that gave him the appearance of a grown man dwarfed. Nor was the face below the clubbed fair hair that of a child, for in the low brow lay strength, and about the straight mouth purpose. There was little boyishness in the eyes, but a frowning look, and at the back, lurking in the green-blue depths, a watchful gleam that was never absent. One spoke to him on the road, a peddler tramping south, and gave him good day. He answered in a crisp, deep voice, and smiled, showing a row of strong white teeth. "Whither goest thou, younker?" The peddler asked him idly. "To my goal, fellow," retorted and passed on. The peddler called after him for his haughtiness, but he paid no heed. He was never one to waste words. So at length he came to, which was his goal, and stood for a moment before the drawbridge, surveying the rugged castle. A man-at-arms, lounging on the bridge, hailed him good-naturedly. "What want ye, boy?" "This is the lion's den." The glimmer of a smile came to light the darkness of his eyes. "I seek the lion," he said, and walked forward across the bridge. The man laughed at him, barring his passage. "Ho, ho! Ye seek the lion, eh? He would make but one mouthful of you, my fine sprig." Looked up into his face, jutting brows lowering, eyes agleam. "I seek my lord the Earl," he said. "Out of the way, sirrah." At that the man clapped his hands to his sides, shaken with Herculean laughter. Having recovered somewhat, he achieved a clumsy bow. "My lord is from home," he said, mocking. "You lie," answered quickly. "My lord will know how to punish a lying servant." "Let me pass." He awaited no permission, but slipped by ill-like, and was gone across the bridge in a flash. Out of sight he paused, not hesitating, but seeming to debate within himself. He looked thoughtfully at the great gateway, standing wide with soldiers lounging there, and his lips tightened. He went swiftly through, light-footed and sure, and attracted but little notice. One of the men stopped his task to shout a surprised question after him, and answered briefly over his shoulder, "On my lord's business." The man laughed, thinking him some scullion's child, and turned back to his companion. Went on up the winding slope to the castle door, and was there met by a group of men-at-arms who him ingress. "To the scullion's entrance, babe," one told him, and the muscles about his mouth stood out in anger. He kept his ground, not a whit afraid. "I must see my lord," he answered, and only that. "Wherefore, pup?" The man asked him, and when he would not answer, sought to hustle him roughly away. But wriggled from under his hands, and springing to one side, brought his heavy quarterstaff down athwart the man's shoulders with so much force that, great man though he was, the soldier staggered. Matters then would have gone ill with but for the appearance of a boy, a little younger than himself, who came strolling towards them, followed by 2 liver hounds. He was dark and magnificently clad, and he carried himself with an air of languid arrogance. "There!" he called, and the soldiers fell away from, leaving him to stand alone, arms folded, and head turned to survey the newcomer. The boy came up gracefully, looking at with a questioning lift to his brows. "What is this?" he asked. "Who are you who strike our men?" Stepped forward. "So please you, sir, I seek my lord the Earl." One of the men, he whom had dealt that lusty blow, started to speak, but was hushed by an imperious gesture from the boy. He smiled at with a mixture of friendliness and hauteur. "I am Alan of," he said. "What want you of my father?" Doffed his cap, showing his thick, straight hair clubbed across his brow and at the nape of his brown neck. He bowed awkwardly. "I want employment, sir," he replied. "These men deny me entrance." Alan of hesitated. "My father stands in no need," he began, then paused, fingering his dark curls. "There is that in you that I like," he said frankly. "Come within." Bowed again, but he gave no thanks, only standing aside for the young to pass through the doorway. And as Alan went by, he shot him an awkward look, keen as steel, appraising him as it were. That was a trick which in after years had the effect of disconcerting his foes most mightily. Alan did not see the glance, but swept into the castle whistling through his teeth. Across the great stone hall he led to an archway over which hung a leathern curtain, nail-studded. Before he pulled it back, he spoke again in a whisper. "Ye will speak my lord fair," he cautioned. "He is not so deuce." A flickering smile touched his lips. "The lion," he said. "I know. He is to be feared," Alan said, breathless. Looked scorn. "I fear no man." At that Alan opened wide his brown eyes and giggled a little. "You do not know my lord," he said, and pulled the curtain aside. They entered a fair room carpeted with rushes and hung with all manner of paintings, biblical and historical. A table stood in the middle, and although it was now past 8 o'clock in the forenoon, the remains of my lord's breakfast still stood upon it, a chine of salt beef, a broken, and a tankard of ale. In a great chair beside the table, leaning back at his ease, sat a giant of a man, deep-chested and magnificently proportioned, as fair as his sun was dark, with a crisp, golden beard whose point came forward belligerently. One of his hands was tucked in the belt of his long gown, the other lay on the table, massive and hairy. Alan ran forward and fell to his knees. "Sir, here is a boy who would speak with thee." My lord's heavy, light-lashed eyelids lifted, and his small blue eyes traveled slowly from his son to. "Know that I do not speak with every vagrant whelp who is presumptuous," he said, a rumbling note of annoyance in his voice. "Away with you, Sarah. Step to the table, cap in hand. I am no vagrant, good my lord. Nor will I be so miscalled." Alan stayed on his knees, affrighted at such temerity, but my lord laughed. "Good lack, what then are you, springled?" "I hope one day to be a man, my lord, even as you," answered. "That is my ambition, sir, and so I come to seek employment with you." Flung back his head and laughed again. "For that you beard the lion in his den, eh? I will eat you for my dinner, cockerel." "So said they at the gate, my lord, but you will find me of more use alive than eaten." "Shall I so? And what canst do?" "Wind silks for womenfolk." "That and other things, my lord," answered coolly. "What then?" "Tend my hounds, or are they too strong for your management?" At that curled his lip in disdain. "There does not live the beast I will not tame, my lord." My lord's eyes were now at twinkle. He clapped the table jovially. "By the rood, I like thy spirit, my young spring chicken. Canst take a buffet? And give one." My lord cast him a quizzical look. "As thou didst to my man without." If he expected to show discomfiture, he was disappointed, for only nodded. My lord laughed. "Impudence! Why thou to the great door? Know ye not the scullion's entrance at the back?" "I have never approached my goal through the back door, my lord, nor ever will." "I march straight." "It seems so indeed," said my lord. "Well, what dost thou want of me?" "I would carry your lance and squire you, sir." Snapped his fingers, jeering. "Thou sit a horse, a flea on a camel." The thick brows drew closer together, and a little stole into his cheeks. "I shall grow, my lord." "Nay, nay. Art too small." "What are thy years?" 14, sir." "A babe, forsooth." "Get thee gone, babe, I've no need of squires." "Stood still." "Your page, then, till I am grown to your liking." "God's my life, methinks thou art overbold, babe. I do not take peasants for my pages." "I am no peasant." "Ho, ho. What then?" "As gentle as yourself, my lord." "By Our Lady." "What art called?" "My lord." "Well, it's a name." "What else?" Lifted his shoulders half impatiently. "I call myself sir." My lord pursed his full lips. It hath a ring, he nodded. What is thy real name, Sarah? I have none. Tush. Your father's name. Did not answer for a moment, but at last he shrugged again and looked up. Of, he answered. Holy Virgin. I should have known that face. Art's bastard then. So my mother told me, my lord. Who is she? Does she live? She is dead these 4 years, sir. She was one of's household. That is nothing. Sank back again. But what proof have you? A ring's, my lord. Little enough. Show me. Put his hands up to his neck and drew a ribbon from his breast from which hung a golden ring. Looked at it long and curiously. How came she by this? I never asked, my lord. It matters not to me whether I am son or another's. I am what I choose to be. Here's a philosophy. Became aware of his son, still kneeling, and waved him to his feet. What thou, Alan? Here is one of the brood. Alan leaned carelessly against the table. Is no friend of ours, sir, but I like this boy. He hath courage. Tell me, babe, where hast been since thy mother died? I had a home with her brother, sir, a woodcutter. Well, and then? Eyes of it, my lord, and I came here. Why not to thy father, Bantam? Jerked his shoulder again. Him I have seen, my lord. Rumbled forth a laugh, and liked not his looks. Well enough, sir, but you also had I seen, and of both have I heard. God's body do I so take thy fancy. Men call you the lion, my lord, and think it harder to enter your service than that of. My lord puffed out his cheeks. So is it. Ye like the harder task, babe. Considered. It is more worth the doing, my lord, he replied. My lord looked him over. Art a strange lad. Having forced thy way into my stronghold, not leave it. I will not. I am no easy master, warned him. I would not serve any such. Ye think to earn knighthood with me. Glanced up. What I become will be of mine own making, sir. I ask no. Then I like thee the better for it. Shall be page to my son till I find thee fitter occupation. And that to spite, look you. Art satisfied? Knelt, my lord, and I will serve you faithfully and well, that there shall be no gratitude to weigh me down. Smote him on the shoulder, delighted. Spoken like a sage, my little fish. Well, get thee gone. Alan, take him, and see to it that he is clothed and fed. And thus it was that came to of. Ix. How the lady escaped. The lady tramped blithely along the high road, a knapsack slung over her shoulder and a staff in her hand. Beside her trudged Mademoiselle, very weary and very nervous. She wore a kerchief over her curls and a cloak wrapped round her form. She too carried a staff, but whereas the lady swung hers boldly and stepped out with a will, his little feet stumbled often over the stones, and she leaned heavily on her staff. Sister, said the lady, how many leagues think ye we have covered? 100, answered with feeling. Nay, I think not. Let me say, we did leave at half after 4, was it not easy? Not one of those great oafs of English guards suspected, and Lord was nowhere to be seen. Then we walked 2, which is 2.5 leagues distant from, and it was 8 of the clock. How long did we spend at the tavern where we breakfasted? 5 minutes, sighed. Nay, I think it was half an hour. Did I not swagger well? And kissed the wench who served us. Shivered. My heart was in my mouth. Thou wert terrible. Laughed. I was wonderful. Just a pert page boy. Well, when we left, we went onward too. And then it was a little after 11, was it not? That village. The tavern. Oh, moan. and the drunken peasant who would have clouted me for a saucy knave had he not stumbled over the chair. Gave a little skip, chuckling light-heartedly. We ate dinner there and I drank sack, she grimaced. Some of it I managed to spill, she added pensively. I think we remained there an hour. The dinner was not very nice, was it? Closed her eyes for a moment. The mate, she moaned. I know. Well, after that we did walk on and on. And on and on and on. Thou silly, till we came to the brook. And there we rested a while. And now we are here, and I wonder where it may be. Where what may be? Here, said the lady, embracing the whole countryside. I had planned to rest the night at. It is a tiny village, my poor, and mayhap we shall sleep in the stable. What is the time, I wonder? It must be after 3. Long after 3. We have been walking for hours. It has not seemed so to me. But if we have, then must be near. And when we are there we shall have covered 5 legs, and another day will see us at. Wilted. We must walk tomorrow as much as today. She asked. It is wiser, nodded the lady firmly. Oh, of ye shall rue the day ye sought to quell of. I do trust we shall not rue the day we sought to escape from of, said peevishly. My feet are raw and blistered. Thou poor little one. Slipped an arm in hers. Line on me. I should not have brought thee. It was thoughtless and cruel. Thou hast not my strength. Pulled herself together. Nay, I am well enough, Margaret. Shall we have to sleep in the common room, think you? I do not know. Perhaps we may find 2 rooms. One for you at least. Clutched her arm. Margaret, we must not be separated. She implored. Drew her arched brows together. I must see what I can do, she said. Perhaps if I say that thou art sick, they would give thee a chamber, and I could steal into it when none is watching. It is too cold to sleep in the woods, alack. Sleep in the woods. Almost shrieked. Margaret. But it is impossible in this weather, assured her. Ah, look ahead. I see houses. Hovels. I could welcome my side, even though he were in a rage with me. Her face brightened. I wonder, is he very terrible when he is angered? For a time she pondered this question deeply. I think he might be, she said at length, and nodded, pleased. If ever you take him to husband, he will assuredly beat thee, remarked. Because he is English. Oh, dost thou think so? Stepped out more briskly. He might, of course, and yet no, I think he is too gentle and kind. But very masterful. I wonder what he will say when he finds me gone. She dimpled a little. I wonder what he will say when I bring about his ears. Said viciously, Ah no, Margaret. You must not. Kill Lord if you will, but not. Never fear. Patted her shoulder. Thou shalt have him as thy prisoner. Then I shall not like it at all, said decidedly. What? Dost thou like to be his prisoner? Yes, I do, said. Slip curled. An English tyrant's prisoner. Moan, where is thy spirit? It went when I fell in love with, answered. One day thou wilt understand. God grant that day be long in coming. Cried. They were come now to the straggling hamlet, and they halted before the rude tavern. From within came the sound of men's voices, laughing noisily. Shrank a little closer to the Countess. Margaret, must we? We must, said resolutely, and drew a deep breath. She knocked loudly on the door, and took a firm hold on her staff. Presently the door was opened, and the landlord faced them, clad in a soiled leather jerkin. Good sir, began as deeply as she was able, my sister and I journey to for the festival. Have ye room for the night? No, said the landlord uncompromisingly, and would have shut the door, but that set her foot within. But listen, good host, my father gave me a little money for the journey, and I can pay for our lodging. The landlord seemed undecided, but plucking up courage, clinched the matter. Oh, sir, do not turn us away. Indeed, I am weary and hungry. Could ye let us sleep in the loft above the stable, perhaps? She smiled wistfully upon him. Well, come within, he grunted. But I'll see thy money first, he added, turning truculently upon. She pulled out a gold piece and gave it him. His eyes shone greedily, and he pocketed it, beckoning them in. The kitchen was very hot and smelt of sack. Some 6 men were sprawled about a large table, upon which supper was laid. When they saw 1 or 2 of them sat up, smirking, but for the most part they paid no heed to the newcomers. As unobtrusively as possible, the 2 girls slipped into their places in the table, pushed her shrinking companion onto a stool at the end of the table, and seated herself beside her, in between and a burly fellow with a ferocious red beard. The landlord thrust 2 wooden platters of salt beef before them, and some coarse bread. Hungry as she was, dainty palate turned from the unappetizing, ill-cooked and badly served food, but she made shift to eat, choking down her repulsion. Who was made of sterner stuff, betrayed no disgust at the rude fare, but fell to with a will. One of the men sitting opposite eyed curiously, so that she blushed and kept her eyes lowered. Yon wench picks at her food, remarked her tormentor. A dainty maid. My sister is not strong, said quickly. She hath no appetite. The food is good enough, growled their host. If it is not to thy liking. It is good indeed, made haste to assure him. Is it not? Yes. Very good, answered in a small voice. Perchance thy sister is used to richly cooked meats. Sneered the landlord, unconvinced that his guests were not slighting his culinary efforts. Nodded. My sister is serving maid to the lady of, she said daringly, and heard gasp beside her. There was a guffaw of laughter. That for a tale, jeered the man opposite. Thou pert youngster. His neighbor leaned across her to stare at, whose hands had begun to tremble. Well, she is pale enough, he rumbled. Thy hands are too white, lass. Thou dost not on the fields, I faith. She is my lady's tiring woman, said. A little stir went round the table. And what art thou, springled? Asked one. Page belike with thy grand tunic. Page indeed, nodded. My lady hath given us leave of absence to journey to, for the festival. And what may be thy names? Inquired the red-bearded man. Answered promptly. The landlord came to the table. The accursed English are in, is it not so? He asked. His eyes flashed. What does thy lady? She is prisoner. Ho ho. The man opposite clapped his hands to his sides. The proud countess prisoner. Ho ho. There's for her and her hot blood. Laid an imploring hand on his arm, for the countess had grown suddenly stiff. She recovered herself and forced a laugh. Hast seen my lady, then? She asked. Once when she rode out with her fine court. A haughty maid indeed. Men say that she leads her men into battle. There's a shrew. She did so once, admitted. And well they fought, riding astride her horse, clad in a forward, masterless wench. Someone cracked a lewd joke, and his cheeks became scarlet with fury. The red-bearded man grinned. See the young turkey-cock. Perchance thou dost love thy lady. That do I. And is she kind to thee? The died out of his face. She laughed. Oh, she is sometimes kind and sometimes cruel. He nodded sympathetically. Oh, 'tis ever thus with these noble dames. But surely thou art over-young, lad. Certainly she looked it in her boy's gear, though in reality she numbered 25 summers. I am 17, she stammered. And thy pretty sister? Asked the man before, leaning over the table to leer into her face. Shrank back, gripping her fingers together. 18, answered. Be good enough to sit back, sir. Ye discommode my sister. Thou saucy knave. Is thy sister so nice then, that an honest man? Let be, growled burly neighbor. The maid is tired. Too tired to kiss. The tormentor grinned and lurched forward across the table. Gave a tiny cry, but was on her feet in a trice, dagger in hand. Keep off, Sirrah, she commanded. My dagger is sharp. On the instant there was an outcry, and 3 men scrambled up and would have come at, had not the red-bearded giant interposed his huge frame. Tush, sit ye down and Louis. 'Tis but a lad. Let the girl be. I would teach the pert knave to speak his elders fair, grumbled one, but he sat down again. Thou art too soft. Thrust into her seat. Put up thy dagger, foolish pup, else I will let them at thee. I'll have no brawling here. The landlord cried. Out ye go, young sir, and your sister with ye. Thy pretty ways and mincing tongue. Brought his great fist down on the table so that the platters jumped. Let be, I say. He roared. God's wounds, what is this pother? If the wench is modest, why, the better for her. I'll crack thy skull for thee, fat host. The landlord drew back muttering, for it was too formidable for his taste. The discontent subsided gradually, and in a little while took's hand and rose. Good sir, she said, addressing the landlord. Wilt show us the way to the stable loft? I have no room. Hast eaten? Go now. Nay, I prithee. Up got, his little eyes blazing fiercely. Have I to teach thee a lesson in manners? He thundered, and the landlord retreated. I will show thee, he said hastily. And I will come too, said. Out they went into the fast-gathering gloom, the landlord hurrying nervously before them, clinging to his hand and striding along beside them, towering over all. So they came to the tumble-down stable, and with a muttered word that they would find the ladder into the barn in place, the landlord went away. Turned to the kindly giant. I have to thank thee, sir, for thy protection, she began. Indeed, it is not. Up with ye into the loft, and bolt the trap, youngster. Mayhap I will accompany thee part of the way too. All ways are one to me. Why, it is very kind, said nervously, but it is not your goal, belike. Asked shrewdly. Of course it is, I mean. Oh, I am not curious. He answered, Go thy way if ye will, but I am a masterless man, and I have taken a fancy to thee. Art overyoung to go wandering over the country alone with thy sister. You would come with us? Asked uncertainly. If ye will. There are many rogues about, and mayhap ye will be robbed or killed. If we join company, I can guard thee from such. Ye can trust me. Indeed, I think so, said, and put out her hand. May we speak more of this in the morning. If ye will. His hand was lost in a gigantic paw. Get thee to rest now. And bolt the trap. I will, she promised. I thank you, sir. She climbed cautiously up the worm-eaten ladder into the loft. Oh, how dark! Quavered. Was that a rat? From below came's deep voice. If the lass is, I will fetch a lantern. Oh, thank you, said fervently. Heavy footsteps were heard retreating. After a short pause they came back again and mounted the ladder, bearing a lantern. It will last the night if ye burn it low, he told. By its feeble light they saw a heap of straw in one corner. Soft enough, grunted, and clambered down again. Pleasant dreams to thee. And to thee, called after him, and closed the trapdoor, bolting it securely. Oh, did you really see a rat? I heard a scuffle, answered tearfully. Shall you take this with us? I know not. Think ye he is honest? He is large, said, as if that were more to the point. That is true. And with all his fierceness, I think he is gentle enough and chivalrous. Mayhap I will take him as far as. I hope he is not a rogue, cozening us so that he may the more easily rob us. I do not think so at all, said, and sank gingerly down upon the straw. God be thanked it is soft and clean. Stretched herself down beside her. Ah, how soft! Indeed, I am weary unto death. Lewd fellows, dirty food, and rats, sighed. Perhaps we'll have discovered our absence by now, she added hopefully. Never. Thou dost speak as thou didst want him to come in pursuit. I do want him. Raised herself on her elbow. Faint heart. His coming means my death. Art turned traitor. Think ye of would hesitate to kill me for this? I would entreat to intercede for thee. Would heed him not. If I read him aright, he follows his own road in all things. He is the lighter, and thy hath but to obey his commands. Is no weakling. He is not the man is. Counts no cost. Art very interested in the Iron Lord, said snappishly. Interested? I hate him. Do I not go to summon aid against him? I have a feeling that this stupid, mad emprise is hopeless, remarked. Will come. Nay, I will succeed. If any come it will be, but he will come too late. He shall see of what make is of. And when he comes, of will see of what make he is. And when comes, oh, cease thy prating of. Then ceased thy prating of, flamed, and turned her back. How the lady came to. By a brook which gurgled joyously over the pebbles at its bed, surrounded by gaunt, leafless trees, three sat, eating their midday meal. The air was frosty, the ground hard, and the three sat close together for warmth, and were wrapped in great cloaks. In the middle, munching a crust of bread and meat, was the lady, and on one side of her crouched, on the other, who was humming to himself. How many legs to? Inquired between bites. Dost thou know? Two belike, he answered, and produced a bottle of wine. Will ye drink, lassie? He asked. 'Twill warm thee. Where got ye that? Demanded, round-eyed. Chuckled. From the landlord's cellar while ye slept last night. Did you style it? Asked, shocked. Hard words, hard words. Uncorked it and drank a little. Stolen or no, tea's grateful and warming, she said. I could have paid. No night, he grunted. Best keep thy gold pieces close. What do ye at? Hesitated. I would fain trust thee, but ye may well do so. I give away no secrets. Tugged at sleeve. Nay, nay, she whispered. Have a care. Why should I not tell him? He is honest, I know, and he hath befriended us. I seek. So I thought, said calmly. You thought. But how, why? Belike ye bear a message from the lady. Drew her cloak more about her legs. I am the lady, she said. Well, I know that, said composedly, and took a pull at the wine bottle. You know it. Stared at him in amazement. How? When didst thou guess? When ye pulled out your dagger at yonder inn, answered. I was once at, and I saw you oft times. But the disguise is good, he added. Go ye to seek help gainst the English. To throw them out of. Ye too will stand my friend. Nodded, his mouth being too full for speech. Laid her hand on his arm. Thou art a good fellow, she said gently. When I am come into mine own again, shalt ask me for what ye will. Bah, I want no reward, he said. I am, and I go where I please, and do what I please. Ye call no man master. Nay, I am a masterless man. Lord's Lord, but none will take me for a rogue. I will take thee, said. Shalt be my bodyguard, and thou wilt. I will think on it, answered. The lass is not thy sister. Nay, but my dear friend. And so I thought. It will serve best for me to call thee, madame. Ah, please. I am not madame now. In this gear. She blushed a little, but's glance was impersonal enough. Presently they arose from their frugal repast and proceeded on towards, arriving there shortly before 3 in the afternoon. The gates of the town were open, nor did anyone challenge their entrance. They walked soberly along the narrow streets towards the castle, which stood in the middle of the town. The drawbridge was down, and some men-at-arms were lounging upon it. Walked up to them boldly and accosted one of them. Is my lord within? She asked. The man stared at her, then nudged his companion and laughed. Ye should have given warning of your coming, Highness, he said with mock solemnity. Then my lord would surely have stayed at home. Curbed her quick temper. He is away. Oh yes, Highness, he is away. She looked at him sharply. It would be well for you to speak truthfully, my friend. My lord will punish any insolence offered to me. The man laughed. Will he so? My lord is perhaps a friend of thine, whelp. A friend indeed, answered. I will inquire at the castle for him, since ye are so ignorant. She made as if to pass on, but the soldier barred her way. Nay, nay, it will not suffice. I have mine orders, and I will obey them. Get thee hence, saucy puppy. Flung up her head. Knave, ye know not to whom ye speak. I am the lady, Countess of. The soldier shook with laughter. Is it indeed so? I am Duke of at your service, Countess. Ye do not believe me. Summon your captain hither, and ye shall see. The lad is foolish, said another man, tapping his forehead. I know. I had thrown him off the bridge else. Shall I cut thee away? Asked, surging forward. In an instant pikes were leveled. How now? Brawling and roistering, eh? Away with ye all. Thrust forward, checking her turbulent henchman. Put up, put up. Tell me, good fellow, is it true that my lord is in Paris? One of them, more good-natured than the rest, answered her. Nay, he is gone to present his submission to King Henry, lad. For a moment all reeled before's eyes. Then she sprang forward. Ye lie, she cried furiously. Gently, gently. T'is true enough. We want no ravaging of our land. My lord hath promised allegiance to the English king, and hath promised to aid none in withstanding him. Why, what ails the lad? It was who flung her arms about the countess. She whispered, Come away. Perchance it is not true. Come. Suffered herself to be led away, stunned by the shock. Took command of the party, and conducted them to a small hostelry near the gates of the town. In the deserted parlor, knelt before her mistress, chafing her hands and crooning to her. Ma belle, ma. Petite, lift thy head. A big tear rolled down's cheek, and at the sight of it drew her head to rest on her bosom and discreetly retired. In vain. All in vain. Whispered, Turned traitor, what shall I do? What can I do? Why, sweeting, we will find a way, never fear. Thou wilt not return to and make thy submission. The slim form quivered. Never, never while I live. Go back vanquished, humble, broken. Ah, not that. Rather would I stab myself. But what canst thou do? At least spells safety for thee, and thou canst not wander over the countryside at will. Will treat thee fair, I know. Smother thy pride, sweet, and go back. Indeed, indict it as wisest. Sat up, brushing away the tears. Shall I be unfaithful to the name I bear? What says my motto, conquest or death? Well, I will conquer. Would my father turn back? Nay, nay. Why, what ails me? There is a boulder in my path, and I lose heart. Body o' me, I will go on. But where? Thy father was a man, thou art but a woman. No woman I, in man's clothes I stand, and a man will I be. He called me the Amazon. Full well will I merit that title. Let me think. Let me think. She flung off her cap, running her fingers up through the thick masses of her hair, eyes narrowed and keen, elbows on her knees. Rose silently and went to the window. Presently spoke. Perhaps our good would conduct thee back too, if I asked him. I go with thee, said shortly. But thy feet, little one. Thou canst do no more. What thou canst do, I will do. Thy heart is at home with. My heart is here with thee. I may tramp many legs, and I must march quickly. Then march I too, till I drop. Oh, thou art too brave and sweet. Thou dost deserve a better, kinder mistress. Not a turbulent Amazon. God help me. Where is? I know not. He went out a while back. I think he leaves us here. His head sank back into her hands, and for a long time there was silence. Back into the little room came, seeming to fill it with his great bulk and height. Supper comes, he said gruffly too, and jerked his thumb towards the still figure by the fire, with an inquiring lift of his red brows. Shrugged and seemed to understand, for he gave a grunt and sat down by the table. The landlord entered presently, bringing supper, and when it was set out upon the table went to her mistress, and laid a hand on her shoulder. Come, sweet supper. Roused herself. Supper. Ah, yes, I must eat, I suppose. Why, the good has returned. Heard ye aught in the streets? Oh, 'tis true enough what they told you on the bridge. Heaved a little sigh. Well, I doubted it not. What have we here? Bacon as I live, and fresh beef. How should we fare without thee? Well enough, he said, and fell to carving the meat. For some time ate in silence, frowning, and seeming not to hear the desultory conversation of her two companions. But after a while she spoke, looking at. How many legs onward lies? His little eyes widened in a momentary surprise. Some 13 legs or more to the east. No nearer. That is the quickest, lady. And the way runs through the lands of the terrible. Ah, she caught her breath. And if one went not that way? 16-20 legs. I know not. Relapsed into thought, and did not speak again until supper was over. Then she pushed her stool back from the table, and saw that her mouth was tightly set. I will go there. Go where? Asked her. To the through lands. Humph. Margaret ye rave. Cried. It is impossible. Nay. The pointed chin was determined. Naught is impossible. I will go to. Thou dost know that he will do what I wish. At a price, perhaps, said meaningly. His face quivered and was still again. I would pay that price. He is a good man. All to sate thy vengeance. To set my land free from the English tyrant. Thou wouldst never, never reach. That will I but petite, if thou dost indeed love me, thou wilt return to. If thou art determined to go, naught shall part us. I swear it. Picked up his tankard. Here to thine emprise, lady. He said and drank deeply. A soft light came into his eyes. Thou good fellow. I owe thee more than I can hope to pay, but one day when I rule again in, come to me, and thou shalt have all that I can give thee. A murrain on what ye can give me. Growled, ye have given me adventure, and I am ever one for that. He chuckled and slapped his thigh. I have brought thee out of thy way, good fellow. But here we part company, and I shall not forget. He drank again and passed the back of his hand across his mouth. I come with ye, he announced doggedly. A pretty thing it would be for ye to travel through lands alone. Caught his hand impulsively. No, no, my friend. I could not permit it. I'll not have your blood on my head. But I thank you. Oh, I thank you 1,000 times. My blood be upon mine own head. I am no puny weakling. I ask but a little fighting, and I am satisfied. I come willy-nilly. My friend, I cannot take thee. Flushed, I brought could bring but little money, and an I have not enough. I've money enough, and what I cannot buy I steal. The reckoning shall come later. Come with ye I will, and that is my last word. He roared suddenly, laughed, and a sparkle came into her eyes. Up she sprang and seized the tankard. Then here's to our emprise, our glorious emprise. She cried and drank deep. And here's to a right brave lady, said, and stood to drink his toast. Xi, how the lady fell into the hands of the terrible. They plodded valiantly on, over fields and through woods, and to help their tired feet onward, they sang a little cheerily in a deep bass which seemed to come from a bottomless cavern within him, in a full contralto, and in a small, weary soprano, which made itself heard spasmodically. They eschewed high roads, for they were in land, and the fame of his infamy had spread far and wide. 2 days since they had left, but they went slower now, and sometimes carried in his great arms. The spring had gone out of step, and her feet were blistered and raw. Yet she made no complaint, but bit her lips when they walked over rough ground, so that her companions should not suspect. They visited no inns, but had furnished themselves with provisions at. The first night they had sheltered in a disused hut, but the second night had found them sleeping out in the open, wrapped about in their cloaks, and thanking God for the milder weather. Stiff and sore had the 2 girls been in the morning, but showed no signs of fatigue or discomfort. Now they were tramping steadily eastward, hoping to leave the terrible's land behind them by nightfall. Bad land, remarked presently, breaking off in the middle of his song. Drunken, like master, like man. All goes to ruin while feeds his pleasure. Pa, hast ever seen him? Ask a once, a pig of a man with flabby cheeks. A frog, a toad, a rat, a spider. Vermin, why thou art very bitter, said, and looked up to see him scowl. I've reason. What was thy reason? A girl, he growled. My girl. Lascivious beast. May his bones rot in hell. Amen, said. Ah, a stream. Needs must I bathe my feet. Oh, water. Limped forward thankfully. They stayed by the stream a while, resting, but presently saw red berries growing nearby, and went to pluck some, singing softly to herself. Stayed by the stream, lying flat upon the ground, arms crooked behind her head, half dozing. His voice came to them. Oh, such pretty, pretty berries. Say, raised herself upon her elbow, smiling, for had made herself a wreath of berries, and entwined them in her long plaits. In her russet dress, berry-hung, and her red mouth laughing, she was very beautiful, like some woodland elf. Clapped her hands lightly, applauding her. Wait, I will fetch thee some. Cried and dived into the bushes. Again fell to drowsing, lulled to sleep by the sound of slow humming. How long she stayed thus she did not know, but suddenly she was roused by the sound of horses' hoofs and a scream. In a flash she was on her feet, and two. Once more the scream rang out, and it was voice. Crashed into the bushes through which had gone, at his heels, dagger in hand. They came out upon a clearing, and away to the right, down a cutting saw men and horses. Quarterstaff gripped firmly, thundered down upon this group, and as they drew near to it, panted over his shoulder too. The devil hunts. Into the midst of the group they rushed, striking right and left. A squat man with a white face and loose cheeks sat upon a black mare and held before him across his saddlebow. He gave a quick order, and some 6 men closed in upon, swords drawn. Someone from behind her wrenched her quarterstaff from the countess and flung steel-like arms about her, bearing her backwards. She turned her head to see down, and 3 men lashing his wrists and ankles together. "Toad, Toad!" roared, "misshapen Toad! God's curse be upon thee!" He spat at, writhing still and struggling. Truss him, purred, and let his small, heavy-lidded eyes travel slowly over, who was seeking madly to free herself. "These be none of my people," he said, and looked down at. "A sweet slut, I faith. Take her, one of you." He tossed her to the man whose horse stood beside his. "Spies, belike. Armagnac spies. Bear them after me." He wheeled his horse about and set it at a canter through the wood. Her captor threw face downwards over his saddlebow and swung himself up. "Lie still, wildcat," he said, and rode on after his master. Through the wood they cantered, and out on to the open country. For miles, it seemed they galloped along in its wake, the hunt all about them, and somewhere near, roaring out defiance. When at last they halted, she was bruised and shaken from her jolting ride, and for a moment, when she was set upon her feet, she could see nothing for the dancing specks before her eyes. Then the mist cleared, and she found herself within the courtyard of a palatial hunting lodge. A great rambling house of stone it was, with turrets at each corner, standing upon a fair space of land and backing upon a slight incline. 1 minute had she in which to take in her surroundings, before she was jerked forward into the big hall. There stood and shuddered a little. He was short and broad, with a great paunch and bloodshot, lashless eyes. The skin about his face and jowl hung in white folds, and his mouth was wide, the lower lip sagging to show pointed yellow teeth. Was carried in, cursing, and flung down by his sweating, staggering bearers. His wicked eyes ran over the huge form, and his grin grew. "Cut the bonds. Methinks I do know this fellow." One of the men released, and he struggled up. He would have come had they not hemmed him in with swords. "Yes, I do know him." Laughed a little, very softly. "You did seek to kill me once, good giant, long years ago. I remember. And I will kill thee yet." Bellowed, "Fat, shapeless spider. Gently, my giant. I will make you sing small presently." Said sweetly. Twisted free of her captors, and ran to where crouched upon the floor. She fell on her knees beside her, drawing her into her arms. Smiled wider still. "The pretty cooing doves," he said, and grew cold at the sound of his purring voice. "Lock them up together, the doves," he commanded. "Who shall say I am not merciful? A last night in each other's arms." Again he chuckled, so that his fat body shook like a jelly. "Pray that ye may find in mine eyes, sweet chuck. Alack, I have no time to waste on thee now. Away with them." A guard tossed over his shoulder, another caught up. They were borne across the hall and along a passage. A flight of narrow steps ended this passage, and down it they went to a bare chamber whose only window was a narrow slit cut in the stones. "Sleep well, my beauties." Sparrow laughed and set her down. He went out with his companions, and the key grated in the lock. Margit stumbled towards her, white-faced and trembling. Margit flung her arms about her, holding her close and pressing the berry-wreathed head to her shoulder. "Ah, my dear, what have I done? Into what den have I dragged thee? God forgive me." Clung to her sobbing. His face. He cussed me. Ah, the feel of his foul lips. She broke off, weeping bitterly. For a while soothed and petted her, stroking the brown curls with gentle, motherly hands. "Thy will come," she said desperately. "Is in pursuit now. Please God he will come. Too late, too late. Moaned and feeling the berries against her cheek, tore them off and cast them from her. How could he come? How could he know? He will come, repeated. He will come. Thou dost not believe it. Thou dost not. Was silent for a moment and looked wistfully up into her face. Margot, Margot, thy dagger. Thou wilt lend it me. Bowed her head. Lost, she said bitterly. But I will find a way. I must. If the worst befall us, I will tell this who I am. He cannot then harm us. I think he cannot. Tell him not. Gripped her arms. What cares the terrible for thy rank? Or he might seek to make thee wed him, to gain thy rich lands. Margot, promise that thou wilt not tell him. It would break my heart. Thou wouldst not hurt me so. God knows, said, and cast herself down upon a wooden bench. What have they done with his and thy blood on my head? Ah, why did I let thee come? Selfish, headstrong shrew that I am. Nay, was at her side in an instant. Thou couldst not have prevented my coming. I would have followed thee barefoot. She caught up's hand and kissed it passionately. Ah, my dear, my dear. She crooned and clung to the Countess. The night passed on leaden feet, and dawn found them fitfully asleep, arms locked about each other. Slowly the light grew and awakened. She opened her heavy eyes and looked about her at the glum stone walls that cased her round. Very pale she was and tight-lipped. Courage shone out of her dark eyes, but at the back was fear. She glanced down into his face and shivered a little. Smiled in her sleep and murmured something. Knew that she was dreaming of her lover, and a tiny sob shook her. She sat very still, waiting for it to awaken. And in a little while stirred, throwing out her arm and looked up into her mistress's face. Margot, she murmured drowsily, and suddenly remembered where she was. She struggled up, eyes wide, and looked round, shuddering. It is tomorrow, she said. I pray God it will soon be over. Rose, stretching her aching limbs. I will not lose hope. She said vehemently, if I had but my dagger. Ah, to plunge it into his black heart. Her hands clenched. Oh, covered her face with her hands. Thou couldst not. Could I not? That could I, and blithely too. Hark! Started up, hands clasped at her breast, for down the stone stairs without heavy footsteps were coming. Bear a brave front. Implored and pulled her down onto the bench. Let them not see thy fear. The key grated in the lock and the door swung back. A soldier came in, bearing bread and wine. See how kind is my lord, he said, and set down his burden. In a little ye shall come before him, pretty pigeon. He patted his cheek, which flamed under his hand. Thou and thy sweet lover. Fare thee well. He went out, and her rigidity left. She started to tremble, gripping her fingers together. Picked up the wine, coaxing her to drink, and crumbled a little of the bread. It chokes me, cried. I cannot. Left her then and went to the narrow window, tiptoeing that she might peep out. The country stretched away beneath her, dotted here and there with houses. Sighing, she came back into the room and sat down beside to wait. Hours crept by, but at length footsteps sounded again on the stairs, and again the door was thrown open. 2 men entered and beckoned to them. My lord waits, one said, and laughed. Do ye shrink, little dove? Nay, but he hath a fancy to thee. Fret not. I cannot. Whispered and shrank back, but took her hand and led her forward. Up the stairs they were led, along a corridor, up more stairs, through large rooms until they came to one which was carpeted with skins of wild animals, and at one end of which was a dais with a carved chair thereon. In that chair sat a gorgeous figure clad in scarlet and gold, his bowed legs crossed, and one hand stroking his hairless face. Some 4 or 5 of his courtiers were in the room, and at the door through which the girls had come an armed guard stood. Smiled gently upon his prisoners, and motioned them to stand before him. A great noise sounded without and was brought in, roaring out curses. His guards kept a firm hold on him, but he spat it yet again. Silence him, sighed, and one of his men struck across the mouth so that the blood sprang up. If ye are noisy, ye will be gagged, said, and turned again to the pair before him. For a long time he gazed at them. The white dove trembles, he remarked presently, and turned his eyes to, surveying her long and closely. He leaned forward in his chair, and under his scrutiny felt the red flood her cheeks. Desperately she sought to stop this betraying blush, and stared back into the little eyes defiantly. Breathed and rose. He came down from the dais and stood before her. He looked her over closely and passed his hands over her taut body. His smile broadened. "Well, you make a pretty boy, my dear," he said, and removed her cap. Down tumbled the thick braids over her shoulders, reaching almost to her knees. "But ye make a prettier woman," said. "Now I wonder." Again he caressed his chin. "I had thought thy companion lovely," he remarked. "But thou art stronger meat." Closed her eyes for a moment, holding fast to her courage. Beside her she could hear quick, sobbing breaths. "No peasant wench thou," went on. "So what do ye in my land? Methinks I have somewhere seen thy face before. Thy name?" Shut her teeth. "No name. Some great lady art thou. Escaping belike from whom? From the English, perchance. Now I made my submission a long time ago, and it may be that the English would give much to have thee back again." He looked at her sharply, chuckling. "And yet thou art very beautiful. I think I have a mind to thee myself. What is thy name?" His hands were clenched hard at her sides. From behind her came his voice. "Tell him not. Tell him not." Wheeled about with something like a hiss. "I shall not tell," said quietly. "Save at a price." "I bargain not," smiled. "Thou wilt tell. Trust him not. Make no terms." Cried. "He desires no terms," said, and came closer to, placing his hands beneath her chin. "Think well, sweet chuck. I have means to make thee tell at my disposal. Fire, rope, and the sword. I fear not death." "Death." Again he chuckled. "Nay, I am more subtle, pretty. A rope about thy wrists, fire between thy thumbs, be wise, sweeting. How wilt thou like to see thy companions die before thine eyes? Slowly, but slowly. At last shrank. If I tell you, will ye swear to let my friends go safely hence?" "We will say," smiled. "Thy lewd fellow there once sought to slay me. Well, now it is my turn. For the wench," he shrugged, "thou hast killed my one of her. Let her go. Ah, no. Cast herself upon. Not that, not that. Marget, Marget. Put her gently from her. What matter? I am the lady of Lord." He betrayed no surprise, but nodded. Now I have an old score to settle gainst thy land. Methinks I have found a way. Would it hurt the proud burghers of thy land to see thee my chattel, I wonder? Or I might wed thee, it doth not please thee that prospect. Thy land my heel, and thy beauty my hand. A sweet thought, faith. My land is under English rule. Flashed. Is it so indeed? Then I will keep thee for as long as thou shalt please me. I weary soon, but thou hast spirit, and it should be amusing to tame thee. Thou shalt lie willingly in my arms, of before many days have passed." A shudder went through her, and quick as thought she drove her clenched fist into his grinning face. Her guard seized her, pinning her arms to her sides. Panting she glared at, whose smile had grown more evil. "Thou wilt not do that again, wench," he said, and struck her lightly on the cheek. "A blow for thy blow, but next time it shall be a kiss." She sneered, eyes aflame. "Thou puny spider," she said bitingly. "Thou poor, misshapen wretch." She saw his lips curl back, showing his red gums, and knew that she had touched him on the raw. "Poor dwarf!" She laughed exultantly and braced herself, for he had come up to her again. "Let be," he told her guard, and took her in his long arms, crushing her against his fat body. "Dwarf but strong of spider who has caught a silly fly in his web." Then he kissed her, and she struggled madly to free herself, straining away from him. "Lie still, little fly," he said softly, and kissed her again. "Exile, how set forth in pursuit." He left at noon on the day of the lady's flight, having set a vigilant guard about her cage. He had no suspicion that the bird had flown, so he went to Saldilac in ignorance of how he had been tricked. Was left in command of the castle, and there was much to be done, for which reason he did not, on that first day, miss Mademoiselle. But when, on the second day, she neither emerged from his chamber, nor received in the anteroom when he entered on his round of inspection, he felt aggrieved and ill-used. The Countess's other ladies were there, chattering and sewing. One of them, Mademoiselle, who was a grave-eyed lady and in confidence, came forward to curtsy to him. The lady, Mademoiselle, asked politely, desires to speak with her. Said composedly, "Madame is suffering from a headache, but doubtless no, might haste to say, I will not disturb my lady." He lingered a moment. "Mademoiselle is with her." Knowing glances were exchanged, and one girl tittered. Turned a dull red. "Yes," answered. "Too shy to ask to see." Not until the following day were his suspicions stirred, and then but slightly. It appeared that the Countess was still indisposed, and could not spare from her side. Retired, a little puzzled, and closely questioned the guards. Their answers were satisfactory, and he knew them to be honest, for they were his own men. Still his suspicions were not quite lulled to rest, and he determined, much as he dreaded the task, to see the lady when he went again to her apartments that evening, whether she were abed or not. He knew would feel no qualms at entering her bedchamber thus unceremoniously, but he was not fashioned of such stern and uncompromising stuff, and his chivalrous soul shrank from such. He had just risen from dinner, some time before 3 in the afternoon, when strode in most unexpectedly. "Why, lad," cried, "I did not think to see thee before tomorrow." Tossed his cap on to the table. "Nay, the business was speedily done. Something impelled me to return. I know not whether I am a fool, or whether my instinct truly warned me of danger. Is aught amiss?" "Naught. I think there is naught amiss." Swiftly the lowering brows met over his hawk nose. He shot his sudden, sword-like glance. "Well," the word was snapped, and laughed rather uneasily. I have felt restless in my mind all this day, but I think I am mistaken in my suspicions." The lady, "I have not seen her," said reluctantly. "Yet she has not passed by thy guards." "That I know. Her ladies say she hath the headache, and keeps her chamber. That is all. Little enough, you'll say. 2 I have not seen." Threw off his cloak. "Come with me now," he said briefly, and strode to the stairway. Up they went to the Countess's apartments. Rigid guards presented arms, but stayed not to question them. He knocked upon the door of the antechamber. Opened it, and cool-headed as she was, she changed when she saw, and her eyelids flickered. It was a very thin sign of fear, but it did not escape. "The lady is abed?" he asked. "Yes," answered. "What ails her?" "A grievous pain in her head. She desires to be quiet." "I shall not disturb her long," said. "She should see a physician." He went into the room and shot a quick glance around. Most of the ladies were unperturbed, for they knew nothing, but was white to the lips. It was enough for... Without a word, he stalked to the door which led into his bedchamber. There was a quick movement from behind him and a rustle of skirts. Slipped before the door, calm still, but pale. "This is an intrusion," she said. "Madame cannot be disturbed thus." "Mademoiselle," answered harshly. "Your face betrays you. Stand aside." But she would not, backing against the door, arms outflung to guard it. "My orders are to let none in." Laid a heavy hand on her shoulder. "Your loyalty is worthy of praise, mademoiselle, but you cannot fool me. I will lift you out of my way if you do not this instant stand aside." Read the purpose in his eyes. "Take your hand from my shoulder," she said freezingly, and stepped to one side. Entered the chamber, took one look, and came back into the anteroom. "So, Madame is ill," he said grimly. Bewildered faces stared up at him, but stood proud and stiff, eyes cast down, and seemed to shrink into her chair. Unerringly swooped upon these two. "You, mademoiselle, and you will follow me," he said, and to his words rang out as a death knell. She crept out in his wake, at her side, and the horrified, bewildered bringing up the rear. Led the way to the room where he conducted all his business, and sat himself down at the table, judge-like, motioning the two women to stand before him. "Mademoiselle, you will answer me truthfully," he said. "When and how did the lady escape from her room?" Sobbed and shrank against. I do not know. I must not say." His voice grew harder. "Mademoiselle, you will be wise to answer me now of your own free will," he warned her. "The lady has escaped with mademoiselle. That I know, and that she escaped during mine absence. To leave this castle were impossible unless she had a pass. Did she have one, or is she still within these walls?" I cannot. Do not ask me. Help me." Stepped forward and knows not. You frighten her to no purpose. And if she knew the ladies do not easily betray their mistress. They have done so easily enough if she has left, said. Fool, do you not know what perils lie in the path of two women journeying over this country? Some strange note in his voice made look sharply at him. Heeded him not. I know what perils await her at your hands did I betray her, answered bravely. Think you I avenge myself on women? Sneered. Ye know not. Speak now, for by the rood, I swear I will wring thy knowledge from thee by torture, if need be. And yet ye avenge not yourself on women. No vengeance, mademoiselle. A means which I should be to take. Then know, sir, that my mistress is beyond the reach of your power. She is dead then, replied. He turned again to, Mademoiselle, there is as yet no need for thy tears, but if ye answer me not, ye will weep tears of blood. Shrieked and began to implore his mercy. Held up his hands. Listen, both of you. By Christ's wounds, I do swear that no injury nor harshness shall befall the lady at my hands. Now speak. I dare not. Oh, I dare not. Rose. Then follow me yet again, mademoiselle. Ah, no. Ah, no. I will speak. I promise I will speak the truth. Wailed and would have fallen on her knees had not put her gently into a chair. Sat down again. It is well for you, mademoiselle. When did the lady escape? The day you went to Saldillac. Before very early in the morning. His eyes narrowed. I was still in the castle. Yes, oh yes. Oh, God forgive me. How passed she the guards without the castle? It was his pass she The page. I remember. How did she contrive to use his pass? She went as a page. He gave his clothes. And she wrote an S-sister on the P-pass, so went with her. A low whistle of admiration came from. Oh, the Amazon. He chuckled. Where went she? To bring my lord to fight you. Smiled. Then that quest was vain. Has submitted. Where next did she think to go? I do not know. Indeed, I do not know. Was silent for a moment, frowning. Then he stood up. Ye may go. And mademoiselle paused. What will you do? Do. I will fetch her back, silly girl. How could ye let her go thus? God and the devil know what may have befallen her. He waited until she had withdrawn, and then he turned to. Send me and 5 men of. See them armed and mounted, with 2 horses to spare. Think ye danger? Laughed shortly. I fear the worst. As I rode through this country, I found it seething with rogues and footpads. Paled. God. And I come with thee on this quest. It is my right. As ye will. Where thine? Send Alan to my room, he must rule here. The Chevalier is safe. I think he knows not. Swung out. Within the hour they were riding out of, black plumes and green side by side, bearing for. They reached it in the evening, but went at once to the castle, only to be told that it was abroad. The captain of the guard received and eyed him curiously, for the fame of his name and spread over France. Tell me, said curtly, came there a page boy to this castle within these last 5 days, with his sister demanding to see Lord? It may have been so, sir, but I know not. My men, will ye summon them, sir? The page was none other than my prisoner, the Countess of. The captain stared. The god's life. If ye will follow me. Clanked after him to the guardroom, and in a very short space the guards were drawn up before him. Came there a page and his sister to this castle lately? The captain asked. A page who desired to see my lord. The man who had rebuffed stepped forward. Sir, a poor lad who said he was the lady of. There was a wench with him and a roistering giant who would have offered violence when we them entrance. A man addressed him. Are you sure? Sir, a great burly fellow with a red beard. Frowned. Know ye such an one? Shook his head. Not I tell me, good fellow, of what like was this page. A pretty lad, sir, with black eyes and a hot temper. It is she beyond doubt, said. Saw ye which way they went? Nay, sir. I did not think to look. No matter. Turned on his heel. Sir Captain, I thank you for your courtesy. I have heard enough. I but regret I can tell you no more. Stay. At what hour came the page? The man looked at his fellows. It was late, I think, sir. Close on 4. But I cannot swear to it. Then they slept in that night, said. Your servant, sir. Come. He went out, the captain at his heels. My master would wish me to do all in my power. I thank you. I have but to scour the taverns of this town, and that I can best do myself. There are 6. A guide. Paused. You are very good, sir. A guide, if you please. One was brought swiftly, and the cavalcade set out once more in the waning light. Art very surly, said. They are surely in. Where else should they be? The lady is too obstinate to own herself vanquished so easily, answered. She will have gone on again. Plague take the woman. The insignificant tavern by the gates was the 4th at which they called, and by that time had grown uneasy. The landlord at the tavern was to disclose what he knew, until tossed him a gold piece. Then his tongue wagged freely, and it transpired that he was guilty of listening at keyholes. They rested the night here, sir. A parlor they had, and I did serve supper therein, for the lad was weary or ill. He crouched in a chair, and methought he looked very sick. I did chance to hear that they purposed journeying too. The red-bearded fellow a bellowing, roaring bully, good sir, did speak loud, and I did hear him say, the terrible. Then there was some talk of danger in this land, and indeed, sir, no man will lightly enter it, for is the devil himself. I think they did purpose going through his land, for it is the quickest way to. Gripped's arm. Thou dost remember. That squat man with the loose speech and evil eyes. Into his lands. My, to horse. Thy, she hath not the beauty of. If see the Countess God's death, what folly is hers. He turned and would have gone out again to his horse, had not the guide put in a word. Sir, it were folly indeed to enter the terrible's domain now. What good will ye do at night? Rest here till morning, sir. Stopped. I had forgot. Do not waste time. Implored. We can do no good, as this man says. Pay him, I will arrange with the landlord. He went into the tavern again. Over supper they discussed the situation, in agitation but calmly. If he has taken them prisoner, he would not harm them. He is more like to sell them to me. He will not offend us. Ye remember how he came to submit when first we landed. Fawn, thou dost not know. Much have I heard of this man. Not for nothing is he called the Terrible, and women are his pastime. If he thinks to make a pastime of these women, broke off but his eyes. I will ride first to his castle. If they are not there, I will scour the land. It may be that they pass through unharmed. And yet something warns me of danger. That red-bearded man, who could he be? God knows. A rogue. Yet he went with them. Therefore he sought not to rob, for that could he have done here. The lady commands men's loyalty and service, I think. God grant this one be true. Thou art very anxious for the lady, remarked, but he was too worried to laugh or jibe at. I am responsible for her to the king, said shortly. They rode next day into lands, but although King Henry's warrant, which bore with him, gained them fearful respect, they could discover nothing. Had been careful to eschew high roads, and domain was large. The track seemed lost, so branched off to the north, deserting the route too, and riding towards stronghold. If he hath not taken her, I must have his aid, told. Whiles we ride on too, must search within his own land. He dare not refuse me, for he is afraid for his peace. Ye remember his bearing when he came to the king. And I would not trust him. In this I can trust him, for he is a coward, and he would sell his soul to keep King Henry away. His castle lay some miles to the north, and so bad was the road that it was close on 5 in the evening when they came to it. A stir was caused by their arrival, but a cringing chamberlain assured them that his lord was away at his palace in the south, where he hunted that week. An oath escaped, for this meant that they had ridden a day's journey out of their way. A storm was brewing, and they had not covered many miles on their return journey when it burst above their heads in such fury that was forced to halt at the first village they came to take shelter for the night. They were up betimes next morning, and rode on again in the calm weather that follows a storm. Shortly after 8 they found themselves once more on the road that led to, and on inquiry of a peasant which was the way to his hunting lodge, were bidden to cut through the woods that flanked the road on one side, and to bear on to the southwest. Picking their way, they pushed into the wood along the same path which and her companions had trodden the day before. Slowly they went, and carefully, for the low-hanging tree branches impeded their passage. Suddenly exclaimed, and reined in his horse. Startled followed his gaze. By a clear stream lay a cloak, sodden with rain. Side by side he and sped forward and dismounted. Caught up the cloak, shaking it out. It was of a length to suit a boy, made of plain but rich stuff. Wheeled about, looking about him keenly. Quickly he went forward to the bush through which, and had plunged when they raced to his rescue. That was not done by the storm. Said and pointed to the broken branches. Some large body forced its way through. Did they not say the Red-beard was a giant?
Through,
said hoarsely and dived in. Followed him, and they came upon the cutting at the end of which had captured. With one accord the two men strode down it, and presently came to where Stagger lay.
pounced upon it.
There has been a struggle.
Say, hoof marks.
He pointed to the trampled ground, and saw the muscles about his jaw stand out in anger. Out on his hunt belike and found them.
2 women.
'Twas good enough. By God, if harm has been done to either, he will dearly rue the day.
Come,
that devil with my little, hurried after him back to where their men waited. Through the wood they went, and out on to the open. A rough track plainly showed the way to the palace, and they rode down it at a brisk canter. I command thee, keep thy head. We'll give them up, but we are 8 men to their hundreds, and we must go cautiously to work. I go as an envoy from King Henry.
It should be simple. If he has hurt,
if he hath discovered that the page is none other than of, he will seek to sell her, methinks. He will not harm them unless he is a fool. Said nothing, but he compressed his lips in disbelief. Presently the palace came into view, and a few minutes later they halted before it. Turned to Walter of, Walter, sir, and I enter alone. Do you hold the horses here in readiness? Stir not until I come. No danger awaits us, for I go as an envoy. He dismounted and gave his horse into Walter's care. Together he and went to the great door of the palace and knocked upon it loudly. A lackey opened it, but fell back when he saw the 2 clad figures who stood there so menacingly. Showed his warrant. I am of, and I come with a message from King Henry to your master. Lead me to him, sirrah.
Lord,
the man crossed himself. My master is occupied.
I doubt. Knave.
Thundered. Do ye deny the king's messenger ingress? Lord knows that I come. Lead me to him. Too nervous and startled to reflect that his master had not warned his household of a messenger's advent, the lackey ushered them in, and called forward the steward who thought it politic to placate this wrathful man in golden. Accordingly he backed before, bowing low, and conducted him up the stairs to the room where sat, with his 3 prisoners. He flung wide the door, and announced the Lord of in the name of King Henry of England.
XIII.
How he found the lady. When pressed his flaccid lips to his mouth a second time, she jerked her head back wildly, tearing at his encircling arms like a tigress. Sprang to her aid, eluding her guard, and was borne back again before she had time to do more than strike at the grinning face bent over. Slowly controlled the frenzied struggling of his limbs. The dove shows fight indeed, he purred. Well, I like it better so. Then was the door flung open, and then did the steward call's name. On the threshold 2 knights stood, one all gold and green, the other black and steel. With an oath let go, pushing her from him so that she fell on to the ground. This was the worst that could befall, and as he passed his tongue between his lips, he sought feverishly in his mind for a plausible excuse wherewith to soften this English devil. For of all things he most feared an English invasion of his land. But had seen, and the sight of slim figure, fighting madly with this deformed, evil creature, awoke some hitherto dormant emotion within him. Rage surged up, and suddenly everything grew red. For the first time in his life he forgot caution and sprang forward.
Dog!
He roared and caught in his iron grip, forcing him backwards over his bent knee, down and down, hands tightening above the flabby throat, crushing out life. His lips were drawn back in a terrible snarl, and his eyes blazed.
Dies thou, dog! Die!
He cried and stabbed above the collarbone with his dagger, which he still held. It was all over in a few seconds, but his men were upon even as he stabbed. Up he sprang, throwing the dying man down, and tore his sword from the scabbard. After the first shock of surprise had acted quickly, dragging the steward into the room that he might not give the alarm, and slamming the door to. Out came his sword, and in a flash he was upon his assailants, attacking them from the rear. The two men who held arms lost their heads and released him to join in the fight. One only got to the struggling mass, for seized the other and dealt him such a blow upon the chin that he lost consciousness. Then the giant rushed to aid, and kicking against one fallen man, stopped to wrench the sword from his dead grasp. With this he fell to work, using it like a quarterstaff and causing considerable damage upon the courtiers. Flew to where crumpled body lay and fell on her knees beside it, wrenching his light dress sword from its scabbard. She thrust back against the wall and fought her way to his side, stabbing and thrusting with all her might. But although and were clad, they were badly outnumbered, and already the noise of this fierce battle had reached the ears of those below. Cast a quick glance behind him to see how far away was the door that led into the room beside the dais. He started to back and called to in English, "At my side. Through the door behind me is our only chance. Guard thou." "Ah, yes, yes," panted and made sign to, slightly jerking her head backwards. He nodded, bellowing out curses on his foes' heads and wielding his sword like a maniac. Blood was dripping from a gash on his cheek and from his left arm, but it seemed only to goad him to fresh. Had heard's command, and she slid along the wall, unnoticed in all this turmoil, and lifted the latch, ready to open the door at its word. The palace guards were in the room now, but had drawn right back into the corner, so that his little following was guarded on two sides by the wall. He spoke again, gasping, "Back. I will hold them. Get all through first. Open." Flung the door back and ran into the adjoining chamber, at her side. Followed and stood within, sword upraised. The French made a desperate effort to cut and off from this means of escape, but they stood now in the opening, with his left hand clutching the latch. Cut down the foremost guard and leaped backwards. On the instant dragged the stout oak door shut, and between them they slammed the bolts home. Wasted no words. He caught's hand and ran with her down the long, empty chamber to an archway at the far end. Through this they sped within his arms and bringing up the rear, singing now an exultant chant. Room after room they traversed, whither they knew not, while from behind came the sound of frenzied blows on the bolted door. At last they came to a large hall, leading from which were 3 doors, all shut. Flew to one, opening it. A long corridor was revealed. Who had gone to another, found that it led into yet another chamber. "Here's here," cried. "On then," commanded, and flung the door he stood by wide. He hurried after, who was rolling in wake down the corridor, and waited for to bear through. Then he went himself and stayed to shut the door. "They should be through by now, but they will go by the door I left open," he panted. From a head's voice sounded, "Stairs, stairs," gently, hissed and pushed by. "There may be men below. I go first." Sword in hand he went down the stairs, to find a scullion staring at him open-mouthed. They had come to the kitchens. The scullion fled for his life, down yet another passage, calling for help. "The window," gasped. "Nay, the door," answered, pointing. "For your life." Tore it open, and out they tumbled into a narrow yard. At the end of it was a barred gate, and to this they ran. Sounds betokening pursuit came from behind them, and it was with desperate fingers that and dragged back the bolts. The gate swung outward, and they found themselves upon greensward. To the right was with his men. He saw them and spurred forward, leading his horse, and shouting to his men to follow. Attempted no explanation, but flung up onto his horse. She clutched at the animal's mane, sitting astride and gripping hard with her knees. Seized his own mount and swung himself up, setting on her feet before he did so. "Hand her up," he called, and tossed her into his arms. Clambered clumsily onto the back of one of the spare horses, grunting and cursing. "God's my life, I've never sat a horse but once before." Heaved himself into the saddle behind, his strong arms about her, lifting her across the saddle-bow. "Cling tight," he said, and smiled down at her. "To the south and spur them on." He commanded his men, and on the word his horse sprang forward. It was not a moment too soon, for through the gate behind them came their pursuers, yelling in hideous discord. For a while they ran after the mounted men, but soon they the hopelessness of the chase and turned back. Looked over his shoulder. Gone to get horses, belike. Well, we are near the border, and a little while should see us out of this accursed land. He looked across at and laughed. This is the first time and the last, please God, that I have turned my back on the enemy. And the first time that thou hast lost thy head, retorted. I was so taken aback after thy warning to me, too, that I should keep a cool brain. God's my life, what will King Henry say? He will say good riddance to a foul knave. Bear to the right. His palace stood but a league from the border, and soon they had crossed it, riding in close formation. Not until they were half a league into the neighboring domain did give the order to draw rein. Then they halted, while slammed his sword home into the scabbard, and unstrapped his great green cloak from the saddle. This he threw over his shoulders, clasping it at the neck, and drew the heavy folds round him so that they covered the lady, shielding her both from the cold wind and from curious eyes. He shifted her a little, so that she lay cradled in his left arm, held in an unyielding grip. Her late, the terror she had passed through, and the hardships she had endured during these last 5 days all told on her. While danger threatened and she had to take command of her emprise, she bore up, shaking off fatigue, but now that had come and swept all before him, the need for strength and watchfulness was gone. She lay limp in his arms, half conscious, knowing herself safe at last. Too tired to, or, if she did, to care that was her hated foe, she nestled close against his heart, clutching his cloak with a little sigh of relief. Looked down at her and saw that her eyes were shut. And something else he saw, which made the fierce light come into his eyes again. A red patch showed on the sleeve of her tunic. He turned his head, addressing, who was busy wrapping his in a cloak. She is wounded. I want linens. Started. Wounded. Margit. Oh, sir, is it deep? Nay, I think not. Give me thy kerchief. Tore it away from her neck, handing it to him, and for a while bent over his charge, slitting the sleeve of his tunic with his dagger. The wound was above the elbow and slight, but gave a little cry when started to bind it tightly round. He paid no heed, but tied the bandage, and drew his cloak round her once more, so that she was entirely hidden. Art ready? Was kissing at the moment, but he nodded, and they trotted forward briskly. He drew away from, and looked down into the big eyes that surveyed him. Art thou angered with me? Asked him. No, he said simply. I could not be. The eyes grew rounder. I thought thou wouldst be furious, said, just a little disappointed. He shook his head. Nay, but I will take good care ye play me not such a trick again, sweetheart. This was better. Sighed. But how wilt thou prevent me? She asked. I will wed thee, said. Then shalt thou see that I am a stern husband. The spirits were reviving fast. She dimpled. Thou wilt bear me then to the altar by force, sir. If need be, replied. Would you really? She asked in keenest admiration. I would. Then I shall hate thee, said severely. He laughed. And make thy life a misery with my shrewish ways. Thou wilt be punished then, said. How? He kissed her. Thus. It is very grievous, she said. I do not think I could bear it. Then it is thy life which will be a misery, told her. In truth you would make me your chattel, she sighed. It is very sad and ungallant. But English, no doubt. A barbarous race. I will show thee how the English make love sweet. Oh, I can guess, sir. With a club. As will woo my mistress. Oh, woo the lady. Said incredulously. Thy wits are wandering. It is you that are just a great stupid man, she replied scornfully. I have seen it coming this many a day. But doth not. If love's not my lady, why did he slay?
I do not know.
That is very true, said firmly and closed her eyes. They rode on in silence then, but at noon they halted at a tavern. Both ladies were asleep, so their bearers carried them into the parlor. They did not wake until dinner was served, and even then was too worn out to eat. She drank a little wine, but relapsed almost at once into heavy slumber. An hour later they set out again and rode steadily onward, not drawing rein again until dusk, when the gates of loomed large ahead. They went through and along the street to the castle. Woke then and stretched herself.
Where are we?
She asked drowsily. Dismounted, holding her against his shoulder. Home, dear heart.
Say, ah, how good.
She exclaimed. Set me down. I will not be carried. He put her on her feet, turning to and holding out his arms. Let me take her, lad.
Nay.
His arm tightened about the sleeping form. He dismounted carefully and strode into the castle. There were several people in the hall. Alan, the chevalier, and a big man who sat back in the shadow. Two was there, and she ran forward. Thou hast my lady, she cried, and would have drawn back the folds of his cloak. He warded her off. Alan hurried forward. All ready. Both lad. The chevalier minced forward. Set my cousin down. It is not fitting that you should carry her thus. Her ladies will attend to her. Out of my way, said curtly, and brushed past him to the stairs. Woke, pushing aside the cloak and looking about her. She was flushed from sleep and drowsy still.
Home.
She glanced up into his rugged face, and her eyelids fluttered. If you please, I will walk, she said. I will carry thee to thy rooms, answered. Lie still, madame. She remembered her boy's clothing and obeyed. Swung quickly up the stairs and at his heels. A bevy of ladies swarmed about him, but he pushed by to the countess's chamber, laying her on the bed. Get her to bed, he commanded. One of you fetch the surgeon for her wound. In his turn he was swept aside. The ladies gathered about her, exclaiming and fondling. Went out back to the great hall. A bluff voice smote his ears. Now by the rood is that my God's body, what doth he with a maid in his arms? Ha's thou rogue? Come hither. Limped forward, hands outstretched. My lord. Strode to meet him and gripped his hands. My dear lord. Embraced him. My lion cub. I could not stay away. Fiend seize thee, thou hast grown again, or else I had forgotten thy great height. What a God's name do ye in all this golden? Thou popinjay. My lad, kneel not to me. For had dropped on his knee. Pulled him up. Give me thy hand again. I have heard of thy prowess, lion cub. And thou wert once my pert squire. Glory, glory, I never thought I should live to be proud of thee. He held at arm's length, gazing at him. The same beetle brows and the same cold eyes. Turn to the light, silly boy. Now by my troth I do see a difference. Alan came to his side. Wert thou surprised? My lord did come yesterday, straight from the king. I thought I dreamed, said. How came ye to these shores, my lord? Faith, in a boat, lad. There was I at home, fretting for news of ye both, which came not, and could bear it no longer. Since my lady died and my daughters are both wed, I must e'en be near one or other of you. So off went I to London to my cousin. Then went I to the king, and he sent me here. And since yesterday I have heard of naught save thy prowess, and how thou didst capture this place. It was well done. Would that I had been with thee, lad, but I am old, and this accursed got well. What hath come to mine Alan? He left a silly boy, sighing and singing for his lady loves, and here I find him a man at last, which I never thought to see him.
Hast made a soldier of him, led him to a chair. Nay,
King Hal calls him his poet, but he can lead an attack better than here if he has a mind to it. Turned to look at who stood apart, watching them. Up he struggled once more and stumped forward. Needs must I take thy hand, sir, he mumbled. If thou wilt have it so. This is wartime, and there is no room for enmity between us two. Bent the knight gracefully. I am only too well pleased to have it so, my lord, he said. For Alan and I are one. So they clasped hands and sat down again with all three about him. The Chevalier had minced away some time ago, and had taken the wounded and very much shaken to find a surgeon, so that they were alone. Blew out his cheeks, looking proudly from Alan too, and smiled a little at the glory of's. Well, I had heard of thy gilded lad, but never till now have I seen thee in it. Thou coxcomb! And tell me, lion cub, who was the lady whom ye bore in your arms? Rose and glanced from one to the other of them. For a moment he was silent, and then the glimmering of a smile came into his green-blue eyes. That, my lord, is the lady whom I will one day take to wife, he said deliberately. XIV. How he received the lady's submission. My lord have hobbled out on to the terrace. It was the day after his return, and he was still in a state of incoherent surprise over the amazing announcement that had made the night before. At the time he had stared open-mouthed, and before he had in the smallest degree recovered from the first shock of surprise, had gone. All the evening he had been busy, so there had been no more private conversation. This morning he was closeted with his secretary, so wandered out in search of his son, whom he found on the terrace, fitting a new string to his harp. Alan smiled when he saw his father, and his smile was very sweet, as always. Lowered himself on to the chair that Alan vacated. Fiend seize my foot. He growled and glared at it. Alan sat down on the parapet, a gay figure against the dull stone. His father grunted. Still harping, silly lad. Still, Alan answered. Hast not better to do? Would tell thee, but hath no ear for music. He tells me that thou art master of his horse. Alan laughed. It is true, alack. He saith that thou art a good master, but I doubt he seeks to flatter thee to me. I think he doth, Alan said, and smiled again. Alan drove his stick on to the ground. What meant the lad last night? Alan glanced up through his lashes. Last night, roared at him. Thou foolish boy. When he said that he would take the lady to wife. Well, sir, Alan twanged his harp meditatively, he is of, so I suppose he did mean just that. But thou didst tell me that the lady hated him and sought to slay him. Exploded. My lord, then what maggot hath in his silly head? Alan drew his hand across the strings so that they sang softly under his fingers. The maggot of love, my father. Love for a froward woman. Much have I heard of the lady on the way hither, and it seems to me that she is a bold, spiteful hussy. Bold, sir, and tigerish, but so is. No milk-and-water maid could touch his heart. He must take a fitting mate unto himself. The Countess is such an one, and not soft speech will move her, but rugged strength and maybe rough usage. Stared at him. Art very wise. I would fain meet this lady. Oh, sir, she will send thee from her side with a flea in thine ear. Oh ho, said, I am an old man. He stroked his hair ruefully. Alan touched his hand affectionately. Yet the old man did come to France, and is none the worse for his tedious journey, he said. Puffed, pleased at the compliment. Oh, there is life in the lion yet. He nodded. Who comes? Alan sprang up, for was limping towards them. It is Mademoiselle who is soon to be lady, he said, and kissed his hand. Mademoiselle, ye see here my father, lord of. Curtsied in response to's bow, and went to sit beside him on the bench. Is it the gout? asked interested, pointing to her feet. Dimpled charmingly. Nay, it is blisters. Art a brave lass, I do hear. Not I, sir. 'Tis Margot who is brave. Mademoiselle, Alan interrupted, what chanced in's palace? Says not, and I have had no word with. Is it true that slew? Closed her eyes. It was terrible, she said. Had Margot in his arms. He kissed her and she fought him. Then, when I thought all was lost, there came the clank of, and Lord stood in the doorway with beside him. Oh, sir, I thought mine eyes deceived me. So great they looked, the one all black and the other gold and green. Pushed my lady away, but he was too late. Threw out her hand dramatically. I saw my lord of grow stiff all at once, and there came a light into his eyes such as I have never seen before. He smiled, and indeed, that smile drove terror into my heart. Just one moment he stood there, while I wondered what he would be at. And then he seemed to leap forward. In a second he was by us, and had seized up in his arms. He bent him over his knee backwards, until methought spine would snap. And he tried to imitate snarl, die thou dog. Then he stabbed suddenly, and the blood spurted up. It was horrible, horrible. After that it is all a mist. They fought, all of them, even Margot, but they could not hope to conquer, so we fled through a door behind us and ran and ran and ran. And at last we found a stairway which led out of the castle. Men were hard on our heels, but we ran across a courtyard and wrenched the gate open. Then found we the horses and fled for our lives. Ran away. Asked incredulously. What else could he do? I think he lost his head. He meant not to kill, but when he saw my lady in his arms, he forgot caution and only thought of vengeance. That is not like, said. It is like the new, Alan answered. To came a French page, bowing low. I bear a message from Madame. What is it? Madame requests to visit her. She hath that which she would say to Rose. Laid me to Madame. The page conducted him to his rooms and announced him. The Countess was alone, standing by the window. She was clad in a long red robe, and she wore a horned headdress upon her head. She came forward a few steps to meet, and he saw that her hands were tightly clenched. Wells, Madame. Moistened her lips. She began to speak jerkily, her eyes dark and troubled. There is much I must say to you. Ye have placed me in your debt. Her eyelids dropped a little, and the proud lips quivered. Said nothing, watching her. I have first to thank you for what you did yesterday. The words stuck in her throat a little, but she went on bravely. Had ye not come to my rescue, I had been what I will not think today. Her eyes searched his face, but it was impassive. His arms were folded across his great chest, and he stood very still before her. Again she moistened her lips. Of leaves not her debts unpaid. Had I not fallen into his clutches, I would have brought an army to fight you. Failed, and you rescued me. I desire now to wipe away the debt I owe you. So I will make my submission to you. Her voice had sunk, but it vibrated with her pride. I want more than that. She started, clasping her hands nervously together. You seek my life? She asked and squared her shoulders. Came heavily up to her and took her wrists in his hold. Thy life, all of thee. Suddenly he bent forward and kissed her, full on her red lips. She sprang away, trembling and shaken, pressing her hands to her hot cheeks. You insult me. I have not deserved that. My God, I had come to think you a man of. I insult thee not, said calmly. I want thy hand in marriage. She stared at him, hardly comprehending. Then she recoiled, eyes aflame. You for what do ye take me? Think ye I would wed an English boor? She spat the words at him, and her bosom heaved. I think that thou wilt wed me, madame. What I want I take.
Ye take not me.
Mordieu, are ye mad?
Wed me.
I am of. Thou art my prisoner. No longer. She stepped quickly up to him, her silken skirts brushing the ground. I have made my submission. He looked down at her for a moment, in silence. Then he drew a folded parchment from his belt and spread it upon the table. It awaits thy signature, madame. Thy submission to my master. Slowly she approached the table and read the formal words. A little shiver ran through her, and she bit her lip. She sat down and picked up her quill. For a long time she sat very still, but presently she dipped the quill in the ink and quickly signed her name. She would have risen then, but's hand was on her shoulder. There lies thy submission to the king my master, he said, and she saw that his eyes gleamed. But thy submission to me must come soon. Thy life is mine by right of conquest, and well dost thou know it. Willingly shalt thou come to me, and willingly give thy heart. For I will have all or nothing.
Nothing then, she said hoarsely.
He smiled and picked up the parchment. I have not, but still I hold, he said, and laughed, swung round on his heel and went out. Stumbled up, trying to control the wild leaping of her pulses. To her came and cast her a shrewd glance.
I cried, he has been here. He kissed me.
Oh, how I hate him. Raging, she paced the floor, lashing herself to a fury. I have heard that hate is akin to love, remarked placidly.
Love.
I love that, she choked for words.
He thinks to wed me.
Ah, how I hate him. Thou didst not hate him when he killed, said. Paused, staring at her wild-eyed. Did I not? Did I not? Oh, what ails me? She sank down upon the floor beside her lady, sobbing. Pride dies hard, said softly. Thou art torn between love and hate. No, no. It is all hate, all hate. Then why dost thou weep? I do not know, I am distraught.
It was his kiss burning me. Shaming me.
Oz, let me go. She sprang up and away, rushing from the room straight into the arms of her cousin.
Victor, what do we hear?
He twirled his scented kerchief, eyes running swiftly over her. I came to wait upon thee, sweet Margot, but yon yellow-haired Saxon was before me. Thou art strangely disordered, cousin. He bent forward, scrutinizing her. Now what hath he done, I wonder? Out of my way, she cried and swept past down the corridor. The Chevalier entered her room. Looked coldly at him, but he smiled. So the English oaf kissed my cousin. He said gently and showed his teeth a moment. You would appear to be in his confidence, snapped.
He paid no heed.
And she is all distraught. What does that betoken?
XV.
How he came upon the lady in the gallery. On a voyage of exploration through the castle, came to a wide gallery where the musicians were wont to play. Coming towards him away from her rooms was the lady, tall and stately as ever in a cloth of gold, with her long hair braided, and a gold band about her forehead from which glowed a single sapphire stone. She paused when she saw and looked him over, for he was a stranger to her. Looked back at her squarely, leaning on his stout ash plant. The lady would have passed on, chin lifted, but he blocked her passage. Know ye the way back to the hall, madame? He asked in very fair French. I have lost my path. The stairs are yonder, sir, she said, pointing. Sighed and thought that he would be very cunning. Stairs, stairs, stairs. If there were chairs, I should like it better. I have had the gout this many a day, lady, and it plagues me sorely. The Countess hesitated, but's white hairs made her courteous. There are chairs behind you, sir, she said. Why then, madame, if you will be seated, so will I, he answered. I thank you, no. On swept my lady, but was arrested by Sroor. He could never be patient for long. Come back, come back. God's body, have I not been lonely enough? Come hither, whoever ye may be, and bear an old man company. The lady spoke coldly. I am the Countess of, she said, and her tone should have crushed him. What care I for that? He demanded. If you wish to sing titles, I am the Earl of. Now sit ye down, a God's sake. Was somewhat taken aback. I do not know the Earl of, sir. That do ye. Sit thee down, I say. Was inclined to be haughty, but when stamped his foot and swore at the pain, she laughed and came to him, sitting down. I do not know why ye should desire to keep me with you, she said frankly. I have no love for Englishmen. Lowered himself beside her. Now what hath been done to thee by an Englishman? Quoth he. She flushed. Ye call it nothing that my land hath been end by an Englishman. She cried. Fortune o' war, he grunted. Thou hadst a worthy foe. Sir, why I do hear that my boy and thou do tilt at one another. Now is a man, God wot. Indeed, sir. Did ye doubt it? Slewed round to face her. A plague be on the lad, what hath he done? He was ever a pert, headstrong child, but I never heard that he did more harm to a maid than turn his back on her. Oh, he is very chivalrous. She sneered. See this scar on my breast? That did he with his sword. Looked at it. Did he so? Wherefore should he do that? Because I would not yield thy son to him, nor my castle. Ah, well. Puffed out his cheeks. Allen is dear to him. As for thy castle, what he had sworn to take he would take, willy-nilly. It is his way. Lord, Lord, I should know, for had I not to bear with him 4 long years. The lad was my squire, lady. Thy squire. She was surprised in spite of herself. How could he be that? Why, look ye, he was bastard and was my foe. Once mother died, he came to me and bearded me in my lair. He chuckled. I was a fierce fellow in those days, lady, but holy virgin, he was as fierce. A square-set whelp, some 14 years old, and forced himself into my service. A pretty time I had with him, madame, and an obstinate, impudent cub he was. Many's the beating I've given him, but do we think he cared? Not he. He'd e'en go his own road, say or do what I would. Cold as a stone, as strong as I was myself. Up he grew like a young tree. The shoulders of him. He hath a blow which would fell an ox, lady, and the coolest brain ever I knew. Now hark while I tell thee how he came by his land. Settled himself more comfortably, and proceeded to recount the exploits of his beloved lion cub. Listened, eyes downcast, but once she raised them, and they were sparkling with sympathy for one of Steed's. But at the end of the recital the died out of her cheeks, and she remembered that was her enemy. You would seem to have a fondness for this. Needs must I, grunted. I do indeed love the boy. He cares for me a little, but he hath never asked of me, and never will. What he wants, he will win himself. Never was there a prouder, more cocksure lad. It is praiseworthy, perhaps, said slowly, but he cannot always win. His eyes twinkled. So. And who shall teach him that, lady? She looked at him, and he saw her lips tight shut. Oh, so ye think to bring to heel, madame. I wonder if you will do it. I desire only that he shall leave my land, never to return. Well, he is like to, announced. He goes soon to join the king. I am glad, said the lady primly. I hope it will be very, very soon. Here's a heat. Remarked, why dost thou hate him so? I have told thee. Once I sought to kill him, she spoke through clenched teeth and could not. Could not, though he would have let me. I was a coward, and now I do owe my life to him. and didst fight at his side, if an thy lady speak sooth. That was not done of hate, madame. I fought because I had to escape. Not to save him. Grunted. And even now, had I the means to hand, I would slay him gladly. Gladly. Brave words said. Is not one to be worsted by a maid. What good would his death bring you? King Henry would fall upon thy land. I held out gainst. But the English are in now, said. A soft yet heavy tread sounded. Along the gallery came, and at sight of him the lady rose, yet was too proud to seek refuge in flight. Halted before her, looking gravely into her eyes. But all at once a smile came to disperse the gravity, and it was so unlike the smile she had seen on his lips before, that almost it drew from her an answering gleam. There was no grimness in it, but a species of amused understanding. So my lord hath found thee, he said. I dare swear he hath told thee that I was once the bane of his life. My lord is generous in his praise of you, she answered stiffly. Glanced at with uplifted brows. Never said I one word of praise. Roared, I praise thee. God's body, I am not yet in my dotage. Praise thou pert boy, what ails thee? My lady knows now thy stubborn temper. Praise forsooth. Laughed. Wert ever chary of praise to my face, sir, he said mildly. And behind thy backs. Averred. A more worthless, blundering, silly-pated, obstinate lad never I saw. A pity is it that none ever thought to knock a little sense into thee. Nay, my lord, one did try, but it seemed he failed, although he had me in my youth too. A graceless, impudent coxcomb thou wert. Indeed, I think I was so indeed, reflected. A sore trial to thee, sir. Thou art well enough, grunted. Ye need not seek to cozen me. Why, sir, I do know it to be useless, said. Glanced from one to the other. This new was a stranger to her. The she knew was a stern lord with little but great strength, not a smiling man who meekly listened to abuse of himself. She drew her skirts about her, preparing to depart, but struggled up, laying a hand on her shoulder. Now here is a right noble lady, he informed bluffly. Take a lesson from her, lad. His eyes were upon her face, and felt the rise to her cheeks. It boots not to sing my praise to lord of, sir, she said icily. Nay, it was who answered. I need no telling. Hadst best have a care to thyself, warned him jovially. My lady will be satisfied with naught save thy life. His cheeks were flaming now. She bit her lip, glaring at the well-meaning but tactless. My life is hers, said quietly. I should have said thy death, chuckled. Drew his dagger from its sheath and presented the hilt too. That also drew away from under's hand. The jest is no doubt amusing, sir. I will leave you to enjoy it. Conceived that this curious pair of lovers should now be left alone, so he stumped off towards the stairs, shaking his head over the incomprehensible ways of the younger generation. Stood before, barring her passage. He was in a genial mood this morning, and strange forces were at work within him. Be pleased to let me pass, said imperiously. He shook his head. In a little while, Margit. My name, sir. Her eyes flamed. Thy name. He turned the naked dagger in his hand, looking down at it. It was no jest, madame. If thou wouldst strike, strike now. Thou hast tied my hands, she answered bitterly. I am not sunk so low. Thou hast told me that my life is thine by right of conquest. That is not so, but thou didst rescue me in my dire peril, for which I must needs be grateful. I want not thy gratitude. That debt is paid, and the past is dead. If thou dost indeed hate me, ah, can you doubt that? She cried. He smiled a little. Thou hast assured me of thy hatred many a time, and of thine undying lust for vengeance. And yet thou didst lie in mine arms once, content to be there, and it was not hate that prompted thee to feel thyself safe, and to sleep with thy head on my breast. You taunt me with that. I was weary, and beside myself with fear and in everything. Nay, I do not taunt thee. The memory of that ride is precious to me. She was silent. Methinks, went on, I never knew thee until I saw thee clad in thy boy's clothes, fighting at my side. She flushed. Not for nothing am I the Amazon, she said through her shut teeth. The Amazon! Nay, thou didst seem just a helpless child, grown suddenly small in thine unaccustomed raiment. It was that, I think, that awoke some devil within me and made me slay. She laughed harshly. I thank you. So it was with a child that thou didst fall in love, if love this be. It must be love, Margaret, but I know little of such matters. I only know that I want thee, and must have thee. Then know also, sir, that I will none of thy wooing. Now let me pass. He stood aside at once, and she almost ran down the gallery to her rooms, meeting Alan on the way, and brushing past him without a glance in his direction. Alan strolled up too, half smiling. One pair of lovers left I in the hall, and here I stumble upon yet another. And I the only real lover amongst you maidless. It is a sad world. Alan said abruptly, Tell me of love. What is it? I can tell thee naught that thou dost not know already. Long, long ago I did say that the day would come when some maid should wake thy cold heart. Behold, it is here at last, and thou dost ask me to tell thee of love. It is love, then, that stirs my blood. But, Alan laughed softly. It comes to all men at least once, and to some many times. To thee it came slowly, but to some it comes as a sudden shock. Pondered gravely, and in a few moments Alan spoke again. I came in search of thee. I want to warn thee. Instantly was on the alert, and the softness went out of his face. Well, I mislike the looks of yon Frenchman, the Chevalier. Of late there hath come a new gleam into his eyes, and I think he seeks to do thee harm. That little popinjay. But he was first in the field, Alan said quietly. What mind ye? Why, that he also loves the lady, although she slights him. He loves, his hand clenched. If I find, nay, listen, thou jealous lover. As I came hither I chanced on him, descending the stairway. Methinks he doth play the spy, and if it seems to him that thou art like to win the countess, he will dispose of thee as best he can. Shrugged. What can he do? He made his submission long since. And you would trust to his. I have as yet no reason since his submission for doubting it. Save his shifty eyes and spying ways. I would like to see him safe under lock and key, lad. I cannot do that, answered shortly. Do ye think I fear him? Not I, but the soft-spoken are the most dangerous of all foes. Look well to thyself. Ye think he will slay me. Nay, I think he will try to, Alan riposted. Or mayhap he will hire some rogue to do it for him, and thus in a little salve his conscience. Smiled. I doubt that same rogue will find his task hard indeed, he remarked. I have ears that hear that which makes no sound, and eyes that see in the dark. Still be more watchful than ever, Alan warned him. When do he go to? Next week. I leaves here with thy father. Must go with me. And I. And thou. When wilt thou return? I know not. Sighed faintly. The message that thy father brought told me that the king had need of me. He waits but to see Gloucester triumph and fall to Warwick. Then he will march on Rouen. Whom will he leave to govern this land? The lady hath submitted. She will rule here. Some overlord he will appoint. Perhaps Salisbury. Who knows? Who indeed? Said Alan softly. XVI. How he walked alone in the garden. He walked slowly through the garden that surrounded the castle, and the pale sunlight played about his fair hair, while the wind stirred it gently and blew it across his face. His sword hung at his side, but his hands were clasped listlessly behind him, and he bent his head, deep in thought. It was 4 days since his talk within the gallery, and nothing further had passed between them since then. In 2 more days he would be gone from Mai, and for the first time in his life he was worried. He paced slowly to and fro across the lawn before the castle, seemingly lost in his thoughts, frowning slightly. From close by the lady watched him, hidden from his sight by the bushes through which she peeped. She had escaped from her ladies and come here to be alone, why she knew not. Ever since the day when had rescued her from, she had been racked and torn by conflicting emotions. Not one of them could she, but she knew that a strange misery had her in its hold, that would not let her rest, causing her sleepless nights and storm-tossed thoughts. She was hungry for an unknown something, and at times she would bite hard on her lip to hold back the rush of angry, heartsick tears that sprang to her eyes. She was restless, too, and short with her ladies. Not even would she have near her for long, but fled away by herself as now, fighting what she half-guessed to be a yearning for her mate. Try as she might, she could not forget the feel of his arms about her on the ride from land, or the touch of his lips on hers. Again and again she tried to lash her anger to fresh energy, remembering all iniquities, dwelling on them fiercely, pressing the scar on her bosom with nervous, trembling hands. For a long time she sat motionless heedless of the cold, watching ceaseless, measured pacing with eyes that burned dark and troubled. Presently she saw him wheel to the left, and in a moment he had passed from her sight through a gap in the yew hedge. Some of the rigidity left her then, and she fell to plucking at her gown, twisting the silk between her fingers, her mouth all awry with some inward pain. But in a little while she covered her face with her hands, and so remained for a long time silent. She did not know why she suddenly looked up, every nerve strained to attention. No one was in sight, but from somewhere near at hand had come the sound of brushing against leaves. It was a tiny sound, a bird might have caused it, or some small animal, and yet she leaned forward, peering through the bushes with eyes that were narrowed and keen. Again came the sound, and she rose, noiseless, her skirts gathered up in one tense hand. To the left was the castle, to the right the hedge that bordered the bowling green. Straight ahead, at the far end of the lawn, was the gap through which had gone. It led along an alley between high hedges, to her own garden, away from the castle. On the other side of the hedge that ran parallel to the castle were fields, leading down to the moat. It was towards this hedge that she looked, and presently, where the leaves were sparse, saw a shadow moving stealthily beside it on the other side. It was but a fleeting glimpse that she had, but her nerves sprang to a conclusion. Quickly she pushed through the tangled bush and stepped onto the green. One moment she stood there, staring intently to the right, and again heard the faint rustle. The leaves seemed to quiver in one spot and grew still again. Every pulse was throbbing in her body, but she forced herself to walk calmly forward, outwardly careless and aimless. The blood sang in her ears, for she knew that there was one, perhaps more, behind the hedge, watching her intently. On she went, heart beating loud and unevenly, but walking slowly, looking about her. It seemed to her that the bowling green had become of a sudden a vast desert which she could never span, but at last she came to the end, pretended to hesitate a moment, and then went through the gap. The path twisted almost at once, and so soon as she had rounded the bend, she caught up her skirts and ran as if for dear life along the tortuous alley. Was in the gazing abstractedly down upon the sundial that stood in the center. All about him were little walks and flower beds, with snowdrops growing in them. The sound of light footsteps speeding towards him made him look up quickly, a hand to his sword hilt. Into came the lady, panting for breath and running like one possessed. He started forward, brow lowering. "What is it?" Who hath she almost fell into his arms, outstretched to receive her, clutching at his long tunic with desperate fingers. "Come, come, I implore thee. Give thine arm. Sword. Quickly, quickly." From Spot hands were on her shoulders, his voice rang harshly in her ears. "Who hath dared to molest thee?" Answer none, she tugged wildly at his tunic. "It is not that."
Oh, come, come. Every moment you made death, he stared at her in surprise, then cast a quick look around. Death? What mean ye, child? Oh, tarry not, she implored. Take me to the I beg of you. Oh, come, come, come. There is behind the bushes. I saw him yonder, creeping in thy wake. Even he may upon us. Forsake, come away, but had his arms about her, and his voice was strangely moved. And thou didst come to warn me. In her frenzy she scarcely noticed his embrace, but beat her clenched fists against his breast. Oh, will you not come? Will you not come? I fear no assassin that ever drew breath. Child, he said gently, I will come if you will it so. She drew a sobbing breath of relief, falling back. Walk on my right, walk swiftly. Even as she spoke, he turned sharply round on his heel, staring into the bushes. Slowly he drew his sword and went forward, panther-like. Stayed by the sundial, trembling, but fearful of uttering a single cry, lest it warn the prey he stalked of danger. She saw leap forward, as if some spring within him had been loosed, and thrust with his sword through the hedge. A muffled shriek came, a scuffle and the sound of thudding footsteps, retreating in haste. Turned, wiped his sword upon the grass, and sheathed it. Then he came back to and stood before her. Was it only out of gratitude that thou didst come to warn me? He asked. She started, gripping the edge of the sundial and gazing up at him with wild, hungry eyes. Thine is a strange hatred, went on and held out his hands. Is it hate indeed? Her knees shook under her, her breath came fast and uneven. Hate? Ah, what ails me? What have I done? I am mad. It was gratitude. I have not changed. I yield never. She shrank away, warding him off. Touch me not. I could not let him slay thus. I could not. I like swoon. He caught her even as she swayed, sweeping her off her feet. One instant she struggled, crying out, and then crumpled up in his arms, her head falling back lifeless. Swiftly bore her to the castle, brushing past staring lackeys and striding to the stairs. He came to the rooms, and there found with Elle. She hath swooned only, he said in answer to the startled outcry. It was her wound, belike lay her down, commanded, and spread cushions on the wooden settle. Gently laid his burden on them. She ran to warn me of danger from a knife, he said curtly. She hath no hurt, nor I look to her, mademoiselle, and have a care. Smiled a little at that. Yes, she said demurely, and with twinkling eyes watched him go out. Sighing, the lady came to her senses. Oh, ah, he is safe. She struggled up, staring about her. Pressed her back on to the cushions. Yes, quite safe. He brought thee here. I would not lie to thee. The strained muscles relaxed. Lay still, eyes closed. Presently she opened them and looked wistfully up at her lady. I am mad, she said, and her lips quivered. Do whether is or dead. My is reeling. Oh, I weeping. Comes to me love, whispered and kissed her softly. XVII. How he left and how the lady dealt with her cousin. Burst in upon him, Alan following languidly at his heels. What is this I hear? Demanded. Is it true that one sought to slay thee? Oh, smiled a little. A creature in the chevalier's pay. He nodded to Alan. Thou wert right, O sage. Of course I was right, Alan said placidly. What wilt thou do now? I go to. But what of thy would-be assassin? Cried. Not. I know not who he was, and I have no proof. Once I am gone, the chevalier will be happy enough. Was dissatisfied. I would clap him up. I have not the powers. He would deny the charge, and the lady rules here now. It is not like thee to be magnanimous. Exclaimed. What ails thee? God knows. The chevalier is too little for my vengeance, I think. I can punish him best by ignoring him. But when I am gone, do thou have a care. I mislike the task of ruling this land, grumbled. Live and take me with thee. He is too young, and thou wilt be content enough with thy. She would never forgive me, and I wrested thee from her now. What is that to thee? Stated, thou art changed indeed. Shrugged. Maybe, he said, and then was silent for a long time. Later came to him, recovered now and in high spirits. Received him unemotionally, but tried to kiss his hand. Ah, Lord, it was well done. I would it had been my hand that had slain the toad. By the Virgin, your grip was of iron on his fat neck. Smiled a little. Ye did well, though I slew. Art a brave man, methinks. What want ye of me? Smote his thigh. Thought I to myself, by God, this is a fit master for me. So please you, sir, I'll join your guards or your archers. I have some training with a crossbow. Looked him over for a moment, and then nodded abruptly. If I am the master for thee, thou art the man for me, yet the Lady Countess doth command your loyalty. I am, and I serve whom I please, the giant answered. But it seems to me that the day is not far distant when I shall call ye both master, and own not to neither. That is as may be, said coldly, and drew pen and parchment forward too. On the day of his departure, he went to the lady's bower where she reclined on a couch, pale and listless. He was clad in his, and at the sight of it her lips quivered. I come to bid thee farewell, Margit, he said quietly. She rose, gazing at him. You are going too. Thou art rid of me at last. She winced at that, and her eyes filled with tears. You return not. If God wills, I shall return. But if so be I fall in battle, think this of me, Margit, that if ever I harmed thee or hurt thee, at least it was not of mine own desire. And remember also that I did love thee very dearly. He went down on his knee most unexpectedly and kissed her cold hand. Plague not, he said humorously. He is no match for thy fierceness. She smiled wanly. I have submitted. He rose and looked at her for a moment. Farewell, Margit. Farewell, the whisper just reached him. He turned and went to the door. The weights that held to the floor seemed to fall away. She stumbled forward, hands outstretched. Ah, thou wilt come back. Thou wilt. He caught her in his arms. I will come back. But when I come, it will be to lead thee to the altar, if I am alive still. He bent his head and kissed her long and passionately, and although she did not return his kiss, she was passive under it. The next moment he had released her, and was gone through the door away. The lady fell on her knees beside the table, clinging to it, while hard, dry sobs shook her. How long she remained there she did not know, but presently came the noise of horses' hoofs without, and the sound of voices. She pulled herself up and dragged her feet to the window, kneeling on the high bench below it. Dry-eyed, she watched Clasp's hand in farewell and kneeled to receive's blessing. Then she saw him mount his horse and ride towards the drawbridge in the midst of his men. Once he looked up at her window and, seeing her there, raised his mailed hand in salute. Then he was gone, and the clattering of the horses' hoofs died away in the distance. Entered softly and came to her mistress, passing an arm about her waist. So they stood for a time, silent, until disengaged herself. Her voice was calm now and cold. Bid them fetch my cousin and his father. Yes. What will you do? Fetch them, repeated gently. When the Chevalier and her uncle came in, they found, seated in a high-backed chair by the table, her hands folded in her lap, her stately head held high. The sire bowed to her. You desired our presence, madame. Yes, my uncle. I desire that ye shall hear what I have to say to your son. The sire looked surprised, glanced inquiringly at the Chevalier. Is it possible, madame, that Victor has annoyed thee? Her lips curled. Annoyed is a small word, sir. The Chevalier will understand when I say that I think his own lands stand in need of him. The Chevalier started, dropping the flower he held. Margit.
My name is not for such as you to use, sir, she said haughtily. You do know why I will no longer harbor you. Fair cousin, you are distraught, the Chevalier said silkily. I know not. Her look was full of scorn. Ye desire that I should be more explicit. Most certainly, madame, for I am in the dark. Then know, sir, that I was in the garden when you did send your bravo to slay my lord of. Her uncle gasped, falling away from his son. Victor! Madame, it cannot be true. My son! Look at his face, she said disdainfully. Is it not proof enough? The Chevalier was gnawing at his lip, livid, but he contrived to smile. You rave, cousin. I know naught of this affair. But ye will return to your own lands, sir, nevertheless. The sire came towards her, and his eyes were haggard all at once. Madame, it cannot be true. It were. I implore thee listen to Victor's defense. Can he deny it? She sneered. The sire turned to his son. Victor! My God, Victor, thou didst not do this thing. Nay, the Chevalier muttered, but could not look at him. His father started forward, seizing him by the shoulder. Look at me. Is it true? The Chevalier shot one glance at its rigid countenance and laughed. You are over-squeamish, moan, he said carelessly. The sire's hand fell away from him as from a thing unclean. Thou craven cur! He whispered and turned again to the Countess. Madame, I can say naught, save that this deed is as foul to me as it is to you. She bent her head. That I know, sir. I do trust that thou wilt continue here, for I do value thy friendship. But thy son goes within 48 hours, or I will formally banish him from my domain. That is my last word. You are generous, madame, her uncle said very low. For thy sake, my uncle, she answered, and stretched out her hand to him. The Chevalier bowed. Then I take my leave of thee, fair cousin. He sneered at her. When thou art miserable in yon Saxon's arms, think of me. Go. His father thundered. Must you add to your vileness? Go. The Chevalier bowed again, ironically, and went out. His father picked up the flower he had dropped and threw it into the fire. Madame, ye will excuse me. I am not myself. This hath been a bitter blow. I would fain retire. Indeed, I am very sorry, said, her hand on his arm. I could not do otherwise. You were too generous, he said shakily, and kissed her hand. As soon as he was gone, turned to, who all the time had stood silent behind her chair. Wilt thou request thy to wait on me here? Threw her arms about. Oh, Margit, Margit, it was well done. I will fetch at once. She ran out, flushed and excited. She found in the great hall, disconsolate at his friend's departure. When he saw her, his brow cleared, and he held out his arms. Nay, I am come on an errand, she said demurely and curtsied. The Lady Countess doth request your presence in her chamber. Came to her, sweeping her off the ground in his embrace. What care I for the Lady Countess? Kiss me, thou rogue. Obeyed meekly and was set down. This is very wrong, she reproved him. It is no way to treat a herald. Follow me now, at once. What wants thy mistress? He asked, led him up the stairs. No doubt she will tell thee, she said. It is not at all seemly to put thine arm about a herald's waist. Nay, but it is very seemly to put mine arm about my betrothed's waist, he retorted, and drew her protesting onward. Outside's door he paused. Kiss me, or I will no further, he threatened. Thou art a sore trial, sighed, and raised her bewitching little face. No, that is enough. What if someone was looking? She opened the door. Sir, madame. Enter, enter, said, and came forward to meet them. Methinks thou wert gone a long time on thine errand. Her eyes sparkled a little.
That was not my fault, madame said. Indeed, sir, is very, very obstinate in the matter of coming quickly. I doubt it not, smiled and looked at. Sir, I did request your presence to tell you that I have banished my cousin from this land for setting his men to slay Lord. I will have no such on my head, so will you please to see to it that he is gone within 48 hours. I do not desire that anyone should be told why he goes. Recovered from his amazement with difficulty. Madame, I will see to it. Let me say, madame, that I you greatly. She smiled rather sadly. It was the least I could do, she said. I, sir, you and I have fought in the past, and I have given ye no cause to love me. But I am wiser now a little, and I would wish to live at peace with you. Knelt at once, kissing her hand. Madame, I thank you. Be assured that I will do all in my power to aid and uphold you in this land. She pressed his fingers slightly. Thank you, she said. When do ye steal my from me? He rose. Why never, madame? I only seek to wed her. And that right soon. I wish you happiness, she said unsteadily and tried to smile. Caught her hands. Ah, you too shall have happiness. His head was bowed. Maybe. I think I will be alone for a while. They left her then, her head held bravely and her lips smiling. XVII. How he came to the king. He rode slowly into, at the head of his men, Allen at his side and some way behind, leading the rearguard. He had ridden north and west, past and Caen, for was situated between and commanding the center of lower Normandy some 25 leagues from. On his arrival he went straight to where the king dwelt, taking Allen with him. Henry received him at once, and dispatched a page to conduct him to his room. He was there with his brother, the Duke of Clarence, who commanded one of the 3 divisions of the army, and whose task it was to prepare for the advance on Rouen. When entered, Henry came quickly forward. Ah, my soldier! He would not permit to kneel, but embraced him and also Allen. And my poet! Where is my knight? At sire answered. Came with me. Henry was disappointed. I would you had brought in his stead, but ye know best. Why, sir, Allen said, left in a lady's arms. He is shortly to be wed. What? Henry turned in astonishment. Is it indeed so? No, not the Amazon. No, it was who answered quickly. One of her ladies. Is it so? I had suspected Allen of it, but not. Sit down and tell me all. He touched a pile of parchment sheets on the table. Thy dispatches are very curt. He smiled and picked one up. Listen, Allen. My very dread and sovereign lord the king, so we start, and all is well. But wait, I have the to inform your majesty that the town of did yesterday morning make submission after an attack from my forces. I have also the to inform your majesty that the castle has ceded, save for the lady countess, who holds out against your majesty. I am your majesty's faithful servant, of, well, my majesty's faithful servant just whets mine appetite for news, and no more. Here am constrained to tell your majesty that on Tuesday last the lady countess did escape from, accompanied only by her lady, mademoiselle. I did set forth in pursuit, and finding madame in the hands of your majesty's ally, called the Terrible, did slay him for the treatment he did mete out to the lady countess. And so have rid Normandy of a very foul rogue. I thank thee. Henry's eyes twinkled. As you say in this lengthy dispatch, was mine ally. And a pretty time I have had, seeing his people who flocked here demanding thy head. What said your majesty? Why, I did say that I desired no further dealings with men, but I would know why my allies are thus summarily slain, without trial or delay. Stood up. Sir, I do owe you an apology, but in my place ye would have done the same. I doubt it not, Henry said. But it was unlike thee to kill him without trial, vile though we guessed him to be.
I did it in sudden, overwhelming anger, sir. Curtly told him all that happened in's palace. Henry smote his hands together. By my troth, I would I had been there. The knave! I am well rid of him, indeed. But it has caused a deal of pother. The blame is mine alone, sir. I'd not lay it on thy shoulders, my. I must uphold my generals. Sire, if it please you, punish me for the deed, so the French shall not call you assassin. It is over now, Henry answered. Clarence dealt with them. Smiled across at the Duke, of whom he was very fond. Then I thank your grace. I'd uphold thee through fire and water. Clarence said, but I was all amazed when I heard how the just had fallen. Alan upraised his dreamy voice. Nay, it was justice. Quick justice. The poet hath spoken, Henry laughed. Now tell me from beginning to end how you took. By siege first and then by storm, sir. Henry clicked his tongue impatiently. And now I know, he remarked. Alan, tell me. Alan crossed his legs. Certainly, sire. We sat down before until and lived in blissful peace. I composed an ode and kicked his heels. Likes not bliss, sir, nor peace. He must always be at work. So he dug a mine into the town under the southern ramparts, which seemed made of granite. Very pleased was he with the mines, sire, and he set his brain to work out a plan. Had sat down before the western ramparts, which were unstable and ready for assault. Bade him, at a certain hour of a certain day, train his cannon upon it for a while, and at a given signal storm the walls, thus attracting the garrison. And I were in readiness with the rest of our army, for it was planned to go with 11 other men along his mine, to dig themselves out within the town, and so as had given the signal for assault, and the town was in a turmoil, to speed to the southern gates and open them, letting down the drawbridge. The which he did, sire, by some miracle, and in we rode first to hem's attackers in from the rear. I came second to lead my men into the town. Within his gilded at our head, we swept all before us to the marketplace, and there had a fierce battle. I was captured, sire, and borne to the castle, whither fled most of the garrison. The town was then, but the lady sent to tell him that if he not his men, I should hang from the battlements. Alan paused, smiling. Go on, Henry commanded. What did then? He entered the castle, sir, alone as a herald. From all I can hear, he did draw upon the lady, who would have had him slain, and held his sword point against her breast, so that not one of her people dared move hand or foot, lest he should press home. She is a brave lady, sir, and she would not have let have his way, but that he threatened to sack the town and slay the children. Then perforce she yielded, and led him to me. Conceived that it would be well for him to enter the castle in force, so he left me where I was wounded and could not rise, and took the lady back to his quarters as hostage. And after that it was simple. Henry drew a deep breath. By God, but thou art a man's. He cried and looked at in admiration. And the Amazon? Tell me of her. It was Alan who answered. She is the loveliest woman ever I saw, sir, and the bravest. A tigress, but she submitted. Said, because I did save her life. Give me leave, sir. I would come out of this. Henry nodded. Go, and Alan too. I like not Alan inns. Did my lord find thee? I sent him. He did arrive roaring, Alan smiled. We left him with. He is a man after mine own heart, Henry said, and dismissed them. The very next day he called for, and was closeted with him for a long hour. When emerged at last, Alan was waiting for him, and took him apart. Well, a sigh escaped this new. I am to go into to join Gloucester. Goes to. Thou art to remain here. For how long art thou to be away? Shrugged. Till thee is subdued. Gloucester plans to lay siege to Cherbourg as early in April as may be.
Cherbourg will not fall easily. I see, Alan said, and said no more. Left the following week, but it was not until some 10 days had passed that Henry, much occupied with the affairs of his conquered land, had time for private speech with Alan. Then one day, when he was listening to Alan's harping, he roused himself and spoke. Alan, what ails our? Alan drew a last, sobbing wail from his strings, and laid the harp aside. Ah, dour he was always, but never did his mind wander as now it doth. Half the time he dreams, and once I heard him sigh. Oh, then there is new light in his eyes, and methinks he is more gentle than of yore. What hath come to him? Is he sick? Some call it sickness, sire. Henry turned sharply round in his chair to gaze at Alan. God's my life, he is not, he cannot be in love. Why, sir, have you not always said with me that love would one day come to him? But Alan, I never suspected. Who is it? It is the lady of sire. The king's jaw dropped. In blank astonishment, he stared at Alan. The Amazon. The tigress. Alan, you jest. No, sir. True it is. I saw it coming slowly, but knew not his own heart till he saw my lady in arms. Then that was why he killed him. Henry started up. It was jealousy. It was the lion in him, sir, roused to awful rage. Henry sank back. For God, I am glad I was not. And she, doth she love him? Is there love in her? Love there is, sir, but also pride. She loves him, but she will not admit it, even to herself. They woo with daggers and his lady. Henry smiled. I would give much to see it. She hates him then. So she says, sir, but it is a strange hatred. She loves him, and when he returns to her, she will wed him. Return. Henry frowned. I had planned to have him at my side when I march on Rouen. Alan said nothing. Speak, Alan. If you take to Rouen, sire, it is death to his happiness. That campaign may last a year. Henry lined his chin in his hand, thinking. What would ye have me do? If love's indeed, he must have his way. 2, I suppose. Yet I can ill spare them. He will follow your majesty unquestionably, sir. It is not for me to advise you. He would sacrifice his love for his duty. He is of, Alan said quietly. Aye. How he grew to manhood. From page to Alan, he became page to my lord himself, and was decked out in red and gold. Very brave he looked in the short red tunic worked with gold, and caught in at the waist by a leathern belt. His hose were gold, his shoon red, and red was the cap that sat a thought rakishly on his fair head. His duties were many and arduous, nor did my lord spare him any fatigue or exertion. He slept on a hard pallet across threshold, rose early and went late to bed. It was part of his duty to wait upon my lord and his lady at dinner, and every morning at 10 took his stand on the dais beside my lord's chair, attending to his wants or standing immobile the while my lord and his guests ate and drank their fill. He was at 3 people's beck and call, my lord, his lady, and young Alan, and he spent his time running from one to the other. He grew apace in height and breadth and strength until there were few who could throw him in a wrestling match, few who could shoot an arrow farther or more precisely, be it at butt, prick, or rover, and few who could stand beneath his mighty buffet. Yet for the most part he was gentle enough, if stern, and it was only when his cold anger was aroused that the caged lion within him sprang to life and swept all before it. And when that happened there came that light to his eyes which could make the hardiest evildoer cringe and the most arrogant squire cry mercy, even before's iron hands had touched him. Blows he received a many, whenever my lord chanced to be in an ill, which was often, but they never disturbed his cold composure, nor awakened any feeling of resentment in his breast. From he bore blows in an acquiescent mood that yet held no meekness nor humility, but the squire or serf who crossed his path belligerently inclined. When he still was page, my lord squire, Lancelot of the Black Isle, commanded him loftily,
and when paid no heed to his orders, dealt him a buffet that should have felled him to the ground. Staggered under it but recovered, and gave back blow for blow with so much force behind his steel wrist that Lancelot, full 5 years his senior, went tumbling head over heels and was sore and bruised for days after. When heard the tale, he made squire in Lancelot's place, and swore that there was more of himself in than in his own son. But it was seldom that fell foul of his peers. His very calmness of temper compelled respect, and for that he was every inch a man. Men liked him and were eager to call him friend. Friendship he never courted, caring nothing for man's opinion of himself, nor seemed he to have an ounce of affection in him, save it were for or Allen, whom he regarded with a mixture of contempt and liking. His father he saw many times, but it is doubtful whether of noticed him. Once indeed at Bedford in the court of law, whither had gone in Swake to settle a dispute over some land between, and, glancing idly around, surprised an intent stare from his enemy's page, who sat with his chin in his hand, calmly and keenly scrutinizing him. Looked him over haughtily, but when his eyes met, and encountered that strangely disconcerting gleam, he turned his head away quickly, a tinge of in his cheeks. Continued to survey him, not from any wish to annoy, but simply because he was interested, and wished to see what manner of man was his sire. He was not ill-pleased with what he saw, but neither was he enthusiastic. Was a tall man and slim, fastidious in his dress and appointments, soft-spoken and proud, so said as Lucifer himself. His close-cropped hair was grizzled now, but his eyes were like sin and as deep-set. His eyebrows were too thick and straight, but his mouth was gentle and full-lipped, which was not, and his brow was not so rugged. He had one son, who was just 2 years older than, and whom had never seen. Between Allen and positions were very soon reversed. It was Allen who gave devoted love and obedience, received, and could return naught but a tolerant protection. They played together often, but in every sport was an easy victor save when the game was of a gentle kind. At bowls and Allen could beat him, but when they played at balloon ball, Allen ruefully declared that he was no match for, who played with his naked hand and struck the great leather ball with such deadly accuracy and strength that Allen was fain to dodge it instead of returning it. At archery he was even less skilled, and watched his efforts to bend the bow with a contemptuous, rather amused air, which incensed young Allen so that he shot his arrow still more wide of the mark than ever. Tried to teach him the sport of the quarterstaff, and wielded his own staff moderately enough, in deference to Allen's tender years. But Allen, although he was not lacking in courage, disliked such rude and rough play, and would not engage with. He liked to go out chasing or hawking, and he showed an aptitude for pretty and quick sword play. Tourneys were not so much to his taste, and rather than enter into any of these pastimes would he sit at home, strumming upon his harp and weaving fanciful songs to his many lady-loves. He would paint, too, and make poesies, for all the world like some troubadour of a century ago. With the ladies he was ever and by the time he was 15, he was forever paying court to some dame or another, greatly to his disgust. "Hast thou never loved?" he asked once plaintively. They were sitting together in a room high up in one of the turrets, Allen playing his harp and fashioning a new string to his great bow. Did not raise his eyes from his task, but his lips curled disdainfully. "O love, love! Art forever prating of this love. What is it?" Allen played a soft chord or two, bending his handsome head a little to one side. His dark eyes glowed and he smiled. "Dost thou not know? Is there no maid who stirs thy heart?" "I know of none," answered shortly. Allen put his harp away and crossed his shapely legs. He was wearing a tunic of peacock blue velvet with long sleeves, lined with gold, that touched the ground. There was a jewel in his left ear and a ring on his finger, while the belt that drew in his tunic at the waist was of wrought gold, studded with gems. He formed a striking contrast, too, who was clad in a long robe of crimson, with high boots on his feet and no ornament on all his dress. He still wore his hair clubbed at neck and brow, although it was now customary to display a close-cropped head. He was 16 at the time and already stood 6 foot in height, with mighty thews and sinews, a broad back down which the muscles rolled and rippled, and a pair of arms that were bear-like in their strength. Beside Allen's slim figure, he seemed a very giant. Allen watched him for a moment, still smiling.
My sisters are not so ill-looking, he remarked, a laugh in his eyes. Is perhaps more comely than is she, said, still intent on his task. Which dost thou like the best? Alan asked softly. I know not. I have never thought. He glanced up, a sudden smile flashing across his face. Dost suggest that one of them should stir my heart? They do not. Ye feel not the smallest pulse-leap in their presence. Stretched his new string experimentally. A pulse-leap, he said slowly. What folly! My pulse leaps when I have sent an arrow home, or when I have thrown my man, or when a hawk has swooped upon its prey. Alan sighed. Is there no softness in thee at all? Dost love no one? I tell thee I know not what it is, this love. It stirs me not. I think it is nothing save the sick fancy of a maudlin youth. Alan laughed at that. Thy tongue stings. If it might sting thee to more manly pastimes than this moaning of love, to some purpose. But it will not. Love is all. One day 't find that I speak sooth. I wonder, retorted. Again Alan sighed. What hast thou in place of a heart? Is it a block of granite that ye carry in your breast? Is no one anything to you? Am I nothing? Is my lord nothing? There is no love in you for either of us. Laid his bow down and began to polish an arrow. Art like a whining babe, Alan, he rebuked his friend. What thou be but my lord's thou and. Alan stretched out his hands. That is not what I would be to thee. He cried, I give you love, and what doest thou give me in return? Hast a single spark of affection for me? Selected another arrow, and passed his hand over its broad feather almost lovingly. He looked thoughtfully at Alan, so that the boy sprang up, flushing. Thou carest more for that arrow than for me. That is folly, answered coolly. How can I tell thee what my feelings are when I do not know myself? Couldst thou leave today without one pang of regret? Demanded Alan. Nay, said, but one day I shall. For the present I bide, for I want some years to full manhood. And I am happy here if that is what thou wouldst know. Between thee and me is friendship, and between my lord and me is understanding. A truce to this silly woman's talk. Alan sat down again, twanging his harp discordantly. Thou art so strange and so cold. I wonder why I do so love thee. Because thou art weak, replied curtly, and because thou delight in such fondlings. Maybe, Alan shrugged. Thou at least art not weak. Nay, said placidly. I am not weak, neither am I strange. See if thou canst bend that bow, Alan. Alan glanced at it casually. I know I cannot. Oh then, thou wouldst please my lord. Certes, I do not want to please him. I was not fashioned for these irksome sports. Tease thou who try to please him, for tease thou whom he loves. Balanced a broad feathered arrow on his forefinger. Good lack, what has my lord to do with love? There is little enough of that in his heart. So ye think, retorted Alan. I know that he watches thee fondly. Perchance he will knight thee soon. I have done naught to deserve it, replied shortly. Nathless he will do it, I think. He might even give thee one of my sisters in marriage if thou didst wish it. I am not like to. There is no place for women in my life, and no liking for women in my breast. Why, what will be thy life's? Asked Alan. Then at last a gleam shone in his eyes, cold yet eager. My life will be, he paused, what I choose to make it. And what is that? I will tell thee one day, said with a rare touch of. Then he gathered up his arrows and went away, treading heavily yet noiselessly, like some great animal. True it was that cared for him more than for his own son. The lion spirit was not in Alan, and between him and his father was less and less understanding as the years passed by.
His jovial roughness, his energetic ways, his frequent lawsuits, and disgusted Alan, and in the same way Alan's fastidious temper and more cultured tastes became the subject for jeers and sighs. In place of his son turned to, and took him wherever he went, sparing him no exertion nor hardship, but watching his squire's iron equanimity with an appreciative, almost admiring eye. Thus, bit by bit, grew up between the two an odd understanding and affection, never spoken of, but there at the root of their attitude towards each other. Wanted not servility nor maudlin love, and from he got neither. Strength was the straight road to his heart, and fearlessness had both. They were not always at one, and sometimes a quarrel would crop up when neither would give way an inch, when stormed and raged like a wounded buffalo, and when stood, unshaken by anything might do to him, icy anger in his strange eyes, inflexible obstinacy about his mouth, and his brows forming a straight line across his hawk nose. "What I have I hold," roared at him once, pointing to the device on his shield. "I have not, but still I hold," retorted. His eyes showed red a moment, and a fleck of foam was on his pointing beard. "God's wounds," he barked. "Am I to be braved by you, mongrel whelp? It will be the whip for you, or a dungeon cell." "And still I shall hold," answered him, folding his arms across his great chest. "By death I will tame you, wildcat," cried and drew back his fist to strike. But even as he would have done so, he checked himself, and the red went out of his eyes. A grin came and a rumbling laugh. "I have not, but still I hold," he repeated. "Ho ho! I have not, but ho ho!" Chuckling, he smote on the shoulder, a friendly blow which would have crumpled an ordinary stripling to the ground. He became indulgent, even coaxing. "Come, lad, ty do as I bid thee." Coaxing left as unmoved as the late storm. He shook his fair head stubbornly. "Nay, I go mine own road in this." The red light showed again. "Dare ye defy me?" roared and closed his huge hand on shoulder. "I can snap thy puny body as a reed." Shot him that upward rapier glance. "I dare all," he said. The grip on his shoulder tightened until little rivulets of pain ran down from it across his chest. He did not so much as wince, but held his look steadily. Slowly the grip relaxed. "Ye dare," said. "I am of a mind to break thee over my knee." "That is as may be," answered. "But still I shall hold." At that broke into a great laugh and released him. "Oh, go thine own road, cub, so you do not take it into thy hot head to hold me." Looked him over, frowning. "That I think I cannot do," he said. "I am not sure." Whereat laughed the more and liked him the better. When his 17th birthday came, was already a man in build and cool sagacity. In face he had changed hardly at all, save that his forehead was more rugged, the thick brows jutting further over the deep-set eyes of green-blue, and that his mouth had lost its youthful curve together with any softness that it might once have had. He smiled but rarely, nor ever laughed out as did my lord of. If he laughed it was a short, dry sound, somewhat sardonic in tone and quickly gone, but when he smiled there were two ways he had of doing it, one when he was crossed, that one more terrible than his frown, the other when he was in smiling, a singularly sweet smile this, with a hint of boyishness at the back of it. Knew him for a soldier born and a leader of men. If a disturbance arose in the Earl's vast household, it was who quenched it when the fussy, incompetent marshal had failed, and the steward threatened in vain. The guards, inactive and fractious, would quarrel among themselves, and heated by too much sack, come to blows and noisy, perilous fights. It needed but for to come upon them with his soft tread and his cold composure to cause the brawlers to fall apart, great men though they were, and stand sheepishly before him, answering his crisp, stern questions with a meekness they did not show to John the Marshal. Boy as he was, could reduce the most drunken to a state of penitent humility. He had but to use that upward glance of his, and all insubordination was at an end. This he very soon discovered, and came to use the disconcerting look more than ever. There was something compelling in his appearance, an elusive air of rulership and haughtiness, and a suggestion of a hidden force that was invincible. This as thee in him, and chuckled to himself, watching. He set to rule his guards, and observed his ruthless methods with amusement. He would not throw the garment of his protection about his squire, wondering how he would maintain his position alone. Wanted no protection, and found no difficulty in maintaining his position. At first, when he interfered in some quarrel, he met with insolence and threatened blows. That lasted for a very little time. Men found that insolence moved him to an icy anger that was to be dreaded, and if it came to blows, there would be broken ribs or dislocated jaws for those whom fist struck. Therefore it swiftly ceased to come to blows. If it was a question of judgment or arbitration, men found relentlessly, mercilessly just, and because of this justice, no complaints of him were carried to my lord. With all his harshness and cold, was liked and trusted. The grumblers dwindled in number, for had short shrift for any such. His code was a queer one, and men found his advice puzzling. But when they had slowly his line of thought, they found it good, and this because it was his own code. A guard met him once on the battlements, and unfolded a tale of woe. One of his companions had a spite against him, and plagued away his life. On this day the man had slyly tripped him up with his spear, so that he was burning to be avenged. What wouldst do for him? Naught, answered curtly. Fight thine own battle. Yet, sir, if I strike this man as he deserves, you will come upon us and have us shut up for brawling, or maybe whipped. But ye will have struck him, said, and walked on, leaving his man to think it over. Presently the man came to him again. Sir, if I punish mine enemy and there be something of a brawl, we shall both be punished by you. Nodded indifferently. But if I strike him hard enough, methinks he will not again plague me. That is so, said. I think I will strike him, decided the man, and straightway went to do so. There was indeed something of a brawl, and as a consequence, had them both under lock and key for 24 hours. But neither bore him any ill will, nor was there another complaint lodged on the matter. Knew his men, and his method of ruling was his own, rude as were those men, and as rough. He was master, and not one of them thought to dispute the fact. Watching from afar, smote his thigh and laughed triumphantly. The boy is a man, he said, hugely delighted. And was there ever such another? XIX. How they fared at during his absence. The lady walked upon the terrace of the castle alone. It was mid-March, and had been absent for 3 long weeks. She had had news of him through, and knew that he was fighting in the away to the west with King Henry's brother, the Duke of Gloucester. He did not write to, and he sent no messages. The letters that came from him came rarely, and were bald and unsatisfying. The lady glanced across the gardens wistfully. In the sat with his bride, she knew. She craved companionship, but she would not intrude into these 2 lovers' idyll. Her ladies watched her, and she had sent them from her, to pace slowly up and down the terrace, her thoughts far away, and her black eyes sad and longing. A rumble sounded behind her, was stumping after her, his little eyes twinkling good. Hey, hey, not so fast, lass. He roared. Come thou here, I say. He and she were close friends by now, and the haughty lady came meekly to his side, to sit down on the stone seat. Sank heavily beside her, puffing and blowing. What dost thou here, silly maid? He demanded. I am not a silly maid, she answered mildly. I am a woman grown. So be not so rude. Ho, ho. And how old art thou? No more than 28, I'll swear. 28. Sat up indignantly. I am not yet 26. Laughed. A maid still. Now whence this fiery blush? Do I look 28? Demanded. Nay, nay, 21 rather. What dost thou here alone? I was taking the air. I'll warrant you were sighing and pining for that lad of mine. Alan, said the lady coolly. Nay, why should I? Alan, hark to the child. Thou dull girl. I do not think of him at all. And I will not have ye call me names.
Here's a heat. Art a pert, saucy lass, I say. Well, sir, and what else? A headstrong baggage. Roared, covered her ears with her hands. Do not shout at me, she said. I wonder you care to sit with a baggage. So do I, grunted. A fitting pair will he make you, and belike ye will scratch his eyes out before he hath time to school ye. Maids were more gentle when I was a lad. I do not know why ye should couple my name with that of lord. There's enough, there's enough. Think ye I am come to listen to thy foolish chatter against? Bah, I say. I heard you, said the lady. Thou and thy hate. Talk for babes. Empty lies. Sir, now will ye have done, Marget? Body o' me, do you think to fool a man of my years? Thou froward maid. The lady abandoned the struggle. Indeed, I have never been so set at naught and in bullet in my life. Better for thee if thou hadst, growled. Thou dost need a master. The lady tilted her chin. And will have one. Enough. Went on louder. Shake not thy head, I say. He will not return. Thou must look for my master elsewhere, she said, a tiny catch in her voice. Put his great arm about her waist. Said I not thou wert a silly lass? Did he tell thee that he would come back? Answer me, Marget. I have forgotten. That for a tale. He said he would return, and he breaks not his word. I do not care. Ho, ho. Pinched her cheeks. Canst look me in the face and say that, child? Was silent, eyes downcast. Now here come a pretty pair, remarked, and looking up saw and wending their way across the garden. His arm was about's waist, and his black head was bent over her brown one. Looked away, chin set firmly. Never fret, said, will come. Hey there. The absorbed couple below started and looked up. Is this the way thou dost mind thine affairs? Bellowed jovially. Oh, answered, so please you, sir, this is mine affair. I am not at all, said with dignity. I shall warn all maids gainst marriage. Husbands are very ungallant persons. She looked up at. Once I did think courtly and kind, she said plaintively. And thou it no longer. Asked smiling. Shook her head mournfully. He is a tyrant, madame. My life is misery. What hath to say? Inquired. He laughed up at her. Why, madame, that maids are sweet, but wives are shrews. Oh, turned to pummel him. His great laugh rang out. There's for you. God's body kissing again. Marget, let us hence. My stomach turns at all this billing and cooing. Give me thine arm, child. So they went away together. He called me the Amazon, said as they crossed the hall. Oh. A murrain on him for a scurvy knave. She smiled faintly. And yet you love him. What ails the girl? I love that roistering, obstinate young hothead. Now by the troths. Who is lying now? Said softly. Squeezed her arm. Thou hast me there. He is a good lad when all is said and done. I do wish to see him happy, Marget. Oh, and think not that a pert lass who doth not know her own heart shall gainsay my lion cub. Think it not, Marget. I am not that lass, she said very low. Are ye not? Who? For I do know mine own heart well. Then what is it? I shall not tell thee that. So long as ye do tell it too, I care not, said gruffly. XX. How he was sent for by the king. Early in April the king spoke again to Alanov. He called him up to his closet one evening and smiled upon him,
holding up a bulky packet of parchment sheets. "Come hither, my poet. These came today from my brother of Gloucester. Is alive and well. God be praised," Alan said devoutly. "What says his grace, sire?" "He says much," Henry answered. "On the first day of the month he came to Cherbourg and sat down before it. Listen, but so well fortified and provisioned is the town that assault were folly. It but remains for me to lay siege to it, with your lordship's gracious leave, that in time I may starve it into submission. As I judge this task will prove long and arduous, I think not to enter Cherbourg until the summer, if I do enter it then. Your Majesty's well-beloved, Lord of, whom I did send to aid Sir John in the taking of End. Viscount did join me 3 days since with the news that the aforesaid towns have yielded to your Majesty. Doth render good account of himself, and out of his whole force hath lost but 7 men, 3 having died of sickness. I do beseech you, my dread sovereign lord and brother, if you have need of to send for him, for I have ample force, having come also to join me, from which town did surrender to your puissant Majesty the 16th day of March." Henry laid the parchment down. "This is good news, Alan." "Very good, sir, save that Cherbourg is so strong. Gloucester will reduce it. Mine answer to his dispatch is here." He touched a parchment sheet. "I have sent to command to join me with his own men." Alan bowed. "What hath your lordship for him then, sir?" Henry seated himself at the table. "I have thought deeply on it, my poet, and at last I have seen how I may serve both mine own ends and his. I will make warden of this land." Alan's eyes widened. "Sire, thou dost know that I have a chancery in the making, Alan. Morgan is to hold the seal of the duchy, is to be seneschal. But at the head of the military government I will have, for he is all a soldier, and his grip on all matters military is of iron. Thus shall he remain in Normandy. Art thou satisfied?" Alan knelt gracefully and kissed the king's hand. "Your Majesty is the kindest man alive," he said. "It is no wonder that your very name is beloved." Henry pulled him up. "Have done," he said, "and you shall be under. Thus ye shall not be separated, and thus shall I know that my warden hath under him 2 men who will serve him faithfully, obeying his least command. I may march then upon Rouen with a quiet mind. Thank me not. If it please you, it doth also please me, save that I must lose my 3 graces for a while." "I cannot thank you, sir," Alan said fervently. "No words of mine could express what I do feel." Henry laughed. "I am glad of it," he said, and waved him away. 10 days later rode into the men of and some of behind him. As he came through the streets he was lustily cheered, and when he raised his hand in stiff salute, the cheers redoubled, and flowers were flung down before him, and caps tossed high in the air. So he came to Henry's quarters, and straightway went to where Alan lodged. Alan sprang up as he entered, and clasped his hands for a long minute. Might smiled, and his fingers gripped Alan's. Then he released the slim hands in his. "All is well with thee." "Very well. And with thee?" Alan asked affectionately. Gloucester carried all before him. "Ye did hear that. Low fell to. Gloucester sent word. Holds firm against Warwick still. So I thought. But will fall before Cherbourg hath lost 1 stone from its walls. What doth the king want of me? He told thee not." "Nay." His dispatch was as short as he says mine are wont to be. Drew it from the leathern pouch at his belt, smiling. "To our well-beloved servant of, it is our pleasure that you make all haste to join us here in our town of, bringing with you the men of End. Henry R. there is more, written on the back. And thus have I my revenge on thee, my soldier. Have I stirred thy curiosity?" Alan laughed. "Well, hath he done so?" Shrugged. "I suppose I am to join Clarence. All ways are one to me." Allan, what ails the troops? As I rode hither they did cheer me, as though I had accomplished some great emprise. What means it? The king will tell thee, Allan answered. Hast thou had word from? Is at peace? That the lady did banish her cousin for seeking to slay me. His eyes gleamed suddenly. So I did hear. What does that betoken, think you? Did not answer. The lady's hate is not so strong, perchance, Allan said gently. She hates me not. I'll go change my raiment before I see the king. He went out heavily. Just before supper a page came to him to command his attendance on the king. He went at once, and entering the audience chamber found Henry seated on a dais, with his council about him. Paused on the threshold and shot a quick look round. Then he went forward and bowed low to Henry. Your lordship sent for me, sir. Henry held out his hand. I have work for thee. Kissed his hand and released it. That is good news, sire. Arduous work, my soldier, Henry warned him. I desire naught better, sir. Give me the order, Philip, Henry said to Philip Morgan, standing beside him. Morgan placed a long scroll in his hand, which Henry gave too. Thou wert appointed to this office 3 days since, by vote of council and my will. Looked round again, slightly frowning. Then he bent his head over the parchment and began to read. In grandiose terms, it gave him to understand that it was the king's most gracious command that he be appointed lieutenant and warden of the lands and marches of Normandy I to maintain the peace in the duchy, and to have control over the troops that should be left therein, while the king went on to Rouen. Further, that it was the king's most gracious will that he should have under him the following knights, a list of names met, the first 2 of which were Sir of and Sir Allan of. There was much more besides, and at the bottom of the scroll was Henry's seal and signature, with the signatures of each one of his council beneath. Read on to the end. Then he looked up straight into Henry's eyes. A long breath he drew, and there was a wondering look on his face. Is this indeed your Majesty's pleasure? He asked quietly. Henry bowed his head. Sir stopped at a loss for words. I think I have done little to deserve this great. A low murmur of dissent came from the council. Henry nodded towards who rose. One by one the council filed out, so that was left alone with the king. Thou canst not refuse the task, Henry said, and came down from the dais. It is sealed and done. A man must I leave behind me, so I leave thee. Refuse. Laughed shortly. I cannot tell you, sir, what this means to me. If you do indeed think me worthy of this command, I can only thank you from the bottom of my heart. Henry laid a hand on his arm. Thank me not. I serve myself. One thing I would suggest to thee. What is it, sir? That ye dispose your lieutenants how ye will, but that you yourself make some central spot your headquarters. Seems a right good town, and one that is large and of important standing. Get thee to it, my soldier. Looked sharply round at him, and his eyes narrowed. This is Allan's doing, he said. Henry shook his head. Nay, nay, fear not that I seek to thee, thou proud lord. It is my will. Further, it is my will that ye espouse the lady with all speed. Thou rogue! Never was I more amazed than when I heard that love had come to thee. Love for the tigress. Nay, sire, answered forcefully. She is no tigress, but a brave lady. An Amazon. Nay, a babe for all her years and stateliness. Henry laughed at him. When I return from Rouen, I will see thy babe. Called her not that. He knew her not, said, and smiled to himself. Henry grasped his hand. God grant thee happiness. May thy lady be kind and gentle. Again laughed. Gentle she is not, sire, kind I will make her. She is and fierce and swift with her dagger. It is a fighting maid that I will take to wife, not easily won.
I would not have it otherwise. Thou must ever choose the hardest task, Henry said in amusement. As soon as may be thou shalt go too, but there is work yet to be done. May shall see thee in thy lady's arms. Wilt thou write to? Nay, sir. I will take them by surprise, so that my lady shall have no time to remember her stubborn pride. And as your lordship doth know, mine is no able pen. Henry's eyes twinkled. I have served thee out for thy curt dispatches. I was not curious at all, sir, replied. I thought your dispatch to me long enough. It told me that ye had need of me. What more should I wish to know? God's my life. Are ye turned courtier? Henry exclaimed. Nay, I but spoke the truth, said, rather surprised. XXI. How he came to his own. The lady stood by the sundial in her, gazing wistfully down at it. It was May now, and all about her flowers bloomed, while the trees in the orchard beyond the hedge were laden with blossom. The sun shone warmly down upon the garden, and the birds sang, but the lady was sad. For a long time she stood motionless, thinking of one day in February when she had come running to this spot to warn of danger. And as she thought, she smiled a little drearily and brushed her hand across her eyes. No word had come from him since March, and although made light of it, saying that would never write unless he were forced to do so, felt the silence ominous and feared she knew not what. Today she was strangely nervous, jumping at every sound as though she expected something to happen. Even now she lifted her head, listening, for it seemed to her that far away in the town some excitement was on hand. The faint noise died, but it came again presently, and she heard the echo of S's great voice, wafted to her by the gentle breeze. A deep breath she drew and stood very still, hands clenched at her sides until the knuckles gleamed. She looked towards the entrance to the lips slightly parted, and in her eyes were dread and hope. And at length a soft tread reached her straining ears, and her knees seemed suddenly to shake. Round the bend in the alley that led to the came and paused some few yards from her, looking at her from under his jutting brow. The lady stood very still, only her bosom rose and fell quickly, and her eyelids flickered. She gazed in dumb longing at the fair giant before her, but she could not speak. His deep voice reached her, and she quivered with a kind of fearful joy. Willingly shalt thou come to me, and willingly give thy heart, he said, and held out his arms. The lady took a faltering step forward, impelled by some invincible force. Her hands flew out, trembling. She whispered, Thou hast come back. I have come as I swore I would. To lead thee to the altar. A sob broke from her, but it was a glad sob. She came to him swiftly, stumblingly, her eyes full of tears. My heart was thine long since. She said brokenly, Willingly do I come. Then she was caught in a great embrace, swept off her feet, and crushed against his breast. She gripped the folds of his tunic with her slender hands, face upturned, half crying and half laughing. Thou art with me again. Oz, I knew not what to think. I feared. His arms tightened ruthlessly about her. For one moment he looked down into her brimming eyes, his own ablaze with some newborn passion, then he bent and kissed her fiercely on her eager mouth. And now at last the lady returned his kisses, her pride dead, and all her fighting instincts flown. So for a while they stayed thus, locked in each other's arms, till the grip about shoulders slackened, and she was set upon her feet, breathless and quivering. My queen, said huskily, and knelt suddenly to kiss the hem of her gown. The lady looked down at him, and in her face was all the wonder of love. Gently she laid a hand on the bent head, and put her other into his, drawing him to his feet. Oh, kneel not to me. It is I who am your heel. She sank against his shoulder and laughed unsteadily. I swore vengeance on thee. Undying vengeance. She whispered, I said that I would make thee rue the day thou didst cross my path. His arms were round her once again, holding her close. Mayhap I shall live to rue that day, he said, and his rare peeped out. Undying thy vengeance shall be, and on our marriage day it will be complete. O ungallant! She cried and put up her hand to touch his lined cheek. Thou most cruel of lovers! Was ever a maid so harshly wooed? Was ever a maid so hardly won? He retorted and carried her hand to his lips. Thou tigress! Wilt thou stab me? I wonder if ever I gainsay thee. Never again, she said softly. I could not do it that day in January, though I hated thee then. How should I stab thee now that my hate has turned to love? I would follow thee barefoot across the world. Nay, for if I walked across the world, thou wouldst lie in mine arms, Margaret. Never again shalt thou flee from me. Thy strong arms, she murmured, even as thou didst bear me from's palace. Stern, merciless conqueror. Mon seigneur. It was a long time before they left and then they went slowly, his arm about his lady's waist, her head resting back against his shoulder and her hand in his. I never thought to be so happy. She sighed. I never dreamed that I would bend to your will. I must have loved thee from the moment I set eyes on thee, answered. What? Was it love, then, that made thee mar my skin? She pressed his hand to the scar on her breast. I know not. Thou wert a statue made of ice. An Amazon thou didst call me. But oh, thy sword hurt. He bent to kiss the scar. An Amazon thou wert, who flinched not nor cried out. How could I have treated thee so? Ah no, I am glad. I said that for as long as the scar remained I would remember thy cruelty, and so I will, and with it mine own attempted treachery. That shame will never die. My shame is greater, Margaret, for I threatened a woman, a child. No child am I. Just an Amazon. He laughed down into her pleading eyes. That rankles still, my queen. I would not have thee aught but that. I did tell my king that the lady I love is a tigress beautiful beyond words, swift with her dagger, proud and indomitable to her foes, but with a great heart and a brave spirit. Blushed. Nay, I am not so fine. I have failed in all that I meant to do, and only succeeded in one thing. And that I did not mean to do. I stole what men thought was not there to steal. Thy cold heart, Monseigneur. I swore to bring an army about your ears, and behold, I was. I tried to keep my hatred for thee alive, but it withered. See how thou hast humbled me. Drew her closer. One mistake didst thou make, dear heart. Thou didst set thy will against mine, for I had sworn to vanquish and to wed thee. How vain my fight hath been. She sighed. In everything was I beaten, till thou hadst me at thy feet. And even then I would not, though new, and my lord roared at me for pert baggage. A silly maid he called me, and bade me know that of was not one to be worsted by an obstinate woman. Smiled. If my lord hath called thee names, then doth he love thee indeed. Oh, he hath not a good word to say for me, but bellows at me until I tell him that he is wrongly named, and should be the bull, not the lion. There is only one lion. She drew his hand to her cheek. Thy king will let thee stay with me. Thou wilt not go forth again. My king hath made me lieutenant of the troops he leaves in Normandy, Margaret. Thou wilt never be rid of me again, but when he returns from his campaign I will show him a gentle, docile English wife. Nay, 'tis I who will show him a tamed husband. Thou shalt be count of, and rule my land thy land now. And when I take thee to England thou shalt be the lady baroness of, for all I have is thine. They had come now to the castle, and went into the great hall, hand in hand. And were there, waiting for to bring his lady in, and was standing by Alan, one arm flung around his son's shoulders. He and came forward, running to her friend, waving his stick at. So there thou art. He roared. First it is and his, kissing and fondling until I am made sick by the sight of it, and now thee, thou good-for-naught, and the graceless lass. Hadst thou no more sense than to thrust thy head into the halter, thou silly lad? Let me get hold on thy hand, I say. He wrung it vigorously, his little blue eyes twinkling ferociously. Always thou must conquer. I could weep when I think how none hath ever withstood thee. Small wonder is it that thou art a conceited coxcomb. Margot, thou rogue, come to me. He embraced her noisily, shaking her to and fro. What did I tell thee? Did I not say that my lion cub would master thee? I warrant he will tame thy hot blood, saucy maid. He rounded on again, smiting him fondly on the shoulder. Now I do say that if she sticks the dagger into thee, it will be but thy just desert's lad. We will see what a slip of a girl may do to thee. Oh, thou art well matched. A pair of fools, by my troth. Shouting and blustering again. Said severely, thy gout will plague thee more than ever, and that will be thy just deserts. Laughed delightedly, never so pleased as when chided him. Oh, she will school thee. Never was there so determined a lass. God's body, I never thought to get me a daughter so much after mine own heart. Pushed him into a chair, dropping a kiss upon his brow. A bull and a lion, she said. What will my life be betwixt you? What with thy passions and my lord's obstinacy, oh, am I not beset? Was kissing's hand, in congratulation on her marriage. She dimpled, looking mischievously into his eyes. I shall warn Margot to have none of thee, will tell her, oh, terrible things about a husband's tyranny. Laid his hand on's arm. Mark well my words. Wives are the devil, and I know. In truth, Alan sighed, I am the only wise one amongst us all. Art a silly lad. Rumbled and cast him an affectionate though fiery glance. Alan speak sooth for once, said, and placed his finger on's indignant lips. He had her in his arms again, and like a needle to the magnet, had drawn near to her. For Alan throughout hath known that needs must I fall, and at Margot's feet. Ah, and he knew that I loved thee, even before I knew it myself, cried. Methinks he hath worked very quietly to bring about our happiness. And yet he will not seek his own. I observe thy folly, he said, and know mine own wisdom. That is happiness. Looked at, and a smile passed between them, of boundless conceit. Stole her hand into's, smiling also. Not one of them answered Alan, and he laughed, leaning on his father's shoulder and surveying his two friends with soft, satisfied eyes. Are my sage words beneath contempt? He asked, answered simply, and looked down into his face for a long moment. A deep breath he drew and glanced again at Alan. Beneath contempt, said the. Aye. How he went with too. At the time of 17th birthday, affairs in Wales and the north of England had reached something approaching a crisis. It was in the year 1403, when Bolingbroke had sat upon the throne for 4 years, and his son Henry of had held the reins of government in Wales, unassisted, for some months only. Although he was but 16 years of age, the prince had already led a punitive expedition into North Wales, and considerably harried the rebel Owen. But now the redoubtable Hotspur had with his father, the Earl of Northumberland, and his uncle, the Earl of Worcester, raised his standard in the north against the king, and was on the point of marching to join in Wales. It was in July that these state affairs first affected, although for some time past, ever ready for war, had chafed and fretted in his fair land, debating whether he should take his men to join the prince on the marches or no. His uncertainty rendered him irritable to all who crossed his path, only understood the reason of this irritability, and he gave no sign that he understood. But although he said little, he too was watching affairs, and under his habitual placidity was a glowing desire to be gone from quiet to where lay the Prince of Wales with his insufficient army and his insufficient supplies. One rode hot haste through Cambridge early in the month, and came to, covered with dust, dropping with fatigue, upon a jaded horse whose sides were flecked with foam, and whose slender legs trembled when at last he was checked before the bridge of the castle of. In the king's name, he cried to those who would have questioned him, and passed over the bridge and up the winding path to the castle at a stumbling trot. At the great door he was met by, coming forth to target practice. In the king's name.
he said again and slipped wearily to the ground. My lord the Earl is within, young sir. Beckoned to one of the guards who came to the tired horse's head. Take yon beast to the stables, William, and see to it that he is well cared for. Come within, sir. He led the king's messenger through the great central hall where the scullions were clearing away the remains of dinner to the room where he himself had first come to. The same leathern curtain hung across the doorway and pulled it back, stepping aside for the messenger to enter. My lord, he said calmly, one comes from the king. Then, seeing the man safely within, he let fall the curtain and went out again to his target practice. When at length he returned, he found the messenger departed and roaring for his squire. Even before he had set foot across the threshold of the castle, he could hear his lord bellowing his name from the hall. He went in unhurriedly and found that was standing at the foot of the winding stairway, vainly calling him. Alan sat in a great chair by the empty fireplace and saw at once that he was perturbed and a little nervous. You called, my lord, said, walking forward across the stone floor. Wheeled about. So thou art here. And where hast been, cub? I have shouted myself hoarse, thou hapless fool. Propped his bow up against the wall. I have been shooting without, sir. What is your pleasure? Shooting without, forsooth. Roared. Then of a sudden his wrath died down. Well, well, we shall have need of it belike. Come thou hither, lad. Came to the table and handed him a sheet of parchment. Read it through slowly, the while my lord puffed and blew and stamped his feet, for all the world like some curbed-in battle horse. Well, said at last, so we go to war. He gave the king's writ back to and frowned. We can make ready in the space of 3 days, he added tranquilly. Laughed, stuffing the parchment into his belt. Thou cold little fish! Is it nothing that the king has sent for me to join him at? Nay, it is a great thing, answered, but I shall not be in a heat because of it. That is foolish. Holy Virgin, why? Demanded. There will be more done, and that expeditiously, if a head is kept firm upon one's shoulders. Wise boy! Shook with laughter. But one would think thou hadst been in a dozen campaigns. Sit thee down, that I may confer with thee. See our Alan there. The lad's in a ferment. Never fret, Alan, I'll not take thee along with me. Alan flushed at the taunt. Indeed, sir, and that is my place. Dost say I shall not ride forth with thee? He cried, a pretty captain wouldst thou make. Jeered, paling at every sound, weary ere ever the day is begun. Stay with the womenfolk. 'Twill be more to thy taste, methinks. Up sprang Alan in a rage. It is not to be borne. He cried, I have as much courage as thou, and I say it is my right to go with thee. And I say thou art a very babe, replied. It is, I will take. Then as Alan looked as though he would fly at him, he spoke more gently, pleased at his son's fury. Nay, nay, Alan, calm thyself. I did not mean to taunt thee. Art too young for a hard campaign, but shalt rule here in my stead. I tell thee, brought his fist down on the table so that the boards almost cracked beneath it. Hold thy tongue. What I have said, I have said. Sit thee down again. Alan went sulkily to his chair and sank into it. Satisfied that he was silenced for the time, turned to. Look you, there are 60 men-at-arms I can muster, and 80 archers under Francis of. There is John the Marshal, and Vincent my captain. No puny force that, lad. And thou shalt ride with me and taste the joys of war. Does the prospect please thee? Very well, said with the glimmer of a smile. Which way do we go? For over an hour they discussed the various routes, until Alan began to yawn and fidget. It is through Northampton and Warwick I will go. Declared obstinately. And thereby waste time, said. It is through and or we must go. I say I will not. Who can tell in what state are the roads that way, foolish boy? The messenger came through, sir, remarked Alan languidly. He made no complaint. Well, I will think on it, growled. Hotspur is marching towards Chester, so we must e'en take the speediest road. He heaved himself out of his chair. And now to tell my lady, he said, and tugged ruefully at his beard. For my lady, gentle though she was the only being before whom bent the knee of his headstrong obstinacy. He went heavily up the stairs now to her bower, leaving Alan and alone. Alan bent down, fondling one of the hounds. Thou hast the luck, he said. Thou dost not want to go, answered. What are wars to thee? How can I tell when I have never taken part in one? Ye quibble, said harshly. Wilt be happier here with thy ladyloves? Alan said nothing for a while, still stroking his hound. At length he sat back in his chair. Needs must I win my spurs one day, he said. Why not now? Time enough, replied. This will mean forced marches over rough ground. Thou wouldst be weary ere thou hadst come to. Alan looked wistfully up at him. And thou who art but 1 year my senior art made of iron. Hadst thou led the life I have led since my birth, thou also wouldst be of sterner stuff. Or dead, Alan said, smiling. Perhaps. Where went the messenger from here? To and from thence to the Baron of. He was at 2 days ago. The king calls for all his loyal servants. I wonder, shall we vanquish? God willing, answered. God willing indeed. Right must triumph. In that case, said Hotspur is like to win. Alan opened his eyes wide. Oh, the king is the king. So too was Richard, reminded him. Alan digested this. And so thou dost not believe that right must win. Not I. Laughed shortly. Might and generalship will win. What else? Alan hesitated. I fear me 'tis as Father Peter says, he remarked gravely. Cast him an inquiring glance. What says our worthy priest? That thou art a thought godless in thy spirit. Laughed again, and this time the sardonic note sounded strongly. When said he this, Alan? Do I not attend mass, and go I not to confession? But sometimes thou dost say things, Father Peter spoke to my lord of you. Was smiling now, so that his eyes were almost slits. And what answered my lord? Oh, my father said, let be, is very well. Oh, so I think. Set thy mind at rest, Alan, I am no heretic. Alan started up, shocked. I meant not that. Nor did Father Peter. What a heat over naught. Jeered. What if thou hadst meant it? Yet I do not think I look a lollard. Oh, no. Alan cried and wondered to hear laugh again. 3 days later left with his following and started on the arduous march too. In rough ground as much of it was they arrived at that town at the end of the week, 1 day before the king himself, who was hastening there to throw his army between the oncoming Hotspur and the prince. Some sprinkling of men lost on the march, but his casualties were few, so that he remarked with unwonted philosophy that if the weaklings would all fall out before they came to, so much the better. Now that he was in action, his irritability left him, and he surprised by his good and his patience in cheering on his men. His joviality was infectious, and it was a light-spirited little army that halted before the gates at the end of that weary week. They were welcomed royally and quartered well, and within an hour of their coming the Prince of Wales sent to bid my lord wait on him at once. So forth, accompanied only by his squire, and made all haste to Henry's court. It was there, while waiting to emerge from his audience, that first met his half-brother, had arrived not 24 hours before, leading his men in place of his father who was sick at home. Him at once from his likeness, too, was sauntering through the great hall. He lounged past and glancing casually over his shoulder to see who it was startled to find that he was the object of a directly piercing stare, cast upward at him from under heavy brows. He paused on his way and returned that stare from his superior 2 inches in height. He was a handsome young man, some 19 years of age, dark as was fair, but with the same projecting forehead and green-blue eyes. But where his eyes were cold, sparkled, and where his mouth was hard, had a softer curve of laughter. It curved now in unveiled amusement, and his eyes twinkled merrily. "What's to do, young cockalorum?" he asked. "Whence that haughty frown? My complexion likes you not, perchance." Came forward, and as he came saw the red and gold device on his surcoat. His smile faded, and he half shrugged his shoulders. "Ha, one of the brood," he said, and would have turned on his heel. "Nay," said, "though I would as lief be that as aught else." Paused and looked him over. "And what are you, master deep voice?" "I think I am nobody, sir." "Why so do I?" Mocked him. "And being nobody, see ye cast me not another such glance as I surprised today, for it may be that I am hot of temper." Smiled then, not a whit angered. "It may also be that I am strong of arm," he said. "Well, see ye cross not my path again," answered. "I am not so puny, I give you warning." He strode on, leaving to look after him with a curious glint in his eyes, not unfriendly. Then came out in rare good spirits, and bore his squire back to their quarters, making him ride beside him instead of a few paces behind. "By my troth," he said energetically, "that boy is a man, with all a man's brain and courage." Turned his head. "The prince, my lord, young Henry of—" "He is 1 year thy junior, but by God, he is 3 years thy senior as well. And thou art no babe." Bent to pass his hand thoughtfully down his horse's neck. "What thinks he, sir? Can we hold against Hotspur?" Shot him a sidelong glance and pursed his small mouth. "Who shall say? It is said that Hotspur is 1,400 strong. And he hath with him and Worcester, with like to join him ere we can engage. Word is brought that he is little over a day's march from here. We are a handful, and if help comes not we can but hold the town. The wild joins him. Where lies the king this night? I know not. If he comes before Hotspur, all may be well. But what manner of man is this Henry of Bolingbroke? Ask, is he one to allow another to forestall him? Nay, by the rood. Henry is a man, even as his son. Then I doubt not he will be with us before, said placidly. Whate'er befall, it will be an interesting combat. It is like to be bloody enough to satisfy even thy savage heart, grunted. He shifted a little in his saddle. Is here? I know. Hast seen him then? 'Tis not thy father, but his firstborn. Thy father lies sick of a fever. Doth he so? I have spoken with of. While ye were with his highness. Spoken with him. Turned to look at him. What said he? Why didst thou accost him, pray? I did not. I but looked, and my look misliked him. Wherefore he gave me warning that I should not again cross his path. Laughed. That swift glance of thine, so called thee to book. And what dost thou think of him? He seems a man, answered, and then relapsed into a silence which was not broken until they came back to their lodging. A little after noon on the following day, forth from his quarters, and went afoot through the packed town towards the battlements. The streets were thronged with soldiers, both of high estate and low, so that its progress was necessarily slow. But at length he came to the battlements, on the east side of, and entered into conversation with some of the men-at-arms stationed there. He was permitted presently to mount the battlements, and stood behind the parapet, looking out across the country. The breeze stirred his fair hair and whipped his surcoat about his legs. He leaned his hands on the low wall, closely scanning the surrounding country. Thus he stood motionless until an officer came up to him. "Well, young sir, and what thou?" he asked, rather amused. "I do not know," answered.
Presently I will tell you. The officer shaded his eyes from the sun, looking out from under his hand to where gazed. There is naught, Sir Sharp-Eyes. No sign of life of Hotspur or of our king. For the one God be praised, and for the other God pity us. Ye came with... Still stared at the distant horizon, his eyes narrowed and keen. The officer laughed at him. Do ye think to take my place in spying out the approach of men? He inquired. Mine eyes are sharper than most, replied. See yonder. He stretched out his arm, pointing to the southeast. The officer screwed up his face against the sun's rays, blinking rapidly. What is it? I see naught. Look more to the right. There, coming over the brow of this hill. Something moves. Do we see it not? The man leaned forward, again shading his eyes. Naught, he said uneasily. Art sure, Sir Squire? Gaze did not waver. I am sure. Something is coming over yonder hill, for I can see movement, and ever and anon there is a glistening like a tiny star. That is the sun on. The officer turned to hail one of his men. Come hither. Ye have sharp eyes. What can ye see yonder? The archer stared at the faraway hills for a long time in silence. A clump of trees, my captain, he ventured at last. Nay, not that. Coming over the brow, more to the right. I see naught, sir. Well, what? Little enough, sir, or perhaps mine eyes deceived me. Methought I saw a twinkling. There again. Captain turned again too. Mayhap ye are right, sir. But I'll sound no alarm till we see more plainly. If what ye see is indeed an army, it is 20 miles distant, or more. If it is Hotspur, we at last turned. Hotspur? What folly is this? Hotspur will come from the north, from Chester. What I see is the king's army. It may be. Looked out again and in a moment gave a start. I saw a flash. Yet another. You will see them more and more as the army comes over the hill, remarked. Sat down upon the parapet. I would give something for thine eyes, sir. May I not know thy names? I am called of. I am of. He too sat down on the parapet, and for a long time they stayed thus, saying little, but ever watching the twinkling line that was slowly growing. And at last arose, and gave orders for the trumpeters to blare forth the great news that the king's army was approaching. Then left him and went back to his lord's side. The town was of a sudden in ferment, the streets more crowded than ever, some men cheering, others asking excited questions, others gloomily prophesying that it was, and not the king who had made a cunning detour in order to bewilder them. One and all rushed to the walls to verify the joyous tidings, and its progress was even slower than it had been before. He came upon who was conferring with his marshal, and would have passed him silently had not called after him. Where hast been? Is the king indeed approaching? Paused. My lord. He is over 20 miles from here, but he brings a fair army as I should judge. Saw ye the approach then? I have been with one upon the battlements, and espied the army by the glittering of in the sun. I dare swear thou wert the first to do so, my lynx-eyed. But one saw them not long after me. They will be at the gates soon after dusk, for they are marching swiftly. He proved to be right, for not long after sundown, an advance guard from the army galloped up to the gates to tell, officially, of the king's coming in full force. The gates were opened, and the young Prince of Wales rode out to stand there in readiness to receive his father. Henry came at last and publicly embraced his son. Then he rode into the town beside him, while the excited inhabitants who lined the streets cheered till they were hoarse, flinging flowers before him and scuffling among themselves to obtain a better view. Within an hour a council was summoned from which did not return until well into the night, when lay sleeping peacefully and dreamlessly upon his hard pallet.
They had hardly risen next morning when my lord's page came flying in with the news that had appeared before the walls, and at sight of the royal banner withdrawn his men, some thought to one place, some to another. Summoned his squire to him, and made all haste to the court, which they found packed with the various captains and generals. The king held another council, and when at last rejoined his eyes were kindling with the lust for battle, and his mouth smiled grimly. "We are to march forth, God be thanked," he told, "is not come, so the king will pit his strength against. Stafford is to lead the van, the king takes the right wing, and the prince the left. We are to go with the prince. Also, is the prince's friend," he added. "I did not know. He is very like thee in face, save that he is dark. Do we ourselves under the prince's standard. At once. Summon me John the Marshal and Vincent, lad, and see to it that thou thyself in readiness within the hour. I will carry my great cross-hilted sword and the old lance." Nodded and went quickly away to carry out his orders. In an hour he was fully equipped, riding behind his lord, and after what seemed to be a short time, the army was marched out of the town, 14 to 1500 strong, north to hill, whereon Hotspur had drawn up his army. "God's my life," muttered, "this is a pretty place for fighting," surveyed the ground coolly and frowned a little. Along the foot of the hill were a number of ponds, and in front of them grew thick rows of peas. Behind these obstructions were the rebels ensconced. There was a long, long wait, during which the horses stamped and fidgeted restlessly, and the men murmured among themselves. Then from the royal lines went forth a herald to treat with. Another wait followed, and the herald returned, accompanied by a man clad all in and mounted on a fine horse, with his squire behind him. "Worcester said, 'Are we to treat, then?'" No one had an answer for him, and he sat silent, waiting. To it seemed hours before the earl returned to the rebel lines, and after that was still another long pause. Evidently Hotspur refused to accept the terms laid before him, for there was a stir in the enemy's lines, and word came down the king's army that the king was about to give the order to advance banner. It was now long past noon, and from the impatient, chafing men came something of a cheer and cries of, "George for England! George! George!" Settled himself more firmly in his saddle, curbing his horse's sidling movements. "Is thy blood fired?" he asked, smiling from beneath his helmet. Sighs looked out, cool and watchful as ever. He said shortly, "Does Stafford charge?" Nodded. "God help him, yes. I mislike the look of yon army. Hotspur is no novice in battle, but there is some talk of a prophecy concerning him that says he will fall today. Keep at my back as far as thou art able, and do not lose thy head. Hey, we are moving, and so are they." After that there was no time for conversation. Through the hampering growth of peas charged the van, led by Stafford, and to meet him came Hotspur, thundering down the hill with spears leveled, and from either wing the archers shooting. Suddenly the air seemed thick with flying arrows, and alive with cries and the clash of arms. Among the ponds and beyond them, the vans of the two armies engaged, and for a while nothing could be seen save a medley of soldiers fighting together in growing disorder. A shout went up from Hotspur's lines, and one cried from beside, "Stafford is down, and they are through." An order ran down the prince's flank, and in a moment they were in action, galloping forward to charge the enemy's right wing. In a minute they seemed to be in the midst of a storm of flying arrows. One whistled past his head, but he only laughed and spurred on, trampling peas underfoot and hacking through. A cry came to his ears, taken up by many voices, "The prince is wounded. The prince is wounded." The ranks wavered and fell back irresolute, appalled by the flood of arrows. One rode up to the prince, who had plucked the arrow from out his cheek and was staunching the blood. He seemed to remonstrate, to try to force Henry away. But the prince shook him off and rose in his stirrups, waving his sword. His clear, young voice was wafted back to the serried lines. "Onward, onwards," he shouted. "Follow me." He set spur to his horse and charged forward. "George, George for us.
he cried. Others followed his example and galloped forward side by side with a little to the fore. Follow the prince, roared the prince and victory. A rumble went through the lines, the prince, the prince. There was a sudden surge forward, as the king's men charged up the hill after that heroic flying figure. Some fell into the disastrous ponds, some stumbled in the entangling pirogues, but the bulk kept on till they had overtaken their leader. Then onward still to meet the enemy's right flank. Like some heavy thunderbolt they fell upon it, and carried on, as it were, by their own impetus, they rolled it back and back, hacking and hewing before and beside them, until they had enclosed it between themselves and the king's division. Far away to the right could see, swept from him by the tide of men, wielding his sword like one possessed, and nearer to him was, cut off from the main body of the fight and hard-pressed by men, yet holding his own nobly. From his own tight-packed corner saw's horse go down and spring clear. A man on foot caught at his own horse's rein, but before he could strike, had bent forward and slashed him across his unvisored face. Then he broke free and cut himself away to where fought. Down he came upon the group at a full gallop, and ere the rebels could turn to see what it was that fell upon them so suddenly like a bolt from the blue, he had struck. His huge sword, with all his iron strength behind it, descended on one hapless shoulder where it joined his victim's neck, and cleaved through the sheltering as though it had been so much cardboard. As the man fell, soundless, came to side and sprang to earth. His sword swept a circle before them, and with his free hand he thrust the horse's bridle into his hand. Up, up! He cried and sprang forward, lithe as a panther, to bring one man to earth by a single stroke so nicely measured, with so much skill and brute force behind it, that his two-edged sword split the helm on which it fell, and also its wearer's crown. He leaped back again as shook the reins clear of his arm. At my back! Gasped and swept his sword up suddenly to intercept a deadly blow at his neck. Fool! Answered in a fury. He caught his horse as it would have bolted past him, and setting his feet squarely, forced it back upon its haunches. From the saddle holster he snatched his treasured bow, which not all's remonstrances had induced him to leave behind. Down he went on his knee, seeing that could still stand alone, and calmly fitted an arrow to the bow. Calmly, too, he took aim and bent that mighty weapon. The arrow sang forth, but so sure was of his skill, equal, said, to that of the best bowman in all Cheshire, that he paused not to see it hit its mark. One after another he fitted arrows to his bow, and shot them among the dwindling group about, until a sound behind him warned of danger. Up he sprang, cat-like, and in a flash exchanged bow for sword. And with this he did so much good work that when came to guard his back, he had killed a man outright, and dealt 3 others some shattering blows. I am with thee, called from behind, but needed no encouragement. Not for nothing had he trained his muscles throughout the years he had been at. His arm seemed tireless, his eye unwavering. Then the body of the fight swept down upon them, and they were all but lost in its writhing masses. Free of his assailants, caught at a horse's bridle. He had lost his shield and his bow, but with his sword he did battle against the mounted man. Then once more was with him, himself mounted on a stray horse and helmed again. He charged down upon's foe, lance poised in readiness, and as the unknown rider would have cut to earth, caught him fairly in the ribs with such force that the man, taken unawares, was toppled backwards out of his saddle, and the wind knocked out of him. Up, lad! Cried, art hurt? Swung himself on to the frightened animal's back, and there in the heat of battle smiled his tranquil smile, still calm and unruffled. A scratch or two. Take no heed of me, of. That will I. Retorted, stay by me nobody. Again they were enveloped in a swirling mass, and with it swept onward, their horses flank to flank, themselves hacking a path before them. Once drew near, puffing and blowing, his eyes gleaming red through his visor, then he too was swept onward and away. To the battle seemed interminable, but although his arm was weary and he had to change his sword to his left hand, he lost not one jot of his grim enjoyment. He fought on besides, silent for the most part, his lips set in a hard, tight line and his strange eyes glowing. Canst see Hotspur? Panted once, Methought I heard a shout. Even as he spoke it came again, caught up by many voices. Hotspur has fallen. Hotspur is dead. Hurrah for George of England. He is down, said, and they waver. Waver they did, and from that moment the zest seemed to go from the rebel army. The fighting became less arduous, but it was not until dusk fell that the battle ceased. And when at last the end came and his tired arm could be still, sat quiet for a moment on his jaded horse, surveying the terrible field inscrutably, with little pity in his glance but an expression of detached interest. I've watched him for a moment in the half-light, and presently spoke to him. "Art a very hardy youngster," he remarked. "What think you of it all?" With a wave of his gauntleted hand, he embraced the battlefield. Made answer without turning his head. "It is disorderly," he said reflectively. "Methinks I will aid them to tidy it." That he was of a mind to assist in carrying away the wounded. "Not so fast, not so fast. Is that all ye think?" Threw him a fleeting glance. "It has been a fair day," he said. "I would we might have another." Laughed at him. "Thou cold-blooded tiger cub. Thou hast no compassion for these wounded and these dead." "One must die," answered. "And I would deem this a good death. Why should I pity them?" "Yet thou wouldst go tend the wounded," reminded him. "So they may fight again," said. "I would help them, but I would not pity them, for that is foolish." Laughed again, wonderingly. "Good lack art made of ice. I'll not have thee aid the wounded now. Art hurt thyself?" Cast a casual glance at his arm, round which, through the shattered plates, he had twisted a scarf. "Hurt? That is but a scratch, sir." "And thyself?" "Well enough," replied. "This is not my first fight. I have been with the prince here until a few months ago. I pray God 'twill not be my last fight," said. "Or mine. I had thought from thy bearing that 100 campaigns had seen thee." "Nay, but mine is fighting blood." Eyed him curiously. "Is it? From what stock dost thou spring, I wonder? Methinks I have seen thy like before." Gave his short laugh. "Look in thy mirror, of." Nodded, not surprised. "It struck me that that was so a while back when thou didst come to my rescue. For which I thank thee, brother." He held out his mailed hand and gripped it, flushing slightly. They rode slowly on, down the hill. "Thy name?" asked presently. Of a laughed. "Oh, well done. I would thou wert not with. My father would take thee to himself, were I to ask it." "Nay, there is hatred in thy heart for him. Desire for vengeance, maybe." Turned his head. "Why should I hate him?" "Because of thy namelessness. Thy mother. A name will I make for myself. My mother chose her own road, and if she was not happy, at least I never heard of it. She is dead. All that is nothing. Thou art the strangest lad I ever saw." Exclaimed. "Art squire then, too?" "One day I shall call no man save the king my master, but for the present I owe allegiance to." "I wonder, is he here, or did he fall?" He looked round kindly, but in the fading light could not see his lord, nor distinguish one man from. "If he is killed, what comes to thee?" Asked. "Wilt join my train?" "Nay, I must lead our men back to." "If is dead, then do I owe allegiance to Alan, his son. But I do not think he is dead." A rider came up with them, sitting very upright in his saddle. From under the shade of his protecting helm, saw a pair of shrewd, youthful eyes shining above the bandage that crossed the young man's face. Lifted his lance in salute, and the stripling reined in his horse to walk beside them. "Oh, bravely done, and you, sir." "Bravely done, indeed. I saw thee yonder when thou wert hard pressed, and I saw thy companion go valiantly to aid thee. Is all well with thee?" I took no hurt, Highness, thanks be to of here. I grieve to see you wounded, sir. Why, it is not, Henry said merrily. They made a deal of pother over it, but it irks me not. He stretched his arms. Ah, but this has been a glorious day. Why, so thinks Highness, and wishes we might enjoy yet another like it. Henry bent forward to smile at a cross. That's the spirit I love, he said. Whose man are you, of? I serve Highness, answered. I saw him fall a while since. They bore him away, but I do not think he is dead. He would be hard to kill, sir, said. I must go seek him with your permission. Henry nodded pleasantly. Do not wait on my coming. I would speak with, but I shall not forget you or your this day. Bowed. Your Highness is very kind, sir. Held out his hand yet again. We shall meet again. Gripped his outstretched hand. As foes once I am at again. Nay, nay, answered. I shall see thee in. Remember I am in thy debt. Smiled and released his hand. As I will bear no man gratitude, so let no man be grateful upon me. Mayhap we shall fight again one day, side by side. Who knows? Then it is farewell for the present. But one day we shall meet again as equals. See thou me not. Called after him and watched him ride away towards the rear guard, where they were tending the wounded. That is a passing strange man, the young prince remarked. Who is he? He is very like thee, save that he is fair where thou art dark. He calls himself sir, and is my half-brother. I met him for the first time on this campaign. He saved my life a while back, as your Highness saw. Henry nodded. 'Twas bravely done. Shall I have my father knight him? Ah, if your Highness would. Indeed, he deserves it on this day's work alone. Henry looked after the now distant figure thoughtfully. There is that in him that pleases, he said. But he is very cold. Perhaps he will be a great man one day. I would fain call him friend, methinks. IV. How he was knighted, and how he had speech with his father. He did not find his lord anywhere on the battlefield, but he was in no way perturbed. Back he rode to his lodging, and there he found, stretched upon a bed, and swearing mightily, whiles a leech dressed the wound in his shoulder. Clanked in, a grim figure and dusty, blood-stained that in one or two places had been shattered by some lusty blows. The face that looked out from under the peak of his helm was tired and drawn, but his green-blue eyes were as calm as ever, as if he had not seen more horrors today than in all his young life. At sight of him, a look of relief swept over his countenance. Ah, God be thanked. He rumbled. I might have known be hard to kill. As I knew of thee, said. He beckoned to my lord's page. Unlace me, Francis. Nodded. Unlace him, boy. Art whole. Save for a scratch, answered. Gently, Francis, with mine arm. How deep goes your wound, my lord? Growled. A nothing, hey, thou clumsy wretch, have a care. He roared as the leech handled him. I saw thee by. What madness seized thee? None, said briefly. With his hand he unstrapped his helm and cast it on to the table. When left you the field, sir? I fell, replied angrily, and they bore me away, a million curses be upon them. I left it not of mine own will. They were wavering. What came of it? They are in full flight, said. Free of his, he stretched himself and heaved a sigh of relief. God's my life, I am weary. Give me lave, sir, I would sleep. Wait, ordered. Thine arm. Untwisted the bloody scarf, revealing a great gash that at once began to bleed again. Pushed the leech away from him. Go tend my squire, good surgeon. I shall do very well. He waited in silence while the leech washed and bandaged his wound. Then he nodded. Go thou and rest. I will see thee anon. Went out and to his own tiny room. There he flung himself down upon his hard bed and slept almost at once. He did not wake until past 8 on the following day, and then he made all haste to dress himself and wait upon his Lord. He found breakfasting, despite the late hour, his shoulder neatly bandaged and himself seemingly not very much the worse for wear. He grunted when he saw and waved him to a seat at his own table. Unimpressed by sat down and disposed of a tankard of ale. He then drew a platter towards him and proceeded to make a hearty meal. Neither he nor spoke until they had satisfied their hunger. At length my lord pushed back his chair, and wiping his fingers on the coarse cloth, looked across at his squire. Thomas of Worcester and the Scottish Earl were taken, he remarked. Nodded, and there the conversation ended. Went out presently, accompanied by his page, and spent the morning polishing his sword, and did not return for dinner, which he took at court, but soon after 3 in the afternoon he rolled in. Hark ye, he puffed, the king goes to make some dozen knights. He looked narrowly at as he spoke, but displayed no interest. He was cleaning my lord's shield, and his whole attention seemed centered upon it. With my good will he will make thee knight, said. His busy hands grew still. He shot an upward glance at. Ye jest, my lord. Nay, the prince remarked thy courage on the field, and hath recommended thee for knighthood. For a minute sat silent, staring before him. He drew a deep breath of wonderment and looked again at. And thy good will, sir. Well, well, said. I should have recommended thee myself. Shalt have thy knighthood, lad, and stay yet a while with me. As your squire, my lord. He asked, laid a clumsy hand on his shoulder. As my son, if thou wilt. Art too young to fare forth alone. When Alan is older, shalt go forth with him. Till then stay thou with me, and grow yet taller. Pondered it for a time. But what will you have me do, lord? It seems that I am no longer necessary to you, and I'll not stay idle at. Shalt command my men in Vincent's room, who fell yesterday, God rest his soul. I will pay thee a good wage, so thou mayst have money against thy later needs. Pondered again, his eyes on the distant hills. He brought them back presently to rest on his lord, and smiled. It is a fair offer, he said. Thy hand on it. Answered promptly, and held out his great paw. Gripped it until the veins along the back of his hand stood out blue and thick. So he accepted as his liege lord. The ceremony of knighting took place on the following day. Besides were 12 other men, so that he made the 13th, a happening that regarded as inauspicious until told him that 13 was a number that brought him good luck. Attended him to court, and kept an anxious yet proud eye upon him during the rite. Was the last to kneel before the king, and as he bent the knee he saw standing amongst a group behind the prince. Smiled at him and made a little saluting movement with his hand. At the king's last words to him, Rise, Surav, came to his feet. The rest of the ceremony passed in a kind of haze. When it was over he found that was at his side with the prince. Bode, I have heard yet more of your doings, sir, Henry said, twinkling. Of tells a tale of your lynx eyes. That was nothing, lord, answered. Mine eyes are sharp, and I can see in darkness. He looked at for a moment. So thou hast paid thy debt to me. No, no, cried. This is none of my making, though glad I am to see united. Tell him, sir, that 'tis your highness's own contriving. That is so, nodded Henry. Had naught to say in the matter. And so the debt remains unpaid, said. Now at least t'e quit. Nay, answered. I remain with him yet another year or 2. At this point the prince stepped aside to speak with one who passed. Spoke lower, jerking his head towards the young Henry. Why dost thou not take service under him? He is a good master. One day I will, answered. For the nonce there are reasons why I should stay at. and has my word. Then it is useless for me to say more, shrugged. It irks me to see thee with our lifelong foe. Then as came towards them, he clasps hand for a moment. I could love thee. Forget it not. What did the fellow want with thee? Grumbled when was out of earshot. Why must thou make a friend of mine enemy? I make friends where I will, said curtly. Nay, that thou shalt not. Mine enemy is thine, I'll have thee know. Looked at him thoughtfully. Not so. Yet this do I owe you, that I will not call friend while I remain under your roof. They left with the king 2 days later, and went south with him until they had to branch off to reach Cambridge. His losses had been few, and in place of Vincent was, who proved himself to be so thoroughly equal to his task that remarked that Vincent's death was more of a blessing than a curse. And so they arrived at, early in August, after an absence of nearly a month. They rode up the castle slope to find Alan awaiting them, with my lady at his side and her 2 daughters behind her. Dropped heavily from the saddle and enfolded his frail wife in an elephantine embrace. The 2 girls hung back shyly, but he kissed them both heartily and his son. Wells, he puffed. So here ye see me, safe and sound, sweetling, with naught to show for my fighting save a scratch upon the shoulder. For which I thank God with all my heart, said my lady devoutly. I have been in an agony of dread, my dear lord, for thy sake. A pack of rebels cannot slay, he answered. Is safe as thou, but Vincent is gone. Ah, poor Vincent! She cried, but held out her hand too. I rejoice to see thee again, of. Ye took no harm. Knelt to kiss her hand. None, lady, that is worth the telling. I trust I do see you well. She smiled. Well enough now that I have my lord again. Put his hand on her shoulder. There is news for thee. Our is my squire no longer. She was puzzled and looked inquiringly at who had risen to his feet. It was Alan whose quick instinct divined the truth. He ran forward and caught's hand. Hast been knighted. A true indeed. Knighted he is, said, and by the king's own hand, for his exceeding great on the field. I present thee, sir, of my lady. Then the countess, out of the sweetness of her nature, made mightily uncomfortable. Overcoming her slight timidity of him, she stepped forward and laid her hands in his. Flushing, bent and received a kiss upon his rugged brow. Laughed, clapping his hands to his sides. Now art thou indeed, lad. My lady, is there refreshment within? I could drain a well and 2, I'll swear. Tea's laid out against your coming, my lord, she answered. Come within, and also. Stepped back. I give ye thanks, lady, but I must first see to my men. There speaks the general, chuckled, and watched him walk away towards the waiting column of men. From that day onwards, ranked with Alan in my lord's household. He sat at table with the family, far above the salt, and he was given a squire of his own and a page. A fair chamber was allotted to him, and in addition to all this, he received a round sum each month as wage for his services. Still he felt no pang of gratitude, for if in these things his life was made easier and more luxurious, he repaid it amply by the work he did. In a surprisingly short space of time, the management of the estate devolved itself on to his broad shoulders. My lord was no longer young, and the late campaign had taxed his strength, even though he would not admit it. He lost some of his untiring energy, and he was content to put the reins of government into his hands, since his son would have none of them. So life drifted onwards for a time, placidly enough, with but one incident to disturb its even tenor. And this was the coming of 2. He rode up to the castle, late one afternoon in September, attended by his page. One of his varlets, astonished at his advent, was sent to advise my lord of this visit. Was with his lady, and when he heard the news, he screwed up his eyes and frowned. He said succinctly, "Plague be on him. But in our domains," cried my lady. "Curse his impudence," growled,
and went out with his rolling gait to receive this unwelcome guest. Was standing before the fireplace, his hands behind him and one spurred foot tapping the ground. He did not move a step to meet, but merely inclined his head haughtily. Midway across the hall paused, and returned the faint bow every mite as stiffly. "My lord," he rumbled, "I regret the necessity which compels me to intrude on your land, my lord of," said icily. "I desire to see my son, sir of." "To what purpose?" A red gleam appeared at the back of his eyes, sure sign of danger. "Your pardon," gazed back at him unflinchingly, "that is mine affair." "Nay, it is mine, my lord. Of is in my service." A little pulse started to throb on his temple. Regarded it, pleased. "That is an error which I will rectify," said. Under the calm of his voice anger sounded. "Will you so, my lord? And what if wills otherwise? Sir is my son, sir. Good lack have ye but just discovered it." Jeered, bit his lip. "Just lord. Hey, hey. And he has squired me these 3 years." Said and watched the barb go home. "That would not have been had I known, my lord." Gave a great laugh. "Well, I suppose ye knew of the existence of a child, lord. Methinks your efforts at paternal authority are a thought belated." Was silent for a moment, curbing his anger. Presently he looked up again. "My lord, will ye have the goodness to summon my son?" "To what avail?" Asked politely. 3 years since he came to me of his own free will, in preference to you. I do not think he is like to change." Again battled with himself. But his voice trembled a little with passion when he spoke. "Nevertheless, my lord, I demand to have speech with him." "Demand, demand. And by what right do ye's demand in my domain, my lord?" "I have told you. Is my son. Is my servant," retorted quickly. He saw his jaws clench. "This bandying of words is useless." Said, "We but waste time." "Why, so I think, bode. I will e'en summon your horse." Tapped the table between them with his riding whip. He leaned forward, glaring at. "Lord, I do not stir from this spot until I have seen sir." Then ere could reply in kind, a deep, cold voice spoke from the doorway. "Who is it desires speech with of?" It said, "I am here." Swung round. Just within the hall stood a very giant of a man, regarding him fixedly from under lowering brows. For a moment no one spoke. Then strode forward. "So thou art my son," he said slowly. "Am I?" Answered, "I have forgotten." With their eyes they measured one another. Spoke quietly, "I come to offer thee the shelter of my roof." "I need it not, my lords." "A place at my table," insisted. "Next thy brother, a place at my side as my acknowledged son." Lip curled, sneering. "Oh, brave, my lord. Thy bastard son, forsooth." Flushed, and "I will make thee great in the land, and I will give thee fair estates." "I need them not, my lord." Again there was a silence. "Ye defy me. Ye have hate of me in your hearts." "Nay." "Then return with me too, and bear thine own name." "No name is mine save the one I have chosen." "An insult to me, that name." "Is it so, my lord?" He looked upward without any feeling in his glance. Stretched out his hands. "To what avail this coldness of thine? Am I not thy father?" "So I am told," replied. "Have I no right to thee?" "Has my right. No man has a right to me, save it be the king. The law gives thee none. I am what I am. Thou shalt be something more than what thou art. I doubt it not. Through my contriving." "Nay," cried, "is there no blood tie betwixt us?" "It has never been thy pleasure to acknowledge it,"
answered coldly. I knew not of thine existence. Looked him over. Thou didst know that a child would be born to thee by my mother. Thou didst make no effort to provide for it, nor to discover even whether it were a boy or girl. His hands dropped to his sides. It is resentment, then, that makes thee churlish now. I feel none. Then what moves thee to this coldness? Waited for a moment before replying. If I do seem cold to thee, my lord, it is not from hatred or soreness of spirit. Thou art a stranger to me. How should I bear the affection who have never shown me any? Winsta, all this will I make right betwixt us, my son. Let the past be buried, for indeed there is love in me now. Canst not forget the harm I have done thee by mine indifference. Thou hast worked no harm on me. The past is not as shall be the present. Thou art unjust and cruel. Hadst thou come to me 3 years ago, I would have taken thee to my bosom. The green-blue eyes narrowed. In me, my lord, is blood. Asks no. Hadst thou come to me 3 years ago, then indeed might things have been different. It was not then convenient to thee, or mayhap thou hadst forgotten that a base-born child of thine was living. In those days I did fend for myself, because it was not thy pleasure to seek me out. Now when my need of help is dead, it has become thy pleasure. It is not mine. Heard him out in silence. He answered very low. Mayhap I do deserve thy scorn and thy hatred. But is thy hatred so great that it denies me the means to make amends? I have told thee, my lord, that I feel no hatred for thee. I had rather that than thine indifference. If I cause thee pain, I do crave thy pardon. What else but indifference can I feel for one with whom I have never exchanged a word until today? Went nearer to him. Come with me now, and I will teach thee to care for me. Come away from the land of. Thou, my son, canst not remain here. That is what irks thee, answered. I serve thine enemy. Were I 100 leagues from here, thou hadst not come to me today, or ever. Thy pride is hurt. I swear it is not so. Jerked his shoulder. No matter. Whate'er thy motive, mine answer remains the same. I owe my lord allegiance, and I will break my word for no man. Then there fell another long silence. Made a hopeless gesture with his hands. He spoke dully. No argument will prevail with thee. None. Then we must part foes. I bear no malice to thee or thine, my lord, and between thy son and me is friendship. But whiles I serve, his enemies are mine. Tell he was ill-advised to send thee to me, but tell him also that one day he and I will meet again, when there shall be naught of enmity betwixt us. And betwixt thee and me. Cried eagerly. Again naught. Neither love nor hatred. The past is dead, and with it our kinship, but if ever we two shall meet again, it will not be as foes. Thou art generous, said slowly. Think well before ye say me nay. Much can I do for thee, and very powerful can I make thee. Do these things count for naught? My lord, it is my set purpose that I will take no power, no wealth, no title, that I have not earned by mine own. I like not thine easy road, but all these things will I acquire, either by toil, by skill, or by. I do thank thee for thine offer, but mine answer is nay. Thou art a man, sighed, and my blood runs hot in thee. This is farewell, but before I go, wilt thou not lay thy hand in mine, and tell me that my past neglect of thee is indeed forgiven? He held out his hand, looking almost wistfully at his son. Put his into it deliberately, and for a moment their fingers gripped. If wrong has been done to me, I do readily forgive it, for thy neglect has made me what I am, and no cosseted stripling of the court. Still held his hand firmly. Promise me one thing. If ever thou have need of me, if ever thou wish to undo this day's work, thou wilt put thy pride aside and come to me, for that will be thy condescension, not mine. Frowned. If ever I have need of thee, I can stand alone. If ever I should wish to unsay my nay, that will be never. I will promise, my lord. Almost crushed his hand. Then quickly he released it, and looked at with a queer, twisted smile. Thou son after mine own heart, he said softly, and strode forth with never a word to, and never a backward glance. There was silence for a long minute when he had gone. Was looking at with wonderment in his eyes. Is it to please thyself or me that thou hast said nay? He asked. Both maybe, answered briefly, and swung out of the door. How he rescued a fair damsel, and discovered a plot. The rest of the year passed quietly for those at, and once grip was tight upon his men so that they durst not annoy him, be he at home or abroad, he began to ride out around the neighboring country. Sometimes he took young Allen with him, but more often he was accompanied by his squire, a sturdy youth, who, in awe and fear, the ground on which his master walked. Occasionally would go still farther afield, so that he was absent from for days together. Grumbled a little, and was curious to know the reason for these escapades. Would not tell him, nor did anyone know why he rode about the country, lynx-eyed, surveying every estate to which he came with a speculative glance that was sure sign of some scheme afoot within him. At first grumblings were loud and insistent, but when he found that they had no effect upon his obstinate captain, and that in consequence of his absence no harm nor laxity in discipline came upon his men, they abated somewhat, and he bore with vagaries with as good a will as possible. Rode out one morning in the year 1404, bearing to the southeast. With him went Roger, his squire, in a gloomy mood, for he had fallen foul of that very day, and had received a severe reprimand, accompanied by a searching, flaming glance which he had learned to dread. Therefore there was no conversation on the journey, and Roger, feeling both sore in spirit and nervous, trotted as far behind his master as he dared. Paid no heed to him, and felt no desire to talk. Now as ever he was frugal of words, and spoke rarely but to the point. A little after 10 he paused at a wayside tavern and dismounted. Roger rode up to receive his horse, and was bidden tend it and get his own dinner. Strode into the tavern, and made a right hearty meal. Out he went again, and pushed on towards the county of Suffolk. On the road they passed a large area of cultivated land, with a small castle raised on a slope, overlooking the domain. The place seemed well populated, but about the castle itself and the surrounding fields was an air almost of desolation. Reined in his horse and rose in his stirrups, the better to survey the land. There was pasture land in plenty, good grazing ground, as new. Away in the distance lay orchards and woodland, while through the estate ran a sluggish stream that wound about the castle and kept moist the land. It appeared to be a prosperous domain, but little movement was afoot, and little care seemed to have been spent upon it for some months at least. In the distance men were working on the fields in a desultory fashion, but for the most part the peasants were lounging by their doors, exchanging idle talk. Beckoned to one of these, and the man came running, and knelt beside's horse. "Whose land is this?" asked. The man shook his head. "Lord, we have no master now, save the king. It is crown land, I do think, but there is no one to rule here." "How so?" "My lord went with Lord Hotspur 'gainst the king, sir." "He died?" The man crossed himself. "By steel or by rope?" He answered in a hushed voice. "By rope, my lord." The peasant glanced up at him. "So perish all traitors." He said quickly. Paid no heed. "His name?" "John of Good, my lord." "There is no heir." "Nay, my lord, and the land is confiscate." "What call you it?" "It is known as fair pastures, my lord." Turned in his saddle to look about him. "How many leagues girdle it?" "4, my lord." "It is a fair barony." "What cattle have ye?" 6 herds, my lord, and all good beasts, save one which died yesternight of a colic. It is as my lord left it, with some 20 swine in all, and many of the sows in litter. The stable is full, but the horses grow fat and lazy with little usage. 3 falcons hath my lord's steward, in ward, fine birds, sir, and fleet of wing. The hounds run wild and the sheep stray,
for there is none over us to command we do this or that, so that little land is, and much sack is drunk. What force do ye number? Of archers, men at arms. The man shook his head sadly. But few, my lord. My lord took 80 with him in all. Some return to roister here and abuse us. The rest are gone I know not where. Some slain, mayhap, others with the rebel Owen. All is waste here, till the king sends one to rule over us and subdue these accursed soldiers. He waved his hands excitedly. Naught is safe from them, sir, naught sacred to them. There is no priest on the estate, and no master at the castle. The men-at-arms carouse there, and the steward waxes fat on my lord's larder. Little enough is left now in the cellars, and everywhere there is drunkenness and rioting. Made no comment, but the peasant saw his eyes grow hard. Still he stared about him, while his squire watched curiously. Then gathered up his slack rein, and tossed a groat to the kneeling man. "Peace be with ye," he said curtly, and set his horse at a brisk trot. Roger fell in behind, and for a long time they proceeded in silence. When they stopped again, it was close on 4 in the evening, and Roger's resentment had grown considerably. He was hungry, he was thirsty, he was stiff and tired from the long hours in the saddle, he was very bored, and he wished to heaven his master would find some other amusement than this wandering about the country. As he dismounted, cast the squire a quick, shrewd glance. He had worked him hard this week, and Roger's eyes were black-ringed from fatigue, his movements slow. "We rest here tonight," said. "Take the horses to the stable and wait to see them tended." "Yes, sir," Roger answered, devoutly thankful for this respite. Strode into the tavern and, calling for the host, demanded a room for himself and another for his squire. The landlord inspected him covertly. Evidently this was not one to be. He bowed, spreading out his hands. "Alack, fair sir, woe is me, I have but one room to offer, save that in which sleep the common people. If your good lordship would take that one room, and let me find space somewhere for your squire. But an hour since one came riding from Essex, and I have given him my great front room. Alack that I did not know of my lord's coming, for this man is not gentle, I think, yet I durst not say him nay now, for he is a brawny fellow and hot of temper." He looked up with a comical expression of despair. "Let be," answered. "I will take the other room, and my squire shall sleep with me. See to it that supper be prepared for us." The little man bowed till his forehead seemed in danger of touching his knees. "My lord is generous. The chamber is not so ill, sir, and I will see to it that you are made comfortable. As to supper, I have a haunch of venison roasting, as you see. In one little half-hour, sir, I will have all ready, if your lordship will deign to wait." Nodded. "It will do. Fetch me a tankard of ale, mine host, and let one be brought for my squire." "Ah, my lord, at once, at once." The landlord cried and scuttled away to his cellar. He reappeared in an amazingly short time with 2 brimming tankards. One he set upon the table, the other he presented to, watching him drain it with an anxious eye. "Is it to my lord's taste? Will my lord have me fetch him more?" "Nay, not now. Set down the pewter vessel. I will drink it at supper, good host. See to it that my squire gets his tankard when he comes from the stables." He strolled out of the hot kitchen by the door at the back, and went to stretch his legs in the wood that lay beyond the small garden. He went slowly, his hands behind his back and his brows drawn close together. Some project he seemed to be turning round in his brain, for his keen eyes had a faraway look in them, somewhat ruminating. He walked on through the wood, treading heavily and noiselessly crushing the tiny spring flowers, his feet. Somewhere near at hand was a brook which burbled and sang, and towards that sound bent his steps, intending to lave his face in the fresh water. Then of a sudden the air was rent by a shriek, followed by yet another, and a cry for help. Paused, listening. The voice belonged to a woman and to one in distress. Was no knight-errant, but he went forward quickly, cat-like, so that not a twig squeaked. He went softly round a corner of the beaten track, and found himself in sight of the brook he had heard. An overturned bucket lay across his path, and not 6 paces before him, a serving wench was struggling wildly to be free of a great muscular fellow who had her in his arms and leered down into her frightened face. Came upon him like a tornado. No sound had betrayed his approach, so that when he sprang it was like an unsuspected cannon shot. He caught the man by the neck, and putting forward all his great strength, wrenched him staggering back. The girl gave a little glad cry and fell upon her knees with intent to kiss his hand. "Oh, sir! Oh, my lord! Oh, sir!" She sobbed incoherently. I came to draw water and end. Paid no heed to her wailing. Setting his feet squarely, he awaited the other man's rush. The fellow had fallen, but he picked himself up, purple with rage, and with a roar came upon, head down and fists doubled. Stepped lightly aside and delivered a crushing blow as the man passed him. The tousled head was shaken, like that of some wounded bull, and the man wheeled about and rushed on yet again. This time stood firm and closed with him. To and fro they swayed on the moss carpet, arms locked tight about each other, straining and panting and trampling the moss underfoot. Beads of sweat stood out on either forehead, teeth were clenched and lips parted. His opponent was older and bulkier but his muscles were not in such splendid fettle. Time after time he made a supreme effort to throw, and time after time he failed. His arms seemed to grow and about him till the breath was almost crushed out of his body. He could not throw this fair young giant, and he twisted suddenly and cunningly so that he broke away. But in so doing his jerkin was rent open across his chest, and a leathern wallet fell to the ground and bounced his feet. The bully lost his head, seeing it, and his eyes started in wide apprehension. A strangled cry he gave, and sprang forward to retrieve the wallet. Before he could come upon it, sixth sense, ever acute, had warned him that here was something more than a lewd fellow waylaying a serving wench. He stepped swiftly forward over the wallet and braced himself for the shock of meeting. The ruffian crashed into him so that he had to fall back a step. Yet he contrived to close with the man again and held him in a bear-like embrace. Then began a struggle in comparison with which the former one was as nothing. Plainly, his opponent was desperate, filled with a great fear lest should gain possession of that wallet. He fought like one possessed, and his muscles cracked under his crushing hold. Once the man tripped over a projecting root and fell, dragging with him. For a time they rolled and struggled on the ground, breathing in great gasps, sweat pouring down their faces, each one striving to get uppermost. At last had his man under, and wrenching free, sprang up and back. In a flash the fellow was on his feet, and as he rushed on yet again, caught the glint of steel. And seeing it, his eyes narrowed to brilliant points of anger, and his stern mouth shut tightly. He did not wait for his attacker to fall upon him, but sprang to meet him, catching him about the waist with one arm, and with his free hand gripping that treacherous dagger-arm above the wrist. So swiftly had he acted that the man had no time to stab, but was well-nigh carried backward by the weight of his leopard spring. Had pinned the fellow's left arm to his side, nor did his hold slacken for one moment, while with his iron right hand he gripped the other arm until the bully's mouth was awry with agony as he struggled to get away. Then gave a quick turn of his wrist, and the dagger fell to earth with a thud. A groan burst from the man's lips, and as released him, his right arm fell useless. Despite the pain of his broken bone, he was game still, remembering that precious wallet, and came charging forward, only to be met by a shattering blow upon the jaw. He flung up his unhurt arm, and reeling, fell heavily to the ground. Was upon him instantly, one knee upon his chest, pinning him to the ground. Again the bully groaned, and made a convulsive effort to shake off. But an iron hand held him down by the throat, and shifting his position, knelt across him, so that with his knees pressed to the fallen man's sides he held him powerless. With his free hand he pulled a whistle from the neck of his tunic, and placing it between his lips, blew thrice upon it shrilly. He glanced over his shoulder at the girl, who crouched by her bucket, hiding her face in her hands and weeping. "Cease thy lamentations, wench," he commanded, "and bring me the wallet that lies yonder." She rocked herself, wailing, "Oh, sir!
"Oh, sir, have ye slain him? Nay, thou foolish child, do as I bid thee." But still she crouched where she was and would not look up. His eyes grew a little colder and his voice a little softer. "Thou didst hear me, wench." Had his squire been at hand, he would have shivered at the note which sounded through the softness. The girl dragged herself up and went with lagging steps to where the wallet lay. She brought it to, trembling, and having given it into his hand, retreated quickly. The prostrate man made one great effort to be free, but his strength was gone and one arm hung useless. Controlled his struggles with his right hand alone, and with the other thrust the wallet into his belt. Through the wood came footsteps running. Roger shouted from somewhere nearby. "Which way, sir? Which way?" "Hither," called, "by the path that leads towards the brook." The footsteps grew louder, and Roger came racing round the bend to his master's assistance. He paused when he saw what was toward, and gazed at wonderingly. "Go fetch the rope from thy saddle holster," ordered calmly. "Hasten and say naught to anyone." With another astonished glance at the weeping girl, Roger turned and ran back through the wood. When he reappeared, it was with a coil of stout rope, which was one of the things that always carried with him in case he should come upon robbers on the road. He went with it too, and between them they trussed the swearing, groaning man deftly and securely. Pulled the last knot tight and stood up. He took the wallet from his belt, unfastening the strap that bound it. A choking cry came from the bound man. my lord, there is naught of import therein, I swear. Some letters from my lass at home, that is all. For the love of God, sir, do not look." Paid no heed, but drew from the pouch some 3 or 4 packets. Each one was sealed, and as he examined the seal, his eyes narrowed to slits, and he cast a searching glance at the man at his feet. For the seal was to all appearance that of the dead king, Richard II, for whose sake fought and Hotspur had died. The first packet was addressed to a baron who lived not 10 miles from, and whom knew well. The others were all to nobles living either in Norfolk or Cambridge. Without the faintest hesitation, slit open one and spread out the crackling sheets. The letter was couched in fair terms, and it assured my lord the Baron of, faithful adherent to the true king, Richard by the grace of God, lately escaped into Scotland, that despite the lying reports of his death set about by the usurper Henry Bolingbroke, called the Fourth of England, King Richard lived and was shortly to show himself, when he would call all his faithfuls to his side to depose the monster Bolingbroke, and his son Henry of. And to all of this he, the writer, could testify, as he had seen and had speech with the blessed king, and who should know him better than himself, who had been gentleman of the bedchamber during his reign. And if my lord still was wary of believing this truth, let him closely inspect the seal upon this parchment, when he would surely it as King Richard's own. There was much more in this vein, and the letter was signed, and dated a month earlier. Under the signature there was yet another, and examining it closely saw that the scrawl was Richard R. He folded the letter carefully, and together with the others put it back into the pouch, tucking the whole away into his own tunic. In his journeyings here and there some feint had come to his ears of the late king's being still alive, in Scotland, with a great force of French and Scots waiting to cross the border. He had paid no attention to the tale, thinking it but a fantastic belief of the common folk, but this letter warned him that there was more in it than that. He had surprised a pretty plot, and his eyes kindled a little at the knowledge. He turned and beckoned to Roger, who was trying to comfort the girl. "Here, lad, thou must help me to carry yon fellow back to the tavern. Leave the silly wench to dry her tears. No harm has been done to her." Roger came, rather sulkily, and laid hold of the now unconscious man's legs. Took his head, and they set off towards the tavern, the girl bringing up the rear and sobbing loudly all the way. They set their burden down without the kitchen door, and went in to seek the landlord. He took him aside and questioned him sharply. "When came that fellow ye spoke of?" he asked. The landlord gazed at him. "Which fellow, lord? Ah, your pardon. But an hour before your noble self. What know you of him?" The landlord began to look alarmed. I have never set eyes on him before, good my lord." To his horror, he found that was looking at him piercingly. Flustered, he started back in bewilderment. Nodded. "That is the truth, I think." "God's truth, sir." "Why, I have that fellow bound without," said grimly. "Thou hast harbored a traitor, unawares maybe." The man's eyes seemed like to pop out of his head. "A traitor, lord. Now by my troth, lord, I knew of naught gainst this man. I swear it by the rood, sir. And the neighbors will tell ye there is no more loyal servant to the king." "That will do," interrupted. "Provided ye obey my commands in this matter, I will hold ye blameless. But if ye refuse to obey, why, then 'twill be my duty to report ye for a dangerous fellow." Mine host wrung his fat little hands. "Oh, my lord, I will do aught you please. For my respectable house to harbor a traitor. Oh, woe is me, that I was born under an unlucky star. At my birth they foretold." "Hold thy tongue. Have you a strong place wherein I can imprison this man?" The little man clapped his hands to his head. Have I? Ah, yes, above the stable, in the loft. Only reached by the trapdoor, and the roof sound as can be, good my lord." "Then lead me thither," ordered, and went out again to his prisoner, the twittering landlord at his heels. They bore the victim in the wake of mine host, and with difficulty mounted the ladder leading into the loft. There they deposited the man, and leaving Roger to stand guard, departed with the landlord and bade him fetch ink and parchment. When these were brought to him, he sat down at a table and proceeded to write to my lord of tersely, and with none of the customary embellishments of style. "My lord, I am bound for London, having taken a man prisoner here who bears traitorous dispatches concerning the late king. Send me Gregory with 6 men of his choosing, who shall relieve me here. And this with all speed tomorrow. Written at the Tavern of the Ox." He folded his document and sealed it. Then he went out again, and calling Roger down from the loft, gave him the letter. "Look ye, Roger, thou must ride back to at once, and deliver this into my lord's own hands. Then change thy horse for another sultan or rover, and bring with thee my mare, Fleetfoot. Gregory will come back with thee, and thou shalt take my horse too again. We ride to London on the morrow." Roger stared. "To London, sir? Have I not said so? Keep thy prating tongue still to all save my lord. Now go." Roger heaved a sullen, weary sigh. He turned away unenthusiastically. "Stop." Roger jumped and paused. He looked over his shoulder at. "Stay thou at," said evenly. "Send me Malcolm in thy stead. He will maybe stand the journey better than thou, and spare me these black looks. Go." Roger flushed to the roots of his curly hair. He came back to stand before his master. "Nay, sir, I shall stand the journey very well. Bid me not send Malcolm." Looked down at him sternly. "Malcolm will serve me better and with a readier will," he said cruelly. Roger swallowed hard and sent a fleeting glance upwards. "Indeed, sir, I am sorry that I have angered thee. Take me with thee, sir. Not that dolt Malcolm. He would not serve you as willingly as would I." He gave a contemptuous sniff, for between him and Malcolm was a heated rivalry first. "Very well said. Take the short road home, not the route by which we came. Return tomorrow. See to it that ye go at once to bed on your arrival." "It is understood." Roger's spirits revived miraculously. Sir, I will do as ye bid me." He caught his hand, kissed it, and went gaily off to the stables. Went back to the tavern, where he collected linen and some wood which he fashioned into a rough splint. With these and a bottle of Rhenish and a loaf of bread, he went to see his prisoner. This worthy had come out of his swoon, but he lay quiet and weak upon the floor of the loft. Untied his bonds, and ripping up the sleeve of his leathern jerkin, set the bone of his broken arm and bound it to the splint.
The man groaned a little and winced, for surgery was crude, but he offered no resistance. Gave him the wine and bread, and stood silently over him while he ate and drank his fill. Then he rebound him, leaving his useless arm free, and made him a comfortable bed of straw. After that he departed, without having said one word, and bolted the trapdoor on the outside. He went back to the tavern for supper, and the landlord at his appetite. But he was more than shocked that should elect to sleep in the stable under the loft, when he had 3 men who might guard the prisoner during the night. Refused the offer of these men curtly. He was never one to shift responsibility. Vi. How he rode hot-foot to London. Had hardly finished his breakfast next morning when Roger returned, leading his own mare and accompanied by Gregory, his lieutenant, and 6 of his most trustworthy men. At sight of this troop, the landlord was thrown into a flutter. It was bad enough to have a prisoner in his loft, but 7 great men to house was too much for him. Had told him what was expected of him, and although he dared not expostulate, the little man wrung his hands despairingly and screwed up his face into 100 worried wrinkles. He had had experience of men-at-arms and their ways, and he feared for the peace of his household and the well-being of his cellar. He hinted at these qualms to the impervious, who waved him aside with the curt promise that for any damage these men did he should be paid in full. That was all very well, thought the landlord, but it would not recompense him for the loss of his good name and that of his house. However, he was something of a philosopher, and finding that there was no help for it, he trotted away to arrange for the soldiers' accommodation. Went out to meet his men, and was greeted by a smart salute from everyone. Roger slipped from the saddle and presented him with a packet from which reserved for future perusal. He turned to Gregory, who stood respectfully awaiting his orders. "Send thy men to stable their horses, Gregory, and come with me." Gregory gave the order, and leaving the flustered landlord to guide the men to the stables, followed to the back of the house. Together they paced the little garden while told him briefly of what had happened. "You will quarter your men here, Gregory, and look to it that there be no laxity of discipline, for which you will answer to me. There must be a guard over the prisoner all the time. Ye will arrange for that. And no one is to have speech with him save yourselves. Nay, nor sight of him. You will deliver him to whoever shall come from London with orders from the king, or from me. And when ye have delivered him up, ye will return at once too." "It is understood." "Exactly, sir. Keep the prisoner in the loft. It is safer. I start for London as soon as Roger has broken his fast." Gregory bowed. "Shall I take command at once, sir?" "At once. Remember that I will have no carousing among the men." As soon as Gregory had departed, broke the seal of his lord's letter, and started to decipher the wild scrawl. "To Sir of—" "What in hell ails thee, lad, that thou must poke and pry into plots and other such treasonable matters? Let well alone, and for God's sake do not implicate thyself to thine own undoing. Thy letter has started my gout again. If thou must ride to London because thou hast waylaid a traitor on the road, thou at least write me the full sum of it. The few lines I do receive from thy hand would enrage a saint, nor could thy rascally squire tell of aught beyond thy fight in the wood over a wench or some such. And I tell thee that I had thought more of thee than that embroil thyself in a quarrel over some silly maid. Nathless I say not, for I do suppose that thou wilt ever go thine own headstrong road, plague be upon thee for thine obstinacy. Were it not for this accursed gout which, as thou dost know, hath me fast by the leg, and is 100 times worse from thine unreasonable, I would be up and after thee to learn the whole tale from thine own tongue, and see for myself what maggot has entered into thy head. And a pretty welcome thou wilt have at Westminster, thou silly boy, carrying a cock and bull story of a trumped-up plot. Were it not that I know what a headstrong, impudent determination is thine, I should say thou wouldst never gain access to the king. But I do suppose that thou wilt, and by the front door, as thou didst come to me when thou wert but a babe. I do conjure thee not to break the heads of his guards, for that would surely land thee in, which I do trust will happen if it might tame thy hot blood. And furthermore thou must know that I am considerably incensed with thee, and would have come with Gregory had I not had this accursed gout,
if only to break my stick across thy shoulders. And if thou art slain by footpads on the road, or clapped into prison for an importunate fool, it will be but thy just deserts, and I shall not grieve nor move a finger to aid thee. I send thee 20 guineas by Roger against thy needs, and if thou stand in need of a friend or a lodging, repair to my cousin Charles of, who hath a goodly establishment in the Strand, which is in London, and show him this letter. He will maybe keep thee from running thy silly pate into a halter. God be with thee, my dear lad, and bring thee safe home again. If thou dost stand in need of more money, ask it of my cousin in my name. And bear a courteous tongue in thy mouth, and spare the king that fiery glance of thine, else he will surely account thee mad and not wrong neither. I would I might go with thee, dear lad, but I know that thou art wise enough for 10. I send thee my love and blessing, lion cub. Of written at, smiled a little as he finished this remarkable epistle, and turning, found that Roger was by his side with a purse in his hand. Sir, my lord sent this. I forgot to give it thee with the letter. Took the purse. Hast thou breakfasted, Roger? Sir, I am ready, and your mare hath the devil himself in her. He spoke feelingly, and grinned a little as smiled. Bring her to the door, lad. He went into the tavern to speak again to the landlord, and left 5 of my lord's golden sovereigns on account. Thus it was that the landlord's spirits rose considerably, and he was able to bow his guest out in his best manner. Side by side, and his squire rode southwest towards, at a brisk, steady pace. There they dined and rested, and again set off down the old Roman road to London. They lay that night at a village near, and were up betimes on the morrow to complete the journey. The horses were tired, so that they did not reach until after dusk, when at once set about finding a lodging for the night. He had heard that the city abounded with ruffians and footpads, but none sought to rob him, nor did he meet with any rudeness when he paused to inquire the way. He asked for a tavern as near to Westminster as possible, and an interested mercer directed him to the Lamb and Saracen's Head, or, if he found it full, to the Rose nearby. Thanked him gravely, and with Roger riding sedately behind him, went at a respectable pace to his hostelry. They had no difficulty in securing a room, and the supper laid before them was plentiful enough to satisfy even their hungry appetites. Roger, in a twitter of excitement, implored to let him walk out after supper to see the town, but this would not allow, sending him peremptorily to bed, well knowing that he would not dare to disobey. He himself forth, armed with a dagger and his trusty quarterstaff. It may have been this stout weapon which kept him immune from assault, or it may have been his formidable bearing. At all events he wandered in perfect safety about Westminster, returning early to the tavern to rest. On the next morning he set about the making of his plans. He had not a doubt but that, if he willed it so, he could gain access to the palace during an audience with the utmost ease, but he was wise enough that this would be of very little use to him. In all probability, he would have no opportunity of speaking privately to the king. Nor did he consider that this would be a proper way of approaching Henry. Accosted by a strange knight in the midst of a reception, he might very well feel annoyance and wave, and his news aside. And once that had happened knew that he would never gain a hearing. Had the Prince of Wales been at Westminster, he might have risked a rebuff, for he knew that the young Henry would remember him. But the prince, having wintered in London, was now back on the marches. Decided at length to write to the king, and accordingly he called for quills, ink, and parchment, and sat himself down to compose a suitable note. It proved to be no easy task, for his epistolary style was naturally curt. He had wit enough to see that curtness would not tend to make easier his mission, and he spent the best part of the morning writing and rewriting. In the end it was, for him, a very fair letter. My very dread and sovereign lord the king, your gracious lordship may perchance remember one of whom united after the battle in last July. This same doth now write to your majesty with intent to beg an audience of you, or of one of your majesty's council. The matter I would disclose to your majesty is of great import, as I do judge, and should be attended to with all speed lest it lead to more serious harm. But 3 days since I did chance upon one whom I found to bear documents in his possession,
addressed to various lords of the counties of Cambridge and Bedford, purporting to come from the late king, and seemingly fastened with his seal. These papers I would deliver up to your lordship, or to those whom your lordship shall appoint to receive them. The messenger I hold under lock and key, and well guarded by the men of my lord of. If it be your majesty's pleasure to search further into this matter, I do beseech you to give me a hearing, when I will tell all that I know, and disclose the whereabouts of this messenger. In humble obedience to your majesty's gracious wishes. Written at the sign of the Lamb and Saracen's Head. Dusted the finished letter and carefully sealed it. Then a new difficulty presented itself, to wit, how he should assure himself of this letter reaching the king. He thought of his cousin, Charles of, and much as he disliked asking for aid, he decided to repair to his house in the Strand and demand his assistance. He called Roger to him, who sat kicking his heels by the window, and bade him fetch their horses. Delighted at the prospect of seeing more of the town, Roger ran to do his bidding, wreathed in smiles. Together they rode towards London and proceeded down the Strand, past the greater palaces till they came upon one that was less magnificent and bore the name of Hall. They rode into the courtyard, and on a lackey, demanding their business, asked for my lord of in no uncertain tones. "Tell my lord that, sir, comes from my lord of," he said peremptorily, and dismounting, signed to Roger to stay with the horses. He followed the lackey into the central hall of the palace, and waited there whiles the man bore his message to my lord. Presently he returned, and bowing to, begged him to follow him to my lord's apartment. Was ushered into a long low room where sat my lord of, a man of middle age with a kindly rugged countenance, in which his eyes twinkled humorously. He came forward as entered. "Give you good den, sir. Do ye come from my cousin? My lord directed me to seek you out, my lord of, in case I should need assistance. And lest ye should doubt that I do indeed come from, he bade me show you this letter which he did write to me." Charles of took the scrawled sheets and read them through. When he came to the end, he smiled and gave his letter back to. "That is my cousin's fist," he said. "Methinks his words to you give me insight into your nature." His eyes twinkled more than ever. "What is this plot, if it be not an impertinent question, and what may I do for you?" Briefly gave him the outline, and showed him his letter to the king. "It is not my way, sir, to seek assistance, but although I think I might succeed in this, unaided, the thing will be quicker done if you, my lord, will consent to bear my letter to the king." "Well, that is good sense, sir. Hast a hard head on thy shoulders. Where art thou staying?" "At the Lamb and Saracen's Head, my lord, with my squire." His eyes twinkled anew. "It seems that I should be defying my cousin's behests, and I allowed thee to remain there. Wilt thou my poor house, sir?" Flushed and, "Ye are more than kind, my lord, but all I ask is that ye will bear my letter to the king." "Why, this is churlish." Chided, "It would be my pleasure to house thee. I do beg that thou wilt send thy squire back to the inn to pay thy reckoning and to bring thine appurtenances hither." Considered for a moment, and shot my lord a swift, piercing glance. Then he bowed. "I thank you, sir." And that was how he first met Charles of. My lord went to Westminster on the following day, and when he returned it was with a message from the king commanding to a private audience that evening at 6 o'clock. "He remembers thee," said. "He says that thou wert the 13th knight, and when I described thee he said at once that thou wert the man recommended for knighthood by the prince. He is anxious to learn of thy plot. There are too many such afoot for his liking. And while the French court pretends to lend credence to these tales of Richard being in Scotland, there will be a many more," said grimly. "But Henry is a man," answered. "He will triumph throughout." "It is the young Henry who is a man," said. When he presented himself at Westminster Palace that evening, he was led at once to the king's chamber, where he found Henry and the old Duke of York. Paused on the threshold as his name was announced, and went stiffly down upon his knee. The king nodded to him, observing him with shrewd, deep-set eyes. "Come forward, sir of," he said. "We have to thank you for your courtesy and dispatch in informing us of this treacherous plot. advanced and standing before the king's chair, told at his request the story of his messenger and his fight with him in the wood. It was not a graphic account that he gave, but it was concise and devoid of embellishments or exaggerations. While he spoke, the king watched him, chin in hand, marking every changing expression of his face and every little movement of his strong, well-shaped hands. He listened carefully, several times interrupting to put a gently spoken question. Yet for all Henry's kind way and courteous manner, knew that he was under cross-examination, for the questions came thick and fast as his tale proceeded, and it would have been very difficult to have avoided a slip had his story been false. The searching queries and the steady scrutiny might well have discomposed, and have caused him to stumble or lose the thread of his narration. But he was not flustered and not a whit ruffled by these questions, which seemed to indicate that the king disbelieved him. He respected Henry for his lack of credulity, and answered him firmly and patiently. "And the documents?" Henry said at last. Presented them and waited in silence while the king and the duke slit them open one after the other and perused them. The duke muttered angrily as he read, and once or twice his eyes flashed, and he thumped his fist on his knee, but Henry read on calmly and almost detachedly. When he had come to the end, he struck a small gong that stood on the table at his elbow, and on his secretary's coming, ordered him quietly to bring the papers captured in Scotland in December. These were fetched, and the king compared them with those had brought, the Duke of York looking over his shoulder. Presently Henry looked up and at. His sunken eyes rested on him kindly for a moment before he spoke. "Ye have done well, sir. Of how great an import these papers are, or what people this has cousined to his side, we do not know. That we will find from the messenger. At all events it is a cunning plot, for I could not myself tell this seal from that of the late king, and the signatures do indeed bear a resemblance to his hand. The common folk might naturally be deluded into thinking Richard alive. How the gentle people have received the false news we cannot know as yet. No man of culture, of education, could believe so empty a tale," the duke said hotly. "Oh, I find that the nobles believe in most empty tales, if they are like to bring them greater wealth or greater rank." Henry said tranquilly, "Have you, sir, heard talk of the late king?" "Vague I have heard, sire," answered. "Also talk of certain gold and silver hearts which King Richard was wont to give his knights, and which are now seen in Essex. I gave them no credit, sir, thinking them but peasants' tales, but it now seems to me that they are the fruits of this plot." "Perhaps," Henry said. He gave a short, half-stifled sigh. "I suppose there will be plots until my death and after." He glanced up at. "King Richard is indeed dead," he said. "I never doubted it, sire," replied. "But he will come to life many times yet." The duke laughed a little at that, and even the king smiled. "That is so. Where lies this messenger from?" "At my liege, in the tavern of the Ox. 6 men guard him under one Gregory, for whom I will vouch." "He must be conducted hither," Henry said. "We will send to fetch him. Ye had best write to this Gregory, commanding him, lest he refuse to give up the prisoner without word from you." Again he struck the gong. Noted that although his movements were languid, and his voice so gentle and tired, he went expeditiously about his business, and was not one to put off till tomorrow what might well be done today. When the secretary came, he spoke without turning his head. "Bring writing materials." As soon as his command had been obeyed, he nodded to. "Will you write now, sir?" Went to the table and, seating himself at it, drew the parchment sheet towards him. Henry watched him, liking the decisive way in which he set about his task, and the entire lack of hesitation in choosing his words that he displayed. "To Gregory of Saint," wrote, "deliver your prisoner unto the king's men, who shall come for him bearing this my command, and repair at once to, as I bade you. Written at Westminster." He sprinkled sand over the sheet to dry the ink, then, shaking it off, rose and gave his note to the king. Henry read it and smiled. "I think ye are a man of action, sir," he said, "not of letters." Smiled too and bowed. "I trust that this is so, my liege."
Henry laid his parchment down. Until the prisoner is brought safe to London, that is all, sir. It is our pleasure that ye remain with my lord of until we send for you. We have to thank you again for your care of our person and our realm. He struck the gong twice, and this time a page came who conducted out. VII. How King Henry thanked him. There followed a fortnight of forced inactivity but although he could do nothing further concerning the plot, he was not altogether idle. Much time he spent in exploring the city, and my lord of contrived to keep him occupied by inviting many guests to his house, to all of whom he presented. And if some of these did not like the silent, direct young man whom they met, at least they were not in danger of easily forgetting his strangely forceful personality. It did not occur to that he might write to his lord assuring him of his well-being, and when offered to send a messenger with any letter that he might wish to send, he was rather surprised and refused the offer. But mayhap my cousin is worried at thy long absence. Pointed out. That is not very likely, said. He may think thee dead or lost. Smiled a little. He knows me too well to think that, my lord. Waved his hands. But at least write him that thou hast arrived in London. That he knows. That thou hast seen the king. That also doth he know. Looked at him hopelessly. My good boys, how can he know? Smiled again sweetly. Because he doth know me, my lord. What I set out to do, I do. Sat down. One cannot always be sure of success. Looked inscrutable. Why, boy, surely thou dost know that. No, my lord, that is what I will not know. My lord laughed at him, but he leaned forward, interested. Suppose that thou didst engage on an impossible, and prize something in which thou couldst not succeed. That were the action of a fool, my lord, and I do not think I am one. Nor I. Laughed again. Thou wouldst never set out to do the impossible. Reflected. Nay, I think not, sir. Yet I believe that there is a very little that is impossible. There is always a way. So if ye find not that way, ye will let be. Suppose that thy greatest friend lay imprisoned, and it was seemingly impossible to rescue him, because thou hadst discovered no way. Would ye then let be? Thought it out carefully. My lord, but I think that I should find a way, he said gravely. Looked him over. By God, I believe that thou wouldst. He said. At the end of the fortnight came a second summons from the king, and in obedience presented himself at the palace early one morning. As before, he was conducted to the king's closet, but this time he found some 6 or 7 of the council there beside the king. Henry gave him his hand to kiss. We do rejoice to see you again, sir. Methinks some apology we do owe you for the long days ye have been kept waiting. Rose from his knees. If during these days, sire, information has been yielded, then are they not wasted, he said in his deep, deliberate voice. One of the seated about the long table smiled. Henry saw it, and the smile was reflected in his eyes. Ye speak sooth, sir, and that is better than a courtier's soft, flattering answer. His glance flickered a shade reprovingly to the gentleman who had smiled. Will ye not be seated, sir? Thanked him and sat down in a vacant chair. Henry folded his hands in his sleeves. You will like to know, sir, that full inquiry has been made into this matter of plot, and much has been discovered. The messenger whom ye waylaid came safely to London, but methinks he was something stiff of limb and sore in every part of his worthless. He looked quizzically as he said this, and gave his short laugh. That is possible, my liege. Henry ran his eyes down his large, muscular person. I think it was inevitable, sir, he said solemnly. But that is not what we would say. This man has been put to the question, and he disclosed all that he knew. I will not weary you with the details of this traitorous affair, but it will interest you to know that the tale of Richard's living still has gained the seeming credence of many of my unfaithful nobles in the eastern counties, and even so far indeed as your Cambridge. Thus your vigilance and your promptitude have not been for little cause. Rather they are of great service and import to the realm, for because that ye have brought the news of this plot thus early to our ears, we are enabled to deal with it at once, and to crush the seeds of rebellion ere they have had time to sprout and multiply. The gentle voice paused then as said nothing. This is not a little thing to have done, sir, Henry said. There was silence for a moment. Looked up. The deed itself was little, sire, and easy. It is only the fruits of the deed that are great. To me is small due, for by chance alone did I discover the plot, without toil and without intent. Some of the greatest issues in the history of this world have had birth from chance, Henry answered, yet to him whom the finger of chance guided to the vital spot has ever been due. Did not answer. He hoped that Henry would continue to talk, for the soft voice pleased him, and he was interested in what the king had to say. Henry resumed after another pause. I see, sir, that ye do think your share in this matter but trifling, since it was not done with pain and travail and of intent. But a measure of intent there was, for having discovered this plot, what easier than to take no action, or to send the messenger on his way with those documents. His eyes narrowed. That were treachery, sire, or indolence, and lack of care for your majesty's person and the safety of the realm. Henry slid one hand along the arm of his chair. It were indeed so, sir. None of these faults was yours. Nay, rather was zeal yours, and loyalty and firmness of purpose. It was not chance alone which brought you safe to London, and which has brought your prisoner too. It was determination brought you, sir, and strength both of body and mind which kept you safe from robbers, and brought you thus surely to my presence. Ye frown. Is it not as I say? It is true that mine own wit and strength brought me here, sire, said, who had no false modesty, but it was your majesty's men who brought my prisoner. Henry's lips quivered. 2 or 3 of the council chuckled a little. That is so, Henry agreed, but by whose contriving was the prisoner safely delivered into their hands? By my Lieutenant Gregory's contriving, sire, answered seriously. Henry bent his brows upon him, but his eyes twinkled. Sir, are ye determined to foil me at every turn? Nay, my liege, said. But it seems that your majesty would give to me, where it is due unto another. Under whose orders acted this Gregory? Henry asked. Under mine, sire. Then ye will agree, sir, that his part was but to obey, asking no questions. That is so, my liege. Henry nodded. Will ye also agree, sir, that is due to him whose brain planned the whole emprise so well that it was carried through with no hitch or stoppage? Considered this. It seems just, sire. It is just, Henry assured him. I sent for you hither that I might reward you for your services, but it hath taken me all this while to convince you that ye are deserving of a reward. Nor am I sure that I have done it even now. Are you convinced, sir? Smiled. Your majesty's reasoning is so full of wit that it were insolent of me to dispute your judgment. And indeed, as your majesty has put the matter, it seems reasonable enough. Yet it was in all truth a very little thing that I did, sire. Sir, are you content to let me judge of the magnitude of the service ye have rendered me? Srere peeped out. My liege, since that promises to be more to my advantage. And to your advancement, Henry said in amusement. Tell me, sir, what may I do for you? Is there something that ye desire and that I can give you? Advancement in rank. Gold. Land. Tell me. Rose to his feet, swiftly turning a certain cherished project round in his mind. He looked down at Henry, hardly knowing that he did so, and Henry saw his eyes keen and shrewd, and knew that something was he weighing in his brain. He leaned back in his chair, waiting. After a short pause, spoke. My lord the king, one thing is there that I desire. If it be within my power to give it you, it is yours. It is in your power, sire, but it may not be pleasing to your majesty to accord it me. What is it? Henry asked.
It would not have been pleasing to me to have had a rebellion thrumming about my ears. Sire, in Cambridge, to the south and east of, is a fair barony of little size, but as I judge, of passing great wealth. It is named Fair Pastures, and it was once the property of one John of, who joined with against your majesty, and was fitly hanged for his pains. The land is confiscate unto the crown, sire, but your majesty has neither set one to rule over it in your name, nor given it to some noble about your person. It is in disorder now, and the serfs are masterless, while lawless men ravage the place. Give this land to me, sire, and I will bring law and order into it, and hold it as mine own, myself owning allegiance to you. It seems not much to ask, Henry said slowly. He looked at one of his council. What know ye of this place? I remember it, sire. It is, as sir says, not large but fertile. Naught has been done with it as yet. Henry brought his eyes back to. Is this indeed your desire? There are larger, more orderly lands I might bestow on you. Nay, sire, I need them not. It is this barony I desire. Why? There are several reasons, sire, but the greatest of all is that its name is very like to mine. Fair Pastures Bow. That is a good omen. Ye shall have that land, sir, and ye shall call it and be yourself lord of. The deed of gift shall be sent to you at hall, and ye shall subdue your turbulent subjects. Can ye do that, I wonder? Smiled grimly. I can do that, sire. I make no doubt he can. Whispered one of the council to his neighbor. Then the land is yours, and I have paid my debt to you. Ye shall not wait long for my mandate, I promise. He held out his hand and knelt. I do thank you, sire, he said sincerely. Nay, 'tis I thank you, Henry answered. I need have little fear of risings near now. This gift is to mine own advantage, for you will hold the peace under me in your barony. May you prosper, my lord of. When told Charles of what had befallen him, clapped him heartily upon the back, delighted at his good fortune. Why, it is excellent. The king must have conceived as great a liking for thee as have I. Have you a liking for me? Inquired, rather taken aback. That have I. Have I been so cold in my bearing that thou doubt it? Nay, but kindness may mean naught. It is curious how many people call me friend, who call friends so few. Well, I do trust I merit that title, said. Oh yes, answered. Thou and my half-brother of and my lord of. Alan too, I suppose, although he would rather be my slave. Thou hast not many, commented. Nay, for I can find few whom I desire to call friend. Yet you count my cousin amongst these few. He is not most men's choice. My lord and I have dwelt amicably enough together for 3 years and more. Were there not friendship between us, we had not done that. I do not think so indeed. Said and laughed. What will he have to say concerning thy sudden elevation? He is like to say much, answered placidly. He knows that I go mine own road. Holy Virgin, what fights thou must have had. Oh no, said. We understand each other very fairly. Do ye so? Well, ye are a fitting pair. Then he burst out laughing again. Thou and... He gasped. I would give much to see it. Well, so thou mayst, said, watching him gravely. Come with me too, and pay my lord a visit. Checked his mirth. By God, I believe I will come. Why, it is 7 years since I set eyes on. We will ride together, lord of. VIII. How he returned too. A week later, Charles of and of rode through towards the castle, their squires behind them. Word flew round that Sir was back, and all along the road men came out to cheer him, and women dropped him shy curtsies. He acknowledged all with his curt nod, and sometimes he hailed a man by name and asked after his wife or his children. Why, thou art beloved here. Exclaimed, what hast done to make them cheer thee so? I know them, and they know me.
Some fought at with me. That makes a bond. They arrived at the drawbridge and went over, saluted by some half-dozen men-at-arms, who one and all gave welcome. And so they rode up to the castle door and dismounted there. A lackey saw them from an upper window and cried the news abroad. Out came Allen full tilt, with hobbling after him. Thou art alive and safe. Ah, God be thanked. We knew not what to think. I swear thou hast grown. Impetuously Allen flung himself upon, only to be put gently aside, as stepped forward to meet my lord. Came roaring, Hay's lad. Hey, thou rascally, turbulent, naughty knave. How thou stay away all these weeks. Hast no regard for me at all, cub. Praise be to God, no harm has come to thee. Holy Virgin, I would they had clapped thee up for a mad rogue. I might have known return to enrage me further, small thanks to thee for doing it. Lord, t broader still. And had no one the sense to break thy head. For once reserve deserted him. He discarded his stick and caught in a large embrace, kissing him loudly on both cheeks. Thou self-willed puppy. I thought I was rid of thee at last. But no, back thou with not a hair out of place, as cool as ever thou wert. Now as God's my life, I've a mind to send thee about thy business. We do well enough without thee, Master Stiffneck. Think not that we missed thee, thou conceited boy. Oh, let me get hold on thy hands. And thereupon he seized both hands in his, and gripped them as though he would never let go. Was a little flushed at this excited welcome, and his voice was deeper than ever as he answered, and strangely moved. Thou couldst not shake me off, my lord. And glad I am to be here again with thee. Thy gout is no better. Better? How should it be better when I have to take thy place here, and work myself to a shred all for a silly boy's whim? Hey, who's here? Who had been such an amused spectator, came forward. Hast also a welcome for me, cousin. Released and surged to meet his kinsman. That have I. God's body, it's a dozen years since I set eyes on thy countenance, Charles. Didst bring my rascal home? He proceeded to embrace. Nay, he brought me, answered. He would. Chuckled. Come within, lad, come within. Where goest thou, pray? Paused. He was walking away from the castle with Allen at his side. I go to look to my men, my lord. Hast need of me? Exploded into a mighty bellow. He goes to look to his men. Beshrew me, was there ever such another? Come thou here, Sarah, this instant. Have I need of thee, forsooth? Thou my side for a month, wandering God knows where, and as soon as thou art back, thou dost go to look to my men. Come thou here, I say, ere I lose my temper with thee. Came back to them, and seizing him by one arm and by the other, bore them into the great hall, and shouted in stentorian tones for sack and ale to be brought. Then he sank down into a chair and puffed. His hands from his ears. Cousin, I rejoice that the passing of years has not affected your lungs, he said. Methinks they could hear thy voice in London. I can shout with the best of them, answered complacently. His unwonted display of feeling over, he turned to and addressed him more or less quietly. Well, didst thou see the king, my? Twice, my lord. Well, I guessed as much. What of thy silly plot? Answered him, a great deal. One hath a buffoon coach to counterfeit King Richard in Scotland, and half the country would have risen for him, had it not been for here. Opened his little round eyes as wide as they would stretch. So. Tell me the whole tale from the very beginning, and see thou it better than in thy letter. By Our Lady, my blood boils anew when I bethink me of that letter. 3 or 4 bald words, and there was I afret to know the whole story. Well, go on, lad, go on. There's not much to tell, said. He took a long drink of sack.
I rode out one morning, as you know, and came to in time for supper, where I chanced upon a fellow in the wood behind the inn, and discovered that he bore treasonable papers. So, hark to the boy, cried. How didst chance on this fellow? Sighed. I was walking in the wood, sir, and heard a woman scream. I went to see what was toward, and found this ruffian with her in his arms. So I came upon him unawares, and flung him backwards from her. Of what like was this woman? Demanded suspiciously. Stared. Of what like, sir? Was she dark or fair, comely or plain? Faith, I know not, my lord. She was just a woman. Plain, I think. Grunted. Go on. The fellow came upon me, and I closed with him. No, first I hit him, I think. Where? Over the ear. Then we wrestled a while, and he broke away. Then a wallet fell from the bosom of his tunic, and for fear lest I should seize it, he came at me again. And when he found he could not throw me, he drew his dagger and rushed to stab me. Cur, roared, drew steel, dastardly cur. And what didst thou do? I broke his arm, said simply. Well done, well done. What next? Next I called Roger to me, and we bound him. The rest is nothing. Tell it. Ordered, and accordingly recited the tale of his adventures, up to his second interview with the king. Then, as he paused, Roger came into the hall, and on hailing him good-naturedly, doffed his cap, blushing. So thou hast brought Sir safe home, said jovially. Roger, already bursting with pride over his master's new, and agog to tell the news to someone, answered primly, My lord took no hurt, sir. Looked up frowning, smiled at the boy's suppressed excitement, stared. What's this? Who now art thou, my lording? The boy drew himself up. My lord of, sir. Roger, get thee hence. Said sharply, Thy tongue runs away with thee. Roger retired, somewhat crestfallen. Lord of. What means the boy? Spoke. For his services the king made baron of, and gave him a land called Fair Pastures, which was once the estate of John of. Alan was out of his chair in a flash, catching his friend by the shoulders. A lord, thine own estate. Oh, I am so glad. Father not. Collected himself with an effort. He rolled out a huge oath, which seemed slightly to relieve him. Then he started at afresh. A lord. God's my life, what next? John of's estate. Christ's wounds, wert thou my page but 3 years since. Else had I not now been lord, sir. Come thou here. Commanded, and when knelt before him, smote him on the shoulder, and embraced him again. It is great news, lad, and I am glad for thy sake. But it means that I must lose thee, and I like it not. I must have gone one day, my lord, and as it chances I go not far. But who's to take thy place here, my lion cub? Alan is of an age now, my lord. Bah, growled, Alan to take thy place. As if he could do one tittle of what thou canst do. He must, said. I hope I shall live to see the day. I shall miss thee sorely. And I you, my lord. Yet I shall be but a few miles distant. Let him go. In what condition are thine estates? In bad condition, my lord. There has been no master there since last July. Good lack. T have work enough even for thee. So I think, my lord, but it is work I like. And thou shalt have as many men from here to help thee as thou of me. My lord of, forsooth. Little did I think that come to this 3 years ago. And by the straight road, God wot. As thou didst say thou wouldst ever go. Ah, what an obstinate babe thou wert then. Charles, dost thou know that I have borne with this headstrong boy for 3 years? I do wonder that ye are both alive, replied.
I'll not deny he has enraged me a many times, but can one fight a block of ice? Well, well, come ye in to supper. This is a glad and a sad day for me. He heaved himself up and leaning heavily on his shoulder, led the way into his chamber, where supper lay ready for them. They rode out next day, and Allen and to survey lands. Not even swollen foot would induce him to remain behind. He was assisted into the saddle, groaning and cursing, by 3 of his varlets, and rode abreast with his cousin, while Allen and fell in behind. Will there be a place for me in thy castle? Allen asked. Whenever thou wilt, answered, and when I have set the place in order. I suppose thou wilt do that well enough. But it will be no easy task. I have never wanted that, said. Presently Allen shot him a mischievous glance. Who shall be mistress of? None. Allen laughed. So thou, but love comes to all men one day. I do pray it will pass me by. I know thou wilt fall. I shall see thee at some gentle maid's feet, I know. Wilt thou? Said grimly. I doubt it, lads. But Allen shook his head wisely and laughed again. They rode rather silently through fair pastures, looking about them with appraising eyes. Occasionally turned in his saddle to make some remark too. There has been no work done here for months, lad. See that field yonder? I do know it, answered. Then, as they passed a group of loiterers on the road. Too little toil, too much sack, growled. Thou hast a hard time before thee. When wilt thou come here? At once, my lord. And how many men wilt thou take with thee? None, my lord, save Roger my squire and Little my page. And that only if it be thy pleasure. Much use would they be to me, always pining to be with thee, grunted. Thou shalt take Malcolm also for thy squire, then may Roger still have with whom to fight for thy. Art thou wise to refuse my men-at-arms? Will ye not take a man from to be thy marshal? Nay, I will bring no strangers into. For the nonce I will make shift without a marshal, but when I do better know my men, then will I promote some of them to rule under me. There speaks a sage man, remarked. I shall look to see thee master in a month. Smiled a little. In 3 months there shall be no lawlessness here, he promised. How he took possession of his estates. In a small chamber by the kitchens at the Castle of Fair Pastures, now known as, sat Master, the steward, with James, called the Short-leg, on account of his limp, and Bernard of the late John of secretary. They sat about an oaken table on which stood 3 brimming tankards of sack, and a jug full of that liquid, for when the tankards should need replenishing. Master, a little pot-bellied man with an inflamed countenance and a large voice, fruity in timbre, was speaking, aggrievedly, and as one to whom some sore injury has been done. Ever and anon he smote the table with his fat hand, and his voice throbbed with a righteous indignation. Now I do say it is not to be borne. He swore, and by my troth it shall not be borne. Are we to cringe under this tyrant's heel? What is he to us, I ask of ye? Whose men are we? Why, we were John of. But he being hanged for a rogue, whose men shall we be? Why our own, say I, and rightly so. He paused in his harangue and glared belligerently at his friends. Who shall gainsay it? Then, as neither James nor Bernard seemed inclined to gainsay it, he continued. We were very well before this beetle-browed came upon us. There was good food in plenty, much sack and strong ale, a rich land to call our own, and a life of ease and peace for us. What have we now? Why, what but a heavy-jowled youth, who comes upon us like a tyrant and an oppressor? Not a word of warning, not a moment's respite to think on the matter at our leisure. Down he comes with his pert squires and tramps into the castle, willy-nilly, with his devil's eyes like stones, and his thundering voice like a death-knell. Nay, Bernard interposed. Ye mistake, master. He spake softly enough, though with a note of danger creeping through the softness. Master thumped the table anew. What matters it how he spake, master secretary? His words were a death knell. That is so, Shortleg agreed. Death knell indeed, and as full of proud arrogance as an egg is full of meat. He picked up his tankard and sought to drown his troubles in the comforting sack. The steward crossed his fat legs and loosened his doublet. Arrogance indeed. What did he, I ask? To what lengths did his pert haughtiness carry him? Why, to call me to him in the hall. As though I had been a scullion for the kitchens, instead of the steward of fair pastures. He sent a varlet to fetch me. I ask myself today, why was I fool enough to go to him? Can ye tell me? Was it not because I am a courteous man and peace-loving? What else should? I did hear that it was because he sent his squire with yet another message when ye did tarry, Bernard said. And I did hear that the message ran shortly and sweetly, tell the steward that he knows not me, but that I know him. Then ye did go. Master's full-blooded face grew purple. Before he could answer the secretary, he had recourse to his sack. Then, wiping his flaccid lips on the back of his hand, he said in a voice half-choked with rage and drink, Take heed how ye listen to scullion's gossip, Master Secretary. It is true that he did send that curt message, but could he intimidate me? I was of a mind to show him what manner of man am I, but I bethought myself, is it befitting for this coxcomb to stamp about the castle over which I am lord since died? I did go to him, constrained by courtesy, and when I came to the hall, what found I? What but a mountain of a fellow with a damned flaxen head crammed full of haughty tyranny. A springled with not a hair to his lips, but great brows that most hid his wicked eyes, and a nose like to my hawk's beak yonder. A jaw like a mastiff's, a frame like a giant's, eyes like two daggers, a smile like a tiger's snarl, Bernard murmured. He is all that. Master said, a murrain be on him. And when I came to him, what did I do? I did bow in all politeness, yet stiffly withal, to show him that I'd not brook his surliness. I did hear that ye did bow so low that your head came below your knees, Bernard said. Ye heard. Ye will hear next that I kissed his feet. Cried angrily, Little truth will ye learn from the scullion's talk, Master Secretary. I bowed, as I have said, welcoming him with pleasant words, and demanding, as is my right, to learn of his business. And thou didst continue speaking, whiles he stood there as quiet as the statue of King Richard Lionheart that is in, and spake never a word, nor seemed to breathe, piped Shortleg suddenly. And one hand he had on his hip, and the other he laid on his sword hilt. And he interrupted thee not, nor seemed to grow out of patience, yet looked so great and formidable that even I was afeard. Hold thy babbles. Master ordered, though true it is that such was his discourtesy that he had no answer to my greetings, nor gave any sign of having hearkened to my discourse. Then when I held my peace, seeing that he was dumb and deaf, what did he but shoot at me a sudden glance the very thought of which makes. The blood freeze in your veins, Bernard said gently. Master snapped at him. With anger, Master Bernard. On my life, I grew pale and trembling with choler at the fellow's impudence. I could scarce speak, so great was mine ire. Yet still thou wert courteous, James said eagerly. Thou didst speak him fair, saying, Lord, what may be your? I do know very well what I did say without thy senseless reminder. Rounded on his tactless friend. I spake him fair, for thought I, is it befitting for one in my high position to bandy words with a ruffianly tyrant? What may be your pleasure? I said. Then with an effrontery at which I still gasp, I am lord of this estate, he said, and handed me a parchment roll. And there I found it set down in many words that the king had given fair pastures to Sir of, who was now to be baron, and call the land after himself. Beshrew me, I suffocate at the thought of it. Give me air. As though to prove his words, he tore his doublet open still further, and rolled his eyes alarmingly. The obsequious James hastened to replenish his tankard, but the secretary paid little heed to Master's sufferings. He leaned back in his chair, a smile hovering over his thin lips. After another draught of sack, Master resumed his harangue.
Then, ere I had time fully to grasp the import of that infamous document, he spake again, demanding that I should bring to him the accounts of the barony since last July. By Our Lady! I was so taken aback, so affronted, and so enraged, that I could find no words with which to express myself. And when I would have spoken reasonably to him, he turned on his heel, saying, See ye have them for my inspection in the morning. Oh, I burn, I rage. All night was I at work striving to remember this payment and that, and setting all down in the book. And on the morrow I did go to the late Lord's chamber where sat this coxcomb, with you, Master Secretary, nor had we reached an end by 10 of the clock. There he sat and questioned me till my poor head reeled, and ever and anon he shot me that evil look from out his strange eyes, whereat I choked with passion. All the accounts of last year and the year before did he read, up to July, and knew to a farthing what sums were collected yearly, how many heads of cattle we numbered, how. James interrupted, and he summoned Nicholas of the Guards to give an account of his men. Rare it was to see great Nicholas stammer, and strive to bluster and overrule my lord's queries. And all the while, said Bernard dreamily, he did sit as still as carven stone, with only the glitter in his eyes to show that he lived. And when the bully Nicholas would have shouted and blustered more, then of a sudden he sprang to life. Methinks I shiver still. They told me, James said, that he scarce raised his voice above the usual, yet so great and cold was his passion, so menacing his look, that Nicholas was silenced, and stood sulkily enough whiles my lord cut him in twain with his tongue. I would I had been there to see it, he sighed regretfully. But that is not all. Master cried. He had the audacity to summon also Edmund, the marshal, that aged fool. What said he to Edmund, Master Secretary? Not much, Bernard answered. I think he is not wont to waste his words. He spake the marshal courteously enough for his year's sake, but he asked him this question and that, till the marshal was nigh to weeping with mingled fear and shame for his negligence. My lord had the full sum from him, and at the end he said with great gentleness, Edmund of, it seems that ye grow too old for your task, since rogues thrive under your rule, and ye are either too weary or too fearful to check their arrogance. It were better that ye should retire now with the pension that I will give you. And not another word would he vouchsafe, for all the marshal's pleading and argument. It is in my mind that my lord knoweth a rogue when he doth see one, nor will he bear with incompetence. How now, Master Secretary? The steward exclaimed. This is pretty herring indeed. Master is a worthy man, and not one to be prying into another man's affairs. Now is he gone, and God alone knows what will come to this poor land. Nay, not God alone, the secretary said. My lord knows also. Master flung up his chubby hands in horror. O blasphemous man! He cried virtuously. To speak thus lightly. Oh, that I should live to hear thee. James the short-leg took this opportunity of filling his tankard. Master caught sight of him and heaved a gusty sigh. Drink, James, drink. 'Tis little ale or sack will flow in the future. Verily this new lord hath lynx eyes. I shudder to think of the things he threatened to do unto me if I gave more than he commanded to any man in the castle. Oh, an evil fate hath befallen us. He is everywhere at once, so that I have end to starting at every sound. And what doth he purpose? No man can tell, for he goes softly and saith little. He doth ride forth all this week about the estate, and I learn from Robert the herd that already he knoweth each man by name and how many children he hath, or what is his fortune. Plague be upon it, the peasants cheer him and hasten to do his bidding. They are all upon the fields again and tending the cattle. But the guards murmur against him, James remarked. And the men-at-arms would rise against him at any moment. Small wonder. Master said, for what hath he done? Why, within a week of his coming, he had laid strict rules on all the men-at-arms and archers that are here, so that they fret and grumble. And as for of who commands them, it needs but a spark to set him blazing. Would that I had died before this fate had come upon us. We were happy before, but now no man may call his soul his own. Back hath come father, and we have masses and penances enough to make a poor man's flesh shrink. Woe is me! Oh, woe is me! Overcome by grief and sack, the steward beat feebly at his breast and moaned. If he would but make known his vile intentions. He cried, My teeth are all on edge, because that I know not from one hour to the next when he will fall upon me. Someone knocked upon the door, and the steward started upright, pulling his doublet together. His little eyes shifted uneasily. Enter, he said. A page thrust his head into the room. My lord hath need of Master Bernard, he said importantly. The steward drew himself up. Ho, he grunted. Is it for this you disturb me, boy? A murrain sees your impudence. The boy grinned. Shall I bear that message to my lord? He asked tauntingly. It is not convenient for Master Bernard to come to him. Bernard rose. If it is convenient for my lord, then is it convenient for his secretary, he said with some dignity. The steward blew out his flabby cheeks. I wonder that ye go so humbly. I wonder at it. Bernard went to the door. I go because I dare not tarry, he said. Master laughed jeeringly. Oh, brave! Oh, brave! You will tell me next that ye love this new Lord Craven. I think I do, the secretary said, and closed the door softly behind him. The page, a child of 10 or 12 years, danced a few paces in front of him the corridor. Oh, and I do love this lord, he said. He lets not the bullies beat us and ill-treat us, and though he is cold to us and stern, he is kind withal and just. And though he flies not into a passion over a little thing, yet we durst not disobey his commands. Nor does he strike one down when one comes late to do his bidding, as the old lord was wont to do, but looks at one so that one is afraid and shamed. Indeed, I am glad that he is come, for it was an ill time for us pages when the marshal ruled. Where is my lord? Bernard asked. In the chamber looking south, where he doth sit so often. He sent me for you, yet I do not think he is angered with you. The secretary smiled faintly, and leaving the page to join his fellows, went to his room. Was seated at a table, his arms resting upon it and his brows frowning. He glanced up as Bernard entered, and then the heavy frown lifted a little. Sit ye down, Master Bernard, he said. There is much I would say to thee. The secretary looked at him in momentary surprise, for this was the first time that had made use of the familiar thou in speaking to him. He drew up a chair and sank into it, his gentle, tired eyes resting on his face. I have been in this land a fortnight, said, and much have I seen. Mayhap ye think that I have been strangely inactive. Nay, Bernard answered. Your lordship hath done much already. The peasants cleave to you. I have thought that ye but hold your hand until all things be clear to you. That is so, said, and until I should know what men I might trust. The secretary bowed his head. I do now wish to take counsel with thee, said evenly. The secretary looked up, a sudden gleam in his eyes. Ye trust me, my lord. The tired shoulders straightened. Your trust shall not be misplaced, sir, he said earnestly. That I do know. I am seldom out in my reckoning of mankind. Yet I have done little to bring order into fare. Glanced at him enigmatically. All men were not born to fight, he said. Why didst thou stay here? Bernard made a hopeless gesture with his hands. For 3 reasons, my lord. Lack of money, love of this land, and indolence. So I judged. Money thou shalt have, indolence thou must lose, love of this land I trust thou wilt retain. Tell me now what's thou of the captain of... Bernard hesitated. He is a dour man, sir, and a not easily won over. So much the better. I have looked well into the records of the estate, and the mentions I find of him lead me to think him honest and stiff-necked, obstinate, yet a ruler. Bernard looked admiringly across at him.
That is so, my lord. But he loves not you, for ye have taken command of his men, and shown him that ye think him worthless. He curses your name, for all that he was at fault in allowing drunkenness and strife to come upon his men. He is slow to wrath, sir, but when his wrath flares up, it makes him blind and careless of what shall befall him. I think he will fly out upon you, and mayhap he may seek to do you an injury. Nodded. He is easily dealt with. What of Nicholas of the Guards? Like all bullies, sir, he is a coward at heart. That also I know. What friends hath he? But few, my lord. He is too harsh in his dealings with the guards for them to love him. So I thought. What record hath Basil of? The secretary was at a loss for a moment. I do not think I know him, my lord, he said hesitantly. No. He is a quiet fellow of some 35 summers, with broad shoulders and a square head set close upon them. He looks one between the eyes. Recollection came to Bernard. Ah, yes, my lord. I know but little of him, save that he is peaceable in his ways and orderly. The men liked him, I believe. It is in my mind to promote him to Nicholas's room, said. Ye will degrade Nicholas, sir. Nay, I will banish him. If I read him aright, he is a sly fellow, and I want none such here. You are wise, my lord. I had thought ye would put a stranger in command. Smiled a different smile from the deadly snarl Bernard had seen before. Yet ye call me wise, he said. I had not how wise, my lord, Bernard riposted. Nay, how reads ye Walter of? Do ye know every man in, sir? Asked Bernard wonderingly. I have need, said. Dost thou? Nay, my lord, to my shame. But I know this man, and I would call him good. Also he is beloved of the men-at-arms. That will suit my purpose well, nodded, but he did not disclose what was his purpose. I think to make Harold the smooth-tongued steward in's room. Then you will do wisely, sir, for he is an honest man and sober. What comes to? Naught answered. He goes. Thus ye will be rid of a very pretty mischief brewer, sir. He is full of indignation at your coming, and although he durst not go openly against you, he might do much harm by his talk. Oh, Rose. He pointed to the sheets of parchment that lay scattered over the table. Have the goodness to make me fair copies of these, master. I go now to send for of. Bernard stood up. My lord, if he comes not, be not too enraged, for he glanced over his shoulder, smiling rather grimly. Dost thou think I shall bungle my affairs, master? Bernard looked him in the eyes. Nay, my lord. Your pardon. Gave his short laugh and went out. He sent his squire to summon, but Roger returned alone. My lord, he will not come. He said, wide-eyed. He bade me tell you he comes not at any. Well, Seacoxcomb's call, my lord. So, smiled unpleasantly. Then I will e'en go to him. Roger put himself in front of him. Sir, take me with you. Looked down at him. Wherefore? I mislike his looks, sir. Laughed, and taking his squire by the shoulders put him aside. I need not thy protection, lad. Go thou to Malcolm, and bid him be ready to accompany me forth in an hour. Oh, Roger ran after him. Sir, let me ride with you. I am not weary, and Malcolm. Thou didst hear me, Roger. Said softly. Roger sighed and fell back. My lord. Strode out into the sunlight. He crossed the courtyard to the men-at-arms quarters and went in quietly. He walked through the hall, past staring, whispering soldiers, and made his way to the room which he knew to be. He entered with his noiseless step, and found up with an oath and stood as if at bay. Walked forward unhurriedly. He, with a long look before he spoke. This time I have come to you, he said abruptly. Another time I shall not do that. I care not for your threats. Cried. I never threaten, answered composedly. He went to the table and lifted 2 wine bottles from it. These he flung out of the window with unerring aim. Now by God, roared and sprang forward. His cold voice checked him. Do we think it no shame for a strong man to become a drunken sot? He said, flushed to the ears, I'll not be answerable to you for my actions. He snapped, that will you, said, or leave this my land. I care not which ye choose, but an end will I have to your carousing and your rebellious insolence. Rebellious insolence, forsooth. Cried, ye have yet to prove yourself strong enough to be my master. Think ye I will bend the knee to a pert boy not out of his teens? Answered, then know that it is not so. I will fight ye for as long as ye remain here, and my men will refuse to do your bidding. One and all will stand by me. Ye have chosen to slight me, but I will show you of what stuff of is made. Ye have shown me, said deliberately. Within a week of my coming hither, I knew you for a drunken knave who proves himself trustless in the absence of a master. I see you now, a common, brawling malcontent whose muscles are weak for want of training, whose temper is soured by the lawless, pleasure-seeking life ye have led during these past months. I have little use for such, I want true men about me, not worthless braggarts who bluster and shout, yet who have not enough or strength to keep their men in order when the master is away. Livid with rage, sprang forward again. His passion enveloped him, so that all semblance of sanity was gone. Had supplied the spark that was needed to set his in a blaze. In a flash he had whipped his dagger from its sheath, and had rushed upon blindly. There was a moment's wild struggle, and then his hands were about his wrists like iron clamps, bearing them downwards. Panting, glared into the green-blue eyes, and saw them passionless. Twice in my life hath a man sought to slay me foully, said. This is the second time. The first was when a base cur, a traitor little above the swine, could not worst me in a fight. Then, being base, he drew steel and would have stabbed me. He paused, staring grimly into his eyes, until they sank and the dark head with them. Then with a quick, scornful movement he released his wrists, and turned away, presenting his back fair mark for an assassin's dagger. The tinkle of steel falling on the stone floor sounded behind him, and a man's breathing. He went quickly to a chair and sat down, not even looking at. Spoke unsteadily. I have never done that before. Said not a word. Turned, flung out his hands. You goaded me to it. I would never have drawn steel had you not taunted me so. Turned his head and looked at him. Went to the window, leaden-footed, and stood with his face averted. After a moment he came back into the room, his mouth set as though in pain. Wells kill me, he said. Mice dead. Still said nothing. Stood before him, twisting his hands, his head bowed. Suddenly he looked up, and his voice quivered. Ah, can you not speak? He cried. Are you made of ice? I have sought to stab you foully like a cur. What will you do with me? Death would be welcome. I seek not your death, answered sternly. But by this one foul act have you placed your life and your fortune in my hands. Straightened himself a little, but his head was bowed still, his fingers twitching. Well, said slowly, I will make you my marshal. For one whirling second, was dazed. He took a hesitating step forward, staring in blank amazement. Then he recoiled. Ah, you mock at me, he cried. I do not mock. Opened his mouth to speak, but only passed his tongue between his dry lips. He was trembling, and sweat stood on his brow. Will you not explain? He said hoarsely. Sit down, ordered him, and waited to see him sink limply into a chair. What I have said, I have said. I will make you my marshal, but I will have obedience from you. But Butt's hand flew to his head as one in wild bewilderment. I sought to kill you. In that moment I could have done it and would have done it. I know. Then, my lord, you torture me. What punishment will you inflict? None. None. Came to his feet. Then, I forget, said. But why? What have I done to deserve your mercy? Naught. It is my pleasure. Sit ye down again and listen. When I came hither, I did find your men disorderly and drunken, yourself no better. Yet I do know a man when I see one, and I do know that ye are one, if ye will it so. And I do also know a ruler of men and a fighter. Therefore I say that I will make ye marshal in Edmund's room, where ye shall prove yourself worthy of my trust. But I will have obedience and no black looks. So if ye hate me and wish me dead, get thee gone from, for thou art of no use to me. There fell a long silence. Then, as words sank well into his soul, came to his knees before him, sobbing in overwrought gasps. Ye cannot mean what ye say. What trust could ye place in me, a cur who is like to stab you in the back when ye are unarmed? Smiled a little at that, but he said nothing. Hanging is my desert. Ye have said that ye found all in disorder here, and myself a drunken sot. True it is, God pity me. What use have you for me now? I have told you. Then caught his hand and kissed it. My lord, I swear that since ye are pleased to forget my treachery, and to elevate me thus undeservedly, I will never give you just cause to regret it, so help me God. That I know, said calmly, and laid his hand on his shoulder, gripping it. Raised his head and looked full into the compelling eyes. My lord, forgive. He whispered, and it is as nothing, answered and rose. Come thou to me this even, for there is much I would ask of you, and I think ye can fitly advise me. He held out his hand, and after a moment's shamed hesitation laid his own in it. In that long grip was his allegiance to sealed.